events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Happy Monday. Good morning. You're tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day television. It's a beautiful Monday morning today, and we have enough packed to keep you going. Of course, we're also looking really red today. Maybe we woke up on the red side of the bed. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think it's a good thing.
It depends on the angle. Yeah.
Okay, what angle?
You know, red actually signifies love and danger.
And danger. So they should watch out for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when there's red in the building simply means for me a sign of love. So I ask that question. Have you ladies just from
Love
you?
is in the air.
You know what I'm saying?
Red face mask. Yeah, so yeah, red and danger, right?
Yeah.
You said love and danger. So love is in the air. Wear face mask. Yeah, I think so that line works.
But
now.
Love is for people that have not eaten, sha.
Is it?
But
Is it?
Love is for people that have not eaten.
Really?
Because, why are you in love?
Come on, man. If you're in love, let's just assume that it works. It means you've scored well. And so good looks has a way of ushering into that.
Let me warn you, Global Lizzie, men are not good people. Don't go
They're
about
not?
falling in love with them.
Are you sure you
Wow.
It's going to be
no.
danger.
No. We have a lot this morning. I mean, there's a whole lot in store this morning. But firstly, let me start by saying my name is Elizabeth Musa. And of course, this morning, I'm joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
And Deborah Eze.
and we're ready to give you a very, very informative show, entertaining show, educative, most importantly. So keep it locked right here on Business Day television. Let's see what we have on the headlines firstly, and we'll move on to the rest of the show. This morning, we say Naira strengthens by 10.5 Naira in 1 week on sustained FX market liquidity. Again in the news today, ASU declares 2-week total strike starting today. Cardoso to lead Nigeria's team to IMF World Bank meeting, and this is from the presidency. Finally, China warns US of countermeasures as Trump's 100% tariff threat ignites new trade clash. Those are some of the headlines this morning. Now, of course, from the headlines this morning, we'll move up to the newspaper as well, and then we'll also move to the Business Week anchored by the publisher Mr. Frank Aigbogun, and then we'll move to the big story as well and see what we have on the big story and social listening segment. So there's quite a lot taking you from now to 11 a.m. today, so keep it locked in to Business Day television. But let's start with the first story on the headlines today. Speaking of Naira strengthening by 10.5 in 1 week on sustained FX market liquidity.
So interesting to hear that the Naira is gaining, which means one thing: they are constantly proving me wrong. You know, I mean, I've always been in the news and on the show here, coming my sledgehammer, talking about, look, the sooner we wake up and the Naira begin to, appreciate, the better for us. Otherwise, we go tank. And I kept on prophesying doom, doom, doom. I should take my words back.
You should. You
I'm
should eat them.
I'm thinking so. Because for us to now see 10.5 appreciation, that's a good thing. Although, how does it affect the common man? Would we begin to want to buy canned food lesser, even though it might not be as nutritious as it is, but open market, right? Tomatoes, simple things like rice, simple things like like meat, basic things that every Nigerian needs. Would we see that it will trickle down to see cheaper, and then affordable food? Can we see that? Not necessarily just cheap, but at least nutritious. But we see drop in prices of commodities, transportation. Because if it doesn't trickle down to make the lives of the common Nigerian easier, And what's the essence of all this data?
Well, from market survey from 2 weeks ago up to now, food is actually quite affordable. I'm also like with you. It's really surprising, and I think for now, let's just enjoy the whole new glow with the Naira. I was saying that the Naira is actually, it feels like Naira has actually gone to the gym and it's kind of like flexing its muscle because
Right.
it keeps, appreciating day by day. And food is actually, dropping. The federal
cost?
government, yes, they actually came out to say, oh, there's no longer food inflation. I didn't want to believe it, but from survey that's been happening, it is actually dropping. Cost of beans, cost of rice, tomatoes is now not as affordable as we want it, but it's not as expensive
So,
as it was.
So,
Yeah.
so you think the idea of food insecurity is already being curbed?
I think it is because we no longer hear news like we used to. 2 months ago, 3 months ago, we knew the way it was in Benue, in Kogi. It's no longer like that. We've not entirely copped it, but the federal government actually have it in lock. From what we are seeing from 2 weeks ago, they really have it in lock. So let's just enjoy it. I think we should not do any. We're not seeing something right here. Let's just enjoy what the Naira has to offer
So you
for
think
now.
I should just stay on wrap? I shouldn't prophesy anything?
Yes,
Anything?
yes, please.
I actually agree. I think things have eased off a bit,
Yeah.
but I also don't want it to look like maybe we're speaking from a little bit of a privileged point because in other parts, the you mentioned that right, we're not hearing the news about Benue, but I think there's also a coverage issue because the media is not carrying the
Carrying
news as
enough.
much.
Yeah.
That angle.
So it's not like it's not still happening, in Benue State, in the Northeast, there's still a lot of all of these things happening. So I don't think we're completely
Out
food,
of the woods yet?
completely food secure, because if you recall the last time we had big story with the director from the World Food Program, he mentioned how we are almost getting into a complete food
crisis.
food
Yeah.
crisis. So I don't think we are I
of the
don't
woods.
think we're out of
So that's
the
what I
woods.
said.
I think it's just from here.
not, yeah, it's not the way we would want it to be, but compared to the news we were hearing 3 months ago, 3 months ago it was out of this world.
Ladies, let's not
Compared
forget.
now, it's actually in a stable state. Or
Is it really stable?
in a same state? I
Let's-
take my word back.
I would like to throw this in. Let's don't forget that we are not just approaching, we are now in the ember months, meaning to say that, look, we will have more people coming into Nigeria
Yeah.
from different parts of the world. Nigerians and non-Nigerians. Tourism will boost. But the question now is that, look, if we don't produce what we eat and we depend on importation, do you think that Naira drop of 10.5 would be relevant? It probably won't be relevant any longer. But if we, because I'm seeing the way to affect, cost of living now that we're approaching November and December. We're in October, good and fine. 2 months from now to Christmas, right? And so we already know how the end of the year is, how it has always been. You have this December, you have this, you have that.
Right.
If we keep experiencing I'll put this way again, we keep experiencing an appreciation of the Naira towards the dollar, it will be good for us towards that time. Yes, as we've agreed. But for that food area, if we have more people coming in, more people are going to have to buy food. It's good business for restaurant owners. But what about those who don't have the purchasing power, right? To be able to buy that food at a point where they can even survive. More people come in, there's more raw, food like rice, everything, to all those big restaurants where people can pay money. So what will be left for the common man? Chaff? I don't want to use the word made in a place kind of rice, but
Okay.
even at that,
Let's just
10.5.
watch and see, because
Let's hope.
it wasn't like this Friday when we spoke about it. Having to see it now, the Naira now, it means something is working. So
Something's working.
let's
Okay.
just keep our fingers crossed.
Okay.
All right,
Fingers
fingers crossed. ASU declares 2-week total strike starting today. I'm sure this one, Debbie would say, okay, why this back and forth? But yes, they're starting today, and honestly, I have no comment.
So when you say no comment, it simply means that the strike has actually overwhelmed our thoughts.
I'm just
Because
neither here nor there for me.
truth be told, I'm almost to say no comment too, but when we now say no comment, it simply means one thing, that ASU will just say they've won. Or federal government will now say, you know what, they've yielded.
They've won.
Well, I'll
This
put
is
this
a
way.
10-year.
When I say they've won, I was also will say federal government, right, has won. But as far as I'm concerned, with a strike, is it making a dent? Are we seeing an impression? Is federal government going to budge? Let me tell all of us, in case we don't know this, I will say this an underline capital letter. Look, even if ASU goes on strike for the next 10 years, federal government will not see it as priority. Forget the fact they are responding every now and then. As far as they are concerned, there are other things they're worried about. You think they don't think about 2027 those politicians? Let's be honest. Until all sectors say, look, the educational sector is as important as the health sector,
Right.
as important as other sectors. The economy will not move forward until ASU is sorted out. We have more than the money to sort them out. They are playing Russian roulette with it. You know what Russian roulette is?
Yeah.
When you carry you carry the gun and you spin it round, you put it in the head and hope that the chamber that the bullet is not the one that hits you. It's Russian roulette. We don't need such. All right. Look, to each his own. I'll keep on saying that. Look, if you want to say that ASU doesn't have anything much to give, and you want to think that they are not that important, put them sweep it under the carpet, then be rest assured that other sectors should speak up. So I would advise ASU, as you're going on strike, have meetings with other sectors to say, look, this is a do or die affair.
They don't even like themselves.
That's the point. So, like they say, I don't want to use this word, but they say, the enemy of my enemy is what?
Is my friend.
It's my friend.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
I
are
don't
other
believe it.
sectors that want to go on strike too. It will hurt us, but for a short time. I always have this saying that I say, sweat today, smile tomorrow. Why? Go through the pain today, but for tomorrow will be greater.
I think
That's how I see
if we're talking about a 2-year long strike, 3-year long strike, I think that's where what you're saying is going to, Lizzie said something. I didn't experience strike during my time, and actually because of the kind
I
of
did.
school.
You give us an extra year.
Yeah. Okay. She said it became a part of them that people would say, why can't we just go on strike already? Like, this would just allow us to go on strike, Jerry.
Yeah, because
That would show you how deeply, rooted.
entrenched.
Yes, it is.
Right.
So I just have two things to say. Here we go again. And I think at this point, they should just make us to strike a part of the curriculum. Know that, okay, at a certain term,
You're
like
not-
the way we used to have
we
midterm
can have,
when we
yes, you can have us to
secondary
strike.
school.
You have,
Yeah.
you have,
That's the only way.
you
So
have simply just given out your opportunity to become minister of commissioner of
Minister of
education.
strike.
think about it. So I won't have to roll my eyes every time I see the headline. ASU has gone on a 2-week strike, and after the 2 weeks, they go back to business as
It's
usual.
actually become all
Come
too
on.
familiar. So I mean, at this
Just
point,
make
it should
it
just be a
part
part
of
of the
it.
curriculum. But you just know that that's our own midterm break.
Yeah.
So it doesn't ASU break.
ASU break.
But on a serious note, I think that is bad for business.
is
Most
bad for
students at some
business.
point in time, although there's something we're not even seeing,
What's that?
realize that the young ones now who are undergraduates, whenever they hear strike, they don't deliberate any longer. They just simply move into their personal entrepreneurial business and other areas.
Which is good.
That's what I'm saying now.
That's a good thing.
So as much as we want ASU to go back, lecturers to go back and keep on, without the strike, give them what they need. For students who at some point might even forget the curriculum and forget what they have been taught in school. But on the other flip side, those ones who are entrepreneurial in nature will see an opportunity to say, look, you know what? Let me face my business. Let me make so much money so I can afford to go to universities that ASU will not have a hook on. Because that's now.
In 100 students, you can only have like 5 people are entrepreneurs. Like me, I am not. And I know like tons of people that are also
who are.
not entrepreneurs.
But
So
you know what
it's
they say?
still not,
You know what they say?
yeah.
When the hard times come, look, ideas will come. After all, necessity is what? The mother of all
Of invention. So perhaps if you're not doing maybe business, maybe
Right.
something else you might just
want
be
to do.
doing.
Students, start thinking hard.
But
before
just
ASU
2
hits
weeks
them.
anyway.
But even the 2 weeks, let's be honest. I mean, seasonal. 2 weeks, next season, another 2 weeks.
Hey,
again,
just
next
2
another
weeks. Now 2 weeks.
Okay, now let's move on and talk about Cardoso. The Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Cardoso is to lead Nigeria's team to the IMF World Bank meeting, which is supposed to be this week.
Interesting. I mean, Cardoso has always been the news back to back for things that as far as I'm concerned, they take responsibility and they throw it at people. I think at some point, what makes leadership, right, is to say, I will take responsibility come what may, good or bad,
right.
and not just say, I look for who to shift it to. When you're put in the position of leadership, it's assumed that, look, when things are rosy, right, in the spirit of leadership, you give people that people to say, look, they made it possible. When things are tough, in return, you do what? You say, I take responsibility.
Yeah.
So the question is, Mr. Cardoso, sir, are you taking responsibility?
For what exactly?
For good and bad.
Yeah, because I'm just a little bit curious as to how that ties into this headline, because I think it's just for us to just wish them well, look forward to the conversations that will be out of this meeting. Unfortunately, I was supposed to be there, but yeah. So just look for let's look for the conversations, how some of this, they will be focused on the emerging markets, different areas of the economy, just on the global stage, how it will also impact Africa and most importantly Nigeria.
And also defend all of the reforms that has been happening in Nigeria for us to really see if it's working or it's just numbers.
I will tell you why I came from that angle of leadership. Let's be honest. When we see something good about to happen, they come and announce it. He comes and announces it. Deep in, what do you think I'm talking about? It simply means that, look, at some point, salvage this nation, forget about jumping back and forth. You see, if you don't see it the way it is, right, people think, okay, it's from the surface, we're trying to analyze it. There are other things we need to look at. Look at it clearly. Maybe in our next conversation about Cardoso, I will explain to us why I came back.
All right, China wants United States.
Just wish him luck.
I mean, I just wish the entire team is at CBN and led by Olayemi Cardoso. I wish them a very good time at the World Bank meeting, and I'm also looking forward to some of the proceedings and that would come out
before you jump,
annual meetings.
Don't forget. Remember we always talk about why is it that IMF and World Bank are always in our business?
Because they are the World Bank and it's the IMF.
I think at this point, that conversation is not for this particular headline, because the annual meetings happens every night, and it's not just Nigeria, it's different countries.
Why is not benefiting Nigeria directly?
Who says but it's not the World Bank annual meeting is for different countries, right? It's not just Nigeria, it's not even just Africa. So yeah, they have these meetings, and so we should be looking out for the conversations, how some of these things will benefit us. It's also to just broaden our minds, broaden the minds. Everyone who's attending is going there to learn, meet, network. So that's the. And
when they're done talking, take pictures, they come back. Our economy see the way it is.
Right. But China warns United States of countermeasures as Trump's 100% tariff threat ignites new trade clash. That's the latest from China this morning.
I like the whole wobble that is going on, because once Donald Trump actually hits you with tariff, you see the country shaking and wobbling. But China, China, they are looking for countermeasures. You hit us 100%, we are gonna hit you with 100%. So I actually like it. Let's just see how it unfolds, because it's China and the US.
Right.
It's not the US and Nigeria or Ghana or even India, because India, they're actually the ones who actually suffered most from most of Trump's decisions. So let's just see how China is going to respond, because I'm sure they're going to respond before the end of today. So yeah, let's see how that will unfold.
It's good that we can have the world begin to gravitate towards China. You see, when it comes to global current affairs, that's my deal. I eat it like soup and Gary. Look, I've been following this China and the United States for a while, and I can tell you for a fact, okay? The United States cannot stomach the fact that China is now a bigger economy than the US. What this means is that at some point, the dollar will no longer be the world, trading currency like that. And that would be bad for the US. So US
bad for business.
Bad for business. And so Donald Trump doesn't want that. And so he would rather be seen as a bad guy, but let's maintain power. It's all about control and power. Look, see, I tell you, the world has moved away from what you say is what we do, that you're not the big brother of the world, you're not the police of the world. The world has moved away from that. Once you don't have nuclear weapons, they intimidate you. Once you have nuclear weapons, they back off. And so that's why I see countries like North Korea, they're standing their ground to say no. Okay? We saw what happened in the Middle East. As soon as those other people declared and removed their nuclear weapons, guess what happened? They chipped in. So China knows all these things. And they say, look, America will not come in directly and come and face us. So they'll come with the angle of tariffs.
But that's direct attack.
So hold on. So you think that Donald Trump doesn't know that China wants to create some countermeasures? They know, they are aware. But this is the question now, is this. If China hits back, Donald Trump is a man full of pride. He wants to snap back with something. When these two go at each other back and forth, the world will find different paths to align with. Whether it's the EU, the G7 will align with the US, or maybe you have BRICS. At the end of the day, truly speaking, those countries that depend on them are going to suffer.
It's just global drama, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's not overflog it. This is just same year, same script. I've also been following China and the US drama. It's the same year. So the world is just watching, because we know that, by the time the drama is done, everybody wants go back to your tent. So it's just the normal. That I said, let's just wait for China to come back with their own also, and that's how we'll be going back and forth, They will both be all right.
And I think it's only normal for for China to warn the United States of countermeasures, especially with this 100% tariff that Trump is threatening. It's just as you said, it's global economics, global economic politics going on right now. So we are just going to be spectators and just hope that it tilts towards us on the favorable side and not on the
how does it affect
negative
Africa?
side.
Truth be told, look, China has more of their produce and what they put in place being consumed by America than America has theirs being consumed by China. So there is no, from the indices and the data, right? I'm sorry to say this. The United States is going to lose when it comes to this tariff war. That's one. How does it affect Africa? Is this. For those of you who like to buy things from the US, right? At the end of the day, be rest assured that China will give you those things from production cost. It will benefit us.
They've started doing that 2 years ago.
But now we're letting people know now exactly what's going to happen. Because those tariffs don't just face only China. I mean, recently they threw tariffs at some certain African countries, right? So you have more African countries gravitating towards China. What this means for business is that, look, at some point, we might begin to trade in the Chinese yuan.
All right, it might take a while, but yes, I understand that, but that might still take a while. But definitely, China is holding their own in terms of global economics right now. So that's
I
for
believe
sure.
that right now they're more or less at the world's biggest economy. America doesn't want to accept it yet.
All right.
No hating, it's just a fact.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back for the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
watching Business Day Television.
Day, and we are ready to see what we have on the front page of the paper this morning. Of course, as we always do, we start off with the Business Day paper. What's on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, right? The big stories here, quite juicy stories this morning. The big one says local investors drive equities trading to 18-year high. That one is on page 31 of the paper. It says values of traded stocks hit 6.9 trillion naira in 8 months and foreign participation lags. That's the big story on Business Day this morning. Again, it says on page 30, women founders call for inclusion as investors tighten purse strings. And on page 31 of the paper this morning, it says how Nigeria's states are opening their books and why it must continue. And on page A7 of the paper this morning, it says jazz, genius and glitz light up Lagos at Business Day Bafi Awards 2025. Yes, that was actually a very fun event. And then on page 27, it says Zenith Bank's 60% dividend hike signals bright 2025 outlook. And on page 30 of the paper this morning, ASU rejects federal government's draft agreement, declares 2-week strike. That one is on page 30. And then we see a photograph just on the top side of the paper this morning. Of course, that one is from the Business Day Bafi Awards. Pictured there are some of the awardees who took away award, from Zenith Bank's Fidelity to Global Ion Global to so many banks where they were all well represented, and that's a picture of some of the awardees with their plaques. I must say that really jazz, genius and glitz actually lit up the Business Day Bafi Awards. There was lots to eat and drink, and also just people, CEOs and all of that, just networking and letting their hair down. It's not every time that happens. So yeah, so congratulations to all of the winners once again. I heard so many of them saying, oh, I hope to be here next year, hope to be here. So we definitely hope they'll be here next year.
Did you attend?
I attended. Right. So the front page, the first story here says local investors drive equities trading to 18-year high. And that one is in the stock section. It says value of traded stocks hit 6.9 trillion in 8 months and foreign participation lags. Of course, there also the story on how Nigeria states are opening their books and why it must continue. Which of the stories interest you?
Okay. First and foremost, it's good to see that we can have in the midst of everything some nice, something to just water the air with those nice performance, jazz and everything. And they had winners, people who came. So meaning to say that, people are being empowered one way or the other on the creative sector. That's nice for the Bafi Awards that we did. Right? So local investors drive equity trading to 8-year high.
18.
What this means is that first and foremost, let me just smile.
Okay.
It means that our local content is breaking ground for good. And if we remain in this trajectory, right, we will see this year end with so much applause. I will tell you something. The GDP relies on the fact that we can produce more than import.
Yeah. We
can export more with what we produced. And of course, be able to make sure that everything we produce can touch every look and cranny of Nigeria. This way, we kill inflation. This way, the Naira appreciates more. So when you now look at stories like this, local investors drive equity, it gives me joy. Now, what this also means is that those who have the money in the private sector can now say, wait a minute, which area of our local investors that are actually affecting local produce? Is it agricultural area? Right? Is it in different other manufacturing zones? Right? They will bring their money and say, wait a minute, let us put more money to these areas. Because if local investors are actually seeing that it is working, then international investors will now come and give them even more money. Because local investors are depending on international support. The other day we saw our president at a forum that they had that he traveled for, and he made a speech. He said, look, Nigeria is experiencing a huge turnaround. Come and invest in Nigeria. And people stood up and clapped. When the camera panned around, it wasn't Nigerians clapping. It was foreigners clapping. In other words, they were concurring. They were agreeing to say, look, this man has now marketed Nigeria very well because he's the chief marketer of Nigeria. So if they see news, news like this, that our own local investors are investing more and there's now more equity, which means that the local investors have seen things that can work in Nigeria. And if it's working in Nigeria, which means international investors want to bring more money in. Hard currency is good for us. Now, but this is the flip side. Can we have those local investors actually send their personnel to really go down, deep down to other places where ordinarily the news might not get to them? There are some other local context that needs to be invested in. Yes, local investors are looking at investing in agriculture, great and fine, but there's some other areas like what? Textile industry, right? The leather, our prints. Go deep down, our fashion industry. Let them now say, okay, let us now support some other key, areas like the creative sector. Invest in those areas. Hopefully, the money that are gotten from those areas can now plunge into other businesses and create jobs. We want to see them move ahead of time, not only data-wise, not only come out and say, we've recorded this, right? In the past 18 years, this has been the highest. It's good and fine, but we want people to really feel it. Let's have more events. Let's have more testimonials. This way, the minds and hearts of the people will be cemented in that hope they're talking about. And if we're in renewed hope, as we said, look, let's actually see that renewed hope becomes a sustainable hope. Hopefully, 2027 can go favor everybody even more. So, for me, my take is this kind of news, right, will drive more international people to come in.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely spurs international investor confidence, because if we're talking about a boom that we've not seen in nearly like two decades, 18 years, that's a very huge deal. And what I'm seeing inside the stories, I'm also seeing that it's more than double of last year's total and the highest since 2007. Also in the news today, they explained that the improved trading activity on the NGX actually reflects risk on sentiment and high investor confidence in the Nigerian capital market. So that's also like adding to what you said. So yeah, it's good. It's good to see how the NGX is performing. On page 31 of the paper this morning, it says how Nigeria states are opening their books and why it must continue. And then just looking into the story today, it says as Nigeria states receive unprecedented federal transfers, the question of how openly they manage public resources has never been more critical. And a decade after budget's first state of state report, the push for fiscal transparency faces new tests and new opportunities. So transparency. Those are the conversations that we're having. I think it's also reflecting in when they're talking about how the public fund is managed, so they also need to be more transparent about it. So that's the story right here. And from criticism to saying that, there needs to be more, they need to continue being more transparent right now. So
transparency is the way to go, which is one of the reasons why the democratically elected leaders, right, might serve the nation better than if we have, the military rule. Because this way you have what we call due process, right? And it's good that we can see states saying, if one state can do this, we can also do that. Right. So if we begin as a people to begin to say, let's give them kudos, other states want to jump on that trail, right? Whether it's physical award or word of mouth, to say, no, if Lagos State can do it, let's also do it. If Kaduna can do it, let's also do it. What this means is that it will now be far more difficult for those who steal money to operate. So that's where I think the spirit of patriotism comes in. Remember, we need to run the country and run it well. Those who are in public office or offices, let's say, if you give the opportunity to manage funds, can you manage the funds and create some form of transparency? Can we follow through with this story? Let it be sustainable. Can we tomorrow see that even at the least point of tax collection, there is, a published,
can be accountable
for everything. Published, and let us see that it's clear.
Yeah.
If we continue like this, maybe in a few years from now, Nigeria will no longer be seen as, I won't say the capital, but seen as, some form of very high when it comes to, corruption, when it comes to lack of transparency. Now you have Transparency International. What they do is look at all different areas that makes institutions work around the world. And then they pinpoint to say there's a great area here. If we can have the international world, right, Transparency International to now say one day, Nigeria is now truly, of all the states, let's just say even 10, 20 states, can follow through with this. If we get them, it's not as if we need their validation, but if we get them to now say Nigeria has now stepped up to a level where transparency is now the order of the day, what this means for business internationally. You have more people wanting to invest in Nigeria, not worry about scammers or criminals within different institutions. What this means is that regulators also think, wait a minute, no longer should we now create artificial bottlenecks. Because believe it or not, in institutions where you have stiff rules and regulations, even when you meet those rules and regulations, you still have people who are looking for ways to collect money, right? There's a major issue with that because whoever wants to invest or come to Nigeria will think about all those hurdles where ordinarily you shouldn't have those hurdles. Now, when those hurdles are created, there's a good and bad side to it. The good side is that yes, you do the right thing, which is good. The bad side is that it will shy you away, to make investors to shy away. Meaning one thing and one thing only, that corruption will even strive more because people want to pay behind to get contracts, go behind, give brown envelopes to get what they want, right? Where's the transparency in that? No. So look into those bottlenecks and let it be genuine bottlenecks, genuine regulation, right? And not the type that will force somebody to go and pay bribe for something that is your right to get.
Right.
So that's what I think. I think it is good to see things like this that we can now say, okay, transparency is cutting across board, but can it be sustainable?
All right. And still on the front page of the Zenith, the Business Day paper this morning, the other story here says Zenith Bank 60% dividend hike signals bright 2025 outlook. And just to add that they actually got the award for the best bank of the year at the Business Day Banking and Financial Institution Award, the BAFI Awards, which was held on Saturday. But this also just signals so some of the really interesting bits to what Zenith Bank is doing, because if you go into the story today, it says that its financial standing it has been reinforced at 51.3 billion naira interim dividend payout for the first half of 2025, which equates to 1.2 naira per share, which is a 60% surge from the 31.4 billion distributed in the H1 of 2024. And it just goes to talk about how Zenith Bank is actually increasing shareholder value. So like right now, if you're invested or you have like stocks with Zenith Bank, so it's actually a good thing. And this report here done by Eniola Olatunji actually talks about, just highlight a lot of numbers here, so let me not talk, but it just goes back to now highlight some of the awards that they've won. The best commercial bank for Nigeria for 5 consecutive years in the World Finance Banking Awards. So it's not even just Nigeria, most sustainable bank in Nigeria in the International Banker 2023 and 2024 banking awards. They also have been acknowledged as the best corporate governance bank in Nigeria in the World Finance Corporate Governance Awards for 4 consecutive years from 2022 to 2025, and best in corporate governance financial services Africa for 4 consecutive years from 2020 to 2023 by the Ethical Boardroom. So just on and on, some of their awards, their excellence, commitment to excellence also saw them being named the most valuable banking brand in Nigeria in the Bankers Top 500 banking brands for 2020 and 2021, Bank of the Year 2023 to 2025 at, of course, BAFI, Retail Bank of the Year, Best Commercial Bank Nigeria, and Best Innovation in Retail Banking Nigeria in the International Banker 2022 Banking Awards. Just lots and lots of awards. And you talk about their asset growing to 31 trillion naira by June 2025 from 30 trillion in December 2024, and in customer deposits also increasing by 7% to 23 trillion naira, which has reflected actually the sustained confidence in the bank. So yes, Zenith Bank is doing well. Congratulations to them.
Well,
it's well deserved. I think maybe that's what I'm putting on red.
I was just going to say, I was going to say, wait a minute. If you guys are listeners there at the bank, I think it's high time to look at other ladies. I have read. Maybe you should see them as the brand ambassador one.
Okay. Okay.
But anyways, just to throw more light. You want to say something?
No,
okay,
I'm
to
good.
throw more light. Yeah. I'm your agent, so I'm letting them know that we have ladies that can represent your brand.
Ladies in
so come and invest in them. Very, very importantly. Zenith Bank, well done. You guys are doing well. And then, of course, there's nothing, it's all positive all the way. More awards coming their way. Great news. For those people who have shares, like you rightly said, this is great news for them.
Yeah.
And then so what you see with this is that once you are confident in a particular system, you go to bed with your two eyes closed. Right? Most banks now need to ask themselves big question. Can their customers and shareholders go to bed with their two eyes closed? If there's any bank and people who bank with them and people who have stocks there are saying that the bank is doing very well, which means you're at rest. So it's good to have this kind of news. It simply means other banks follow suit, create far more better, stand in such a way that whoever it is that is looking at you will say, next year you can obviously have the same award too. But it will mean efficiency.
Efficiency is the order of the day. There's no other thing. It's not questionable. Excellence is about the things you do daily. So congratulations to Zenith Bank. And then on page 30, just before we go to the point, because we're running out of time, it says women founders call for inclusion as investors tighten purse strings. So the news here says that female startups in Nigeria are sounding the alarm over deep-rooted inequities in access to capital. They also warning that structural barriers are stifling innovation and slowing economic growth. I was once at an event and Ibuka Awoshika said it shouldn't even be a question anymore when you're talking about investing in women's business, especially women-led startups, because we understand that women, I think we've also said it on this show, myself and Debbie, we understand that women have that emotional quotient that actually keeps businesses running. Val probably say, okay, I wonder what you want to say, but don't say anything. But it is just what it is. So right now, it should actually be then there needs to be more inclusion, there needs to be more representation, because if we're seeing that male-led startups are getting more funds, it's a problem, because there needs to be, we're talking about equal frame. This is time where we say equal frame, the men and then the women, there needs to be that equal frame. So investors, please, we need more inclusion.
Why are we even still having this conversation about man and woman who gets more money?
So again, I will approach it from an angle that might should sound unbiased, right? Look, I think the world has moved away from gender and business opportunities. We are now at the point where, look, if you actually have attained that spot and you know that you can deliver, come forth. Unfortunately, we are in a continent where it's a male-dominated continent. Let's be honest and call a spade a spade. And so when men run some certain institutions and they believe that women leadership could threaten the ability for them to take control, they will obviously create stifle. They will create bottlenecks. This is just what it is around the world. Okay? Hence, you see the issue between Donald Trump and Pelosi, right? It is like this around the world. However, once you can identify, as a female founder in the business, once you can identify those bottlenecks, you change your strategy.
Okay.
And understand that, look, leave my looks aside. It is what I have in here to show the world is why I should merit that position. The sooner female entrepreneurs and founders of businesses begin to see it from that angle, men who are in charge of those because those gatekeepers are 90% male dominated, let's be honest, in every industry, right? So those who are in those positions will no longer want to give you those positions based on you being a woman. They will give it to you because you merit it. There are women who have made great strides and still making great strides. Okonjo Iweala, she merited, they gave it to her. There are no choice. I can go on and on.
But you know that this conversation is really not even about
beauty or
beauty.
I'm coming somewhere.
It's just the stark reality of funding.
I'm coming somewhere. You see, the reason why I came from that angle is to let you understand that focus more, women founders, focus more on that thing that you know how to do best, right? And at some point, people not even see the fact that you're a woman. They will see the fact that you can deliver. This is what I'm trying to say now. So for you to now say that, oh, women are complaining that they're not getting what they want, and that there's some form of, lack of inclusion. The question, how have you presented yourself? Even for a man, let me tell you something you don't know, right? As a man, if I go to bid for a contract and I don't explain and you're clear about what you want to do, instead of trying to kiss someone's feet or trying to sound as if you're giving them a reason to think it is, cap in hand.
Right.
Once you present yourself cap in hand, you are relegated to the back. So don't just think that it's just women. Anyone who is in position, you could even be a woman in that position. As a man, if you're going there and then you present your case cap in hand, you are relegated to the back.
But so this conversation, I hear you, but this conversation is really not about this cap in hand, or maybe
Beauty
presenting or whatnot. It's just a disparity. It's just the gap that we've seen for years. Yes, things are getting better, but the gap is still there, and that's why
what it means.
And this is causing the gap. This is why I said, see, before you diagnose and say, look, we are treating this sickness, what is the cause of it? So I'm giving you reason to see
because
this
this story even looked at some of the reasons, just looking here in many of them had recounted investors questioning their commitment due to family, saying that, family, and it shouldn't be, because we've seen women time and again having families, having children and doing the work. So by now we shouldn't be having those conversations again.
This is just one of the issues we're talking about. I mentioned two of it. Believe it or not, in the open market, this is happening. Once you're able to pinpoint these issues, then you know how to mitigate it. It's not about you saying that, okay, we're not getting what they want.
The problem is those conversations by now it shouldn't be had. Get them to do those. You find some offices. This is digressing a bit. Say, if you start this job, we don't want you to, like, are you married? Okay, so then they don't want you to get pregnant for this number of years and all that. It's a little bit. It's crazy, because then you're well deserving for the job, and they'll go for a man because so if, for instance, I'm getting married and I'm not, I have to
he believes the male
get married. Yes, it is. We know it is.
Point already.
But we're saying that it should be changed. Having businesses, startups that need to that have impact to make, that will deliver value to the society, and then they're being sidelined because it's
that is why I mentioned this, and I said to you, I said those areas should be expunged. You get me now? So once we identify those areas, we need to expunge them. We need to see that cases like this will no longer hold water. They say identify the cause of the problem before you begin to solve the problem.
And that's what we're identifying, and we're saying that those things don't even need to be a part of the equation anymore. If these businesses need funding, because just talking about, if they need funding, they have all it takes, they have everything. It should be a non-issue. They should get this funding.
Okay, so women inclusion should be our next topic.
That's not what she's saying. In fact, okay.
Let's move on now and see what we have on the Vanguard paper.
All right, the Vanguard paper, the big story on the Vanguard reads, non-oil exports. Local investors lose out of 4.8 trillion naira boom. And the writers there reads, foreign rivals welding cheap capital, sidestepping export rules, outmuscle local operators. And we have stakeholders decry funding crisis, port bottlenecks. And the final writer there says, analysts demand shift to value addition, NEPC react. And we have a picture of Tinubu returning, arriving in Rome we have the Italy ambassador Mustafa Chagwas welcoming him. And also we have the ASU story. ASU shows federal government insists on strike over resolved demand. And vows to enforce no work, no pay policy. And on the top, we also have Zenith Bank. The good news about Zenith Bank declaring 51.3 billion naira interim dividend payout. And we have 100 billion naira loan spark wars of word between Alia Autumn in Benue. So I think it's still the ASU story, even though we like spoke about it.
Yeah, that's even
during
the same
headline
thing on the front page
of the
Punch
Punch.
this morning.
That's like the big story, and it's funny why it's a big story. Just like what we said,
it feels like it's all too familiar. Why should it even be a big story?
Yeah, but there's something good here. It's a Lagos hospital performed first uro lift surgery in Nigeria. That's for prostates. That's actually very, very big, considering how prostates can actually be in Nigeria. This is actually a very good one. It's good to see good news. So the good news on the Vanguard is Zenith Bank and the Lagos State Hospital performing the uro lift surgery.
So what's going on with the non-oil exports and local investors losing out of 4.8 trillion naira boom? What's the story there? Because I think right now we should be talking about boosting our non-oil export away from oil exports. There's so many other angles, there's so many other sectors that we need to actually get a lot more investment in, and that's why we've been talking about fashion, we're talking about shea butter, all of these things really.
So I think the conversation is about we moving away from raw export commodities to value added products. I think that's like the back and forth between them, because the stating that we don't have to like just stick to raw commodities. We actually have like other value added products that we can actually like export. I think that's the back and forth between them.
Right. Okay. We have to move now. We are out of time. So thank you so much for joining us on the newspaper review as well as the headlines today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is the Business Week with Frank Ibogun. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about? And it's
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning. This is Business Day Television, and welcome to Business Week. We have an interesting lineup of topics for discussion this morning, and I have, as usual, with me in the studio my guest Lolade, who is now editor of Business Day, and of course, Dr. Adeosun, the chief economist of Business Day. Before we get into the conversation today, first the highlights. The federal government is threatening to apply the no work, no rule pay for ASU members who are threatening to vacate the university campuses. The central bank governor is leading the Nigerian delegation to the World Bank IMF meeting in the absence of the finance minister and coordinating minister for the economy, Wale Edun, who is indisposed. President Donald Trump of the United States will today be heading to the Middle East to personally chair a meeting where the Middle East or the Gaza peace plan will be signed. China is warning the United States of very severe repercussions to what is now regarded as a fresh tariff war between both countries. Now to our conversation this morning. For most of last week, business leaders and investors were gathered in Abuja with government officials just to have a review of the economy in the course of the annual Nigerian Economic Summit. So today I'm going to be asking my guests, what are the signs and the lessons that we had that can help us to signpost the status or the health of the Nigerian economy? First to Lolade, you were in Abuja. What is it you learned about the Nigerian economy just listening to the conversation during the economic summit?
Yes, thank you very much for that question, sir. I think everyone, the CEOs gathered in the room, were all in agreement that we are in an era where, you know, the private sector is really and truly becoming this sole driver of the economy. We've seen some very critical reforms that have just essentially spurred private sector activity. The coming on stream of the Dangote refinery has been transformational. And, you know, from the conversations, it's clear that even more business leaders will be placing larger bets on the Nigerian economy this year and in the coming years, because they are convinced that some of the reforms that were necessary to just encourage private sector investments are happening right now. And that's important for us as a country, because even though we have seen some macroeconomic gains, we need it to translate into gains that the average Nigerian can feel, whether it's in terms of job creation, you know, especially. So to hear that CEOs are thinking of, you know, expanding investments in the economy because they're confident about where the economy is headed was really comforting. And it means that every Nigerian should be really excited and looking forward to what is to come. You know, there was also discussion about the Q2 GDP growth that we saw, 4.2%. Business leaders were very keen to point out the fact that that's the first time that the economy is expanding faster than population in many years. And that's another positive, which just goes to show that indeed the reforms are beginning to yield some dividends. But another, I'll say, to summarize, what is important now is, I think we have achieved stability for the economy. It's now time for us to really kick on from where we are now. 4.2% is good, but if you compare it to India, for instance, their second quarter GDP growth was in the range of 7%. So 4% is good. We've stabilized the economy, but it's now time for us to kick on from there and see how we can catalyze even faster economic growth. And listening to business leaders and CEOs talk about, you know, expansion plans and, you know, all those other things, I think we are indeed headed towards that.
Great, thank you. Dr. Diosho, what, in your view, are the things that you heard? And then help us also to talk about what government must do to further accelerate the recovery. So if it is true that the recovery is real, what are the signs? And then, of course, what should government do to ensure that we don't suffer any reversal? That the recovery is actually truly and well underway. I took the pleasure of putting on a slide from the presentation by Bismarck Rewani on Wednesday, where he just took a great look at some macroeconomic indices, looking at on a quarterly basis. And it's really an interesting, and it's right there now. I'm not sure you can see it from here, Dr. Adeosun, but what are the signs you see, and how can government ensure that we can fast track the recovery that some of us are now beginning to talk about?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I think the summit could not have come at a better time, especially 2 years into this administration, and it provided a pivotal moment to reflect on how our recent macroeconomic reforms are translating, or maybe not translating, into prosperity for the majority of the people. Also, I'd like to point out here that the summit quickly highlighted the fact that Nigeria's current challenges is no longer just about stabilization, but the discourse must now shift to sequencing, credibility, execution, and also equity. Hence, the emphasis now on inclusion and inclusivity. The summit also signaled a renewed emphasis on the public-private partnership and relationship. So the quite a number of the indicators. For example, when you look at inflation, is coming down. When you look at the foreign exchange, the dollar is relatively coming down. If you look at our income revenues, is going up. So quite a number of parameters are looking up. However, we still have few, for example, like the poverty indicator, which we'll get into later, not looking too good. So the momentum that has been created must be sustained. We must look at the growth, but how does it touch almost all sectors so that the multiplier effect and impact can be felt? And then we also need to continue to look at the impact on SMEs. The interest rate, for example, is still not favorable for small businesses, and that's the critical mass of employer of labor in Nigeria, and also providing goods and services. Yes. Also, permit me to use the word immunization, the human element of the reforms, palliatives. We don't have to die before we get to the promised land. Otherwise, the promised land would not be meaningful to any of us. So these are some of the things the government, the social safety net and social, how can we quickly cushion this so that the people still remain in faith with the government?
Thank you, sir. Lola, the World Bank at the Economic Summit kept talking about what should now follow. And frequently I heard the phrase big bang. When the government took out the subsidy on petrol in 2023 was a big bang. When the government announced the normalization or the return to orthodoxy when it comes to foreign exchange rate management, it was a big bang. And the question in the hall was, what big bang should the government announce now to further fuel recovery and give it more legs to run?
That's a tough question. I think whatever the government should do, if it really wants to get that big bang effect right now, in terms of just trying to ensure that the reform gains, is spreads across evenly, would be to really tackle food inflation. Now, inflation is a tax on the poor. And the reason why you find that there's a huge disconnect between the macroeconomic recovery we're seeing and, the pockets of, the average Nigerians and household is because inflation has skyrocketed. Now, what the World Bank economist, Dr. Stima, did during their presentation on Tuesday, because they had a separate session as well, was to just essentially highlight certain foods that the poor mostly consume, and then tracked the price growth.
And what are these?
Rice, beans, oil, and then if realized that there's been a five-fold increase in the prices of those food items that the poor five-fold. That's 500%. So that's massive.
Will those prices ever come down?
So that's it. So that's if I think it's possible, but it would take really concerted efforts, not just by government really, even but by the private sector as well, to ensure that we really fix the food inflation crisis we have on our hands. If we can address that, then I think we're closer to. I mean, I've also seen the rebuttal from the government saying that, look, the calculations for the poverty line has changed because of the movement of the exchange rate, but they fail to factor in the fact that inflation has also skyrocketed, which means that
whatever gains from exchange rate that we have lost by inflation.
So back to your question, I think whatever big bang that the government should hope to achieve now should be in terms of just targeting inflation. I think the monetary policy is already at its wit's end. I don't think further tightening of interest rates would solve that anymore. I think it's just essentially fixing the structural bottlenecks that we have in terms of logistics when it comes to food, and just clean up the entire value chain.
Let me further explore this idea of big bang. And when government announced subsidy, it said subsidy gone. So what 3-4 words can define your own big bang in the area of inflation or in the area of food prices? And I'm going to ask Dr. Adeosun the same question. Because I'm looking at an announcement that is clear to everybody, an announcement that is simple, targeted, not just an articulation of the problem. What will it be? There will be water all over Nigeria tomorrow, or whatever. What should that be for you, Lord? And then I'll come to Dr. Adeosun. In no more than 5 words.
I think it would be really to just roll out massive subsidies for production, for farmers at the very tail end of agriculture. If that is possible,
what do you subsidize in agriculture?
Fertilizers, seedlings and the likes. If you can do that, then it drives down the cost of farming.
Okay,
and that can translate into
in your view,
inflation.
Cut the cost of farming by a significant subsidy introduction for farming inputs. Dr. Adeosun, what would your big bang be?
So let me say here quickly that while it's very easy to have a big bang pronouncement with, for example, eliminating subsidies, removing or liberalizing foreign exchange, sometimes for the positives, it's not easy to have a big bang pronouncement, but you can have big bang processes, actions, which will take time.
What would that be for you?
A couple of things, and I'm piggybacking on what Lorade has said. One is security, because if you give farmers fertilizer, even for free, but they can't go to the farm,
then it's worthless.
It's worthless. So security, concerted effort.
So what would that mean? Increase the number of soldiers in the northeast.
Welfare of the
arrival of helicopter guns from America. What would it be?
Intelligence, nipping things in the bud early, mobilization, state policing, better cooperation.
That's too long. You're behaving like a politician here now. But let me just make 2 points very quickly. First is that we recall that the government announced a window for the importation of food items. And I found very interestingly during the summit, the economic summit, because I attended a breakfast session that was addressed by the Minister of Agriculture, and he made a startling revelation. The government imported a total of 250,000 metric tons of maize during the program. At the time that the government announced the importation of maize price has skyrocketed to more than 80,000 per metric ton. Just a simple announcement that we're going to import maize, prices fell to as low as 25,000 per metric ton. And prices have now settled at 35,000 per metric ton. But the most interesting revelation the minister made was that not a single one of the 250 metric tons of maize has been introduced into the market. It's still in the warehouse.
Yeah, we've seen such a significant price.
So what did the government find, or what does the government believe is the situation? Massive hoarding by middlemen who bought the maize after harvest, locked them up, waiting for prices to get to 80,000 before they began to sell. And once the government announced that they were going to import maize, they panicked and they started offloading their maize. In fact, the minister said there are governors in the north who are breaking into warehouses and emptying the hoarded maize. So the question you ask is this a bad trade practice that we're suffering from? Or are we suffering from non-farming as a result of security, as alluded to by Dr. Adeosun?
It's probably a mix of the two.
So how do you solve that? You can't solve that with security.
No. That would mean just dismantling whatever trade barriers that you have for food imports.
How do you take away the incentive for people
to hoard? Yeah. You have to open up the market, allow imports, because at the end of the day, I know that the local producers will complain about not being competitive enough, when compared to their global peers. But if you open up the market, and that's what really fosters real price discovery. If you take down the trade barriers and allow food imports, then you might start to see the true.
Yeah. But have we reached a point where government should now become the middleman, where the government buys and stores and sensibly introduce the product into the market? Can we trust the middlemen? What kind of incentive would you offer to the Nigerian sharks who call themselves middlemen?
So if I can come in here, introduction of when you have a market system, information or lack of it is what people play on. So part of what can be done, for example, is increased digitization. Can we, for example, have electronic records of production, of harvest, of commodities, so that
Probably more of who's buying what and where they are keeping
and
it.
where they are keeping it and when. And then once we can do this, people will know what is available and what is not available, what stock is depletion and what stock is rising. I will not subscribe fully to importation of food, because except of course for products that we cannot grow.
Because as it
We are
is, you
looking
have
at
250,000 metric tons idling away in the warehouse.
in the
Why would
warehouse.
government want to import more
And
food?
sometimes food is best consumed fresh.
Yes.
Sometimes for benefit. So I think again infrastructure comes in here too. If the average person in Lagos can easily order for something from Benue and get it, why do I need the middleman?
Okay. Yeah. So perhaps another big bang could be that government says we want to rehabilitate or build 200 roads in the farming belt in Nigeria.
Just connecting
connecting the farm to the market.
Yeah. That's another thing.
Lagos State did something similar when they opened up markets in all the local governments. I purchased some things from there, and it really worked because they created, maybe used the primary or secondary school, brought farmers there, and there was no middleman. And they controlled the quantity each person could buy, so that don't come there to buy to resell.
So the middleman has become a great enemy of the economy of Nigeria. Would it also make sense, looking at another big bang, for government to say between now and end of 2026, we're going to set up power generation capacity of an additional 5,000 megawatts?
For sure.
That would be significant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that will significantly drive down the cost of doing business.
Or enable private sector to do it, because I'm wary of government.
Well, government can set it up and then sell it immediately after setting it up.
Yeah. They have to lead from the front.
I mean, government has so much money now. What does it do with the money anyway?
Exactly. And we know the risk. That sector is very risk-laden. So the government will need to lead from the front to just de-risk it first. Even before
before refineries of the government.
Well, I'm not talking about the refineries now. What's dead is dead. Some of you still think there is a refinery. We don't. There are no refineries. They're just empty equipment waiting to be cleared. There are no refineries. And so for me, it's to begin to look at new capacity.
Partnership.
Yeah, but I'm not sure there's anyone who will buy those refineries. Would you buy?
No, I'm not talking about refinery. I'm talking about the electric generation companies.
Yes, yeah. I think for me, it's, from the very beginning, you say what you're going to do. We'll set it up. We'll enter into some partnership with some local and foreign interest groups and say, well, we'll set this up, but this is our outcome. This is what we seek.
Yeah.
And then if government is holding 50%, maybe 1 year it sells 10 or 20, the next year it sells another 15. Yeah. And as you go on and the market is getting liberalized, then of course there will be a higher investor interest in picking up those government assets. So
you're right, sir.
Yeah,
very correct. Because I also remember that the Emir Sanusi did make the point that power is actually, when darkness is more expensive, than the most expensive cost of generating power.
Precisely.
Yeah. So I mean, that would also be really transformational in terms of just helping not only to reduce the cost of doing business, but even for households as well.
Yes.
It will improve your purchasing power if you have to spend less generating your own power.
So just target population centers, target economic centers, and without going through the grid, have a direct input or impact on the lives of the people. And in a very short time, you can get in generating badges from China, for instance, as even the President Tinubu did when he was governor of Lagos, 270 megawatts under the Aaron thing. So we have done it before.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, why can't we do it again? It served the purpose then, and I believe we're even more desperate today than we were in 1979 and 1999 to 2007. Okay, we will come back. But before then, let me say that one of the things that I would like to look at before, when we come back from the break, is the matter of the university is going quiet again. I thought we had put that behind us, but it appears in Nigeria afflictions never go away. But this is Business Week, and we'll be back. Please don't go away.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once again, welcome to Business Day Television. This is Business Week, Monday morning roundup of contemporary economic issues that impact both business and life in Nigeria. Before we went on break, we were talking about what we learned about the state or health of the Nigerian economy in the course of the 3 days economic summit in Abuja. On Wednesday last week, the cerebral economist Bismarck Rewane made a presentation at the Lagos Business School breakfast meeting. Bismarck is very restrained when it comes to analyzing the economy, one of the most conservative economists that I have seen. He's asked himself a very rhetoric question. Is recovery, economic recovery in Nigeria on the way? And he also answered and said, yes, it is on the way. This morning, we will present 2 slides from that presentation. One of them looks at some macroeconomic indices over a number of quarters, at least 4 quarters, so that you yourself can make a sense out of it and see for yourself whether, as Bismarck now agrees, that the economy is recovering or not. So let's take a look at that at the first slide, and we'll come to a second slide that shows the level of foreign exchange reserve and the accretion that we have seen over the years. So Lolade, what can we learn from this slide?
Okay, so looking at it, the first line there about the exchange rate, I'm just looking at September 2025. Now you see that the rate is at around 1,550 naira to the dollar, and Mr. Iwani expects that by the end of the year, on average for Q4, we would have 1,545, which is lower than the rate we have today.
Let me just ask you before you go on. What happened to those doomed predictions that Naira will be at 1,900 or 2,100 by the end of 2025?
Truth is, I never believed any of those predictions. I was never one to even talk much about it because I didn't see the fundamentals to come to that conclusion. Truth is, if you look at the foreign exchange market now, it's at its most liquid in many years. The total trade volumes on the official foreign exchange market in the first 8 months of this year has already eclipsed the entirety of 2024. And we already started seeing reforms in 2024.
Incredible.
Yeah, because leading up to 2024, even that figure was higher than previous years.
Yes.
So that's really significant. And we're seeing that rubbing off positively on the exchange rate.
Yes.
Truth is, we have had, even despite the fact that there's been a lot of pain that has been triggered as a result of the higher interest rates, but it's been very favorable for foreign investors, and that's why they've been putting their money where their mouth is. You see that foreign portfolio inflows into the country has surged by over 30% in the space of 6 months. So that's really massive, and that has also reflected in the exchange rate projections that I'm seeing. We also know that oil production has been fairly stable.
Relatively better than last year.
Yes, and then another factor that most people rarely talk about is the fact that, yes, on one end, we're boosting our exports, but what is also important is that we have also cut down imports. We know how much we used to spend on imports.
Precisely.
Petroleum
I was talking to some guys who have operations at the wharf, and when they began to explain to me the sharp, dramatic reduction in level of activity at the ports on the back of dropping importation, I was surprised myself. Because I didn't quite, avert my mind to that at all.
Yeah, it was one of our biggest imports.
So we are exporting more, and data now suggests we are importing less as well.
Exactly, which has left us with a favorable trade balance. I mean, we had a trade surplus in the first half of 2025, close to $7 billion. So that's obviously rubbing off on the exchange rates.
And then you add to that the impact of the Dangote refinery.
Exactly, which means that we're now able to even export petroleum products
and earn dollars.
Precisely. So that's it's all round positive for me. In fact, I'm slightly more optimistic than an average exchange rate of 1,545 in Q4. But let's see how it goes. I'm sure that Mr. Bismarck Iwani is just a very, very conservative economist.
As he has always been.
Exactly.
Yes. So, Dr. Adeosun, what more can we glean from Bismarck's data?
Yeah. So from the slides there, of course, you will also see that additionally that the price of oil dropped marginally from 69.2 and to 67.70,
which is a slight negative.
But we should also prepare for that, especially if this peace deal in the Middle East comes through, and so that will help in factor our planning. Of course, we can counter that if we are able to shore up continue to increase production.
But so, it appears as if OPEC already senses that, which is why the amount of increase that it allowed a week ago in terms of increase in quota was much less than had been thought. And that helped oil price, to remain stable or even inch upward slightly.
And I think that's a smart move, so that the net revenue of the, partner countries does not nosedive, as the case may be. Of course, we are also very familiar with the MPR for the first time in a long while.
4 years or 5 years?
Yeah, it has now reduced, which shows some easing off on the pressure and then the tension around, that's major parameters.
Fantastic.
Let me also add that if you look at PMI, the Purchasing Managers
Index, I think that's another significant
big index. One. Typically, the PMI is a leading indicator of what is to come. GDP growth figures is more like a lag. Exactly.
So it's about what has happened.
Precisely.
So PMI tells us about what's to come.
Exactly. So if you look at the numbers here, 55.3 points in August. That's pretty high because anything above 50 signals expansion. So if we're coming from 4.2% growth in Q2 and we're seeing numbers like this for August and September, then it means that we might be on course for even higher or faster GDP growth in Q3.
Which perhaps makes people a bit more comfortable with the idea in government that they could be aiming for something like 7% GDP growth at some point in the next 18 months or so. Now let's take a look at the second slide. Yes.
I just wanted to add that we should speak to one of the parameters now, which is the money supply. We will see that in July, money supply was at 19.9, and by August it had nosedived to 15.8. Even though we anticipate around 16.0 in Q4.
Yes.
The import of that is that if money supply is reducing, chances that inflation will reduce.
Come even down.
So this is being driven essentially by the CBN, just trying to mop up liquidity.
Yes, mopping up liquidity.
Interesting. And before I go to the next slide, let me just make the point, what I had in the course of the summit in Abuja. The increase of the lodgements by state government into non-TSA accounts. Of course, the central bank has now increased CR on that to 75%.
True.
I hear, and indeed from Bismarck, actually, that could be affecting something close to 800 billion naira. So the CBN is really going after soft money.
Yes.
And as you have said, we should expect to see inflation climb down even further. Now let's take a look at the second slide. Second slide essentially just highlights what's happening in when it comes to foreign exchange reserve. So what should we take note of in Lorade and Dr. Adeosun?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's gladdening to see
there is a forecast for end of year. They expect some Eurobond to come, which could take reserves of something like $45 billion.
Yeah. I mean, that the essence of robust foreign exchange reserves that we're seeing today is that it gives confidence to investors, that they can bring in their money and they can easily get their money out when they want to leave. We've not always had that cushion in the last so to see this now is really a morale booster for investors, some of which are still on the sidelines and still watching to be sure whether Nigeria is really investable. Because the truth is, even though you have high interest rates on some of the government securities, what is important for a foreign investor is, if I want to take my profit out, can I take money out? So what this means is that Nigeria is more than capable of settling whatever dollar obligations that it has, whether it's for foreign investors who are trying to repatriate profit or servicing dollar denominated loans like Eurobonds. So this is positive as well, and should also, I mean, what we're saying $41 billion. I think that number has even gone higher now to $42 billion. And it provides 10 months of import cover, which is, I mean, all around positive.
Significant,
Yes, all around positive, and should just essentially translate into a stronger exchange rate, really.
So, Dr. Adeosun, what should government do to just maintain this trajectory?
So I think a lot of things are looking good. Our trade surplus is appreciating. Our imports is reducing on a lighter note, and some of the actions of other players, for example, like what US is doing. So even the capacity of Nigerians to go school abroad somewhat is reducing, which also has impacts on the foreign exchange.
And you have more foreign schools setting up shop in Nigeria.
Setting up shops in Nigeria as well.
And so on and so forth. And then, so all these the variables and dynamics, I think, are in our favor, and things are really looking good. It's also very instructive. You'll notice that when this administration started 2 years ago, they quickly paid off some money for the airlines and so on and so forth. So that builds investor confidence.
It did.
And to add, I mean, it's also important that, I mean, all of our conversation has really been centered around investor confidence for foreign portfolio investors. You asked a question, sir, about what must be done to sustain this. Truth is, FPI is hot money. It comes and goes without any notice. It's time for us to also start
there is an estimate of around $9 billion of that. Currently held in Nigeria.
Correct. So it's time for us now to start thinking about stimulating or catalyzing foreign direct investments. That's more stable. That also feeds into your external reserves, and then ensures that you don't have the wild swings that happens with movement
with
of
FPI.
Exactly.
Let me also add that we should also stimulate remittances. Let's encourage
diaspora remittances.
Yes, bring the money back, not just for consumption, for investment.
I believe, for instance, that Nigeria should have a special rate for remittances, as India had for a very, very long time.
It makes sense.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will now pivot to talking about the ASU strike. Never seen anything more debilitating. Never seen anything more disgraceful than when doctors and teachers choose to abandon their patients and their students in the name of a strike action. What do you think? Government is now threatening no work, no pay. Is that medicine after the death, or is that something to solve this problem?
So, sir, when I had that no work, no pay, I chuckled. I chuckled because I said, why did I hear this phrase when Pengassin declared the strike? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Now, it's important to note the genesis of this. No matter how you read the conversation, you keep seeing a referral to 2009. This is 2025.
Yeah.
It's just a show of shame how we have not paid sufficient attention. Again, I took the pain because of today preparing for this session. I read how initially when ASU gave notice, the government really did not move until like 2 or 3 days to the end. And they are now trying to blackmail them. Look, we need to take more action. You just can't be meeting without implementing the resolution.
Yeah, but let me ask you the question. I mean, how many strike actions have we seen over this since 2009? It hasn't solved anything. Why should university teachers, who are some of the brightest brains in the country, choose to do the same thing over and over again, and they're expecting a different result?
What else can they do? And some of them, you will be shocked, sir, that we have high attrition in Nigerian universities. Almost all Nigerian federal universities today are short-staffed. And it's not the average lecturer that is going. It's the exceptional one. Who is losing?
But again, is this just about an intransigent government? Is it about intransigent lecturers, or does it indeed uncover the rot at the very foundation of university education in Nigeria?
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter, because I think it's
Nigerian parents don't want to pay more university fees, but they expect good education from teachers.
There is a mismatch there.
Oh, come off it.
Education is expensive.
Everywhere in the world.
Everywhere in the world. But I think it's also this. I mean, this whole strike issue has been ensuing now since 2009 or even longer.
Even longer.
I think it's an indictment on the government. We have not paid good enough attention to human development. And I think that should be human capital development. I think that should be part of the reforms. Yeah, we're talking about fuel subsidy removal, liberalization, but part of the reforms that we also need to start to see is the government just being deliberate and intentional about human capital development. If you look at Nigeria's human capital development score, it's about 0.36, which means that the average, the Nigerian child today has a 36% chance of being as productive as he or she could be. You compare that to Indonesia, and it's 0.7, which is much higher, like almost double Nigeria's case. Ghana is 0.5. Okay. We can do better in terms of...
Enough of the prognosis, or diagnosis. What should government do? 3 things that the government should do. 1.
I think the pay needs to rise. I mean, it's what has been for the parents or for Nigerians who have kids in universities or are going to university as well. Or I think they need to come to that realization that education is not cheap. They need to be prepared to pay more if they want to get better quality education. The government needs to also be ready to ensure that staff salaries are reviewed, because I mean, one of the reasons why we suffer so much from brain drain today is because of the mess that we have.
Do we have too many universities?
Perhaps we do, because if most of the universities are understaffed, then why do we have so many universities in the first place? I think what is important is the quality, not necessarily the quantity of universities that you have. So I think that's an area.
You have said salaries should go higher. Yeah. How does government pay more salaries with virtually no tuition?
So that's why tuition needs to go high as well. It needs to go up from where it is.
Will the people accept it?
Well, it's part of sensitization. People would have thought it unimaginable that under their lifetime they will see fuel subsidy removal, but it happened.
So perhaps what government should do is just focus on maybe one university in each of the geographical zones, and just say we're going to pilot with this one.
Precisely, and then others can see and learn from that.
We're going to pull out and even appoint independent managers for the universities, and allow them to charge within a particular band.
Exactly.
And let a regulator come in to begin to work around that.
Yeah.
Because, as I said earlier, good education costs money.
Yeah.
The government college, Umuahia, many years ago, one of the brightest, best secondary schools in the country. After so many years of engagement, former or old boys of the school persuaded the government to hand over the schools to them. The government did. In 2-3 years, today, that school every year records more than 3 times the number of applications for admission than it can cater for.
Wow. That's good. I mean, which is a sign of quality.
What shocks me is, why haven't other states learned from that example? And we're talking about secondary school now.
Yeah.
Let's talk about universities.
Yeah.
There's no reason why every university should charge the same tuition fee.
Yeah. I mean, I know that in my case, because I attended King's College, and I know that we have a very vibrant Old Boys Association as well.
Yes.
And we've been angling to really try to see what we can do to rescue, but the government hasn't.
No, but the government is just, it's just still. It's the way it took government so long to let go of petrol subsidy.
Yeah.
Continue to think that, it's protecting the people by giving them worthless education in the name of no fees. It's not going to work.
It's never going to work.
So if, permit me to share some contrarian view here.
Yes.
To also enrich the conversation.
Yes.
Again, because we can draw analogies. So if we say, the school fees is small, and so government cannot pay salaries. So are we also going to say for the hospitals that the amount patients pay is small, so government cannot pay doctors?
No, but why do the elite not? Why is it that the elite don't go to government hospitals?
I'm going somewhere. You see, in economics, there's what we call public good. Public good.
What do you define as public good now? Worthless education?
No.
What's public good?
Please, allow me to share my thoughts here.
Yeah,
Go on. You see, there are problems and there are solutions. Do you know how much Harvard University gets from endowment? I'm not talking school fees.
No, I'm coming to that.
How do you focus on endowments?
So hold on. Hold on.
Let me also add, fund has come in now.
Yes.
So you can't claim school fees is the problem, because whatever the school fees is now fund that is paying for many people.
I'm not exactly sure how much is the annual grant from NEL Fund or annual loan from NEL Fund.
I'm not sure there's a peg.
But the point is, and this is very important.
Yes.
You have a child, a son in the university. You don't want to pay the fees, but you want the university to go and raise endowment from other parents. What sense does that make?
But there have been beneficiaries from this school from University of Ibadan.
Hold it.
University of Lagos.
Hold
UNN.
it.
Alumni.
No. You cannot grow endowment without first having some sense of a surplus on an annual basis. It is that surplus that gives you the courage to begin to say, okay, we've done our best. Let's go outside to go and get people to come and help us build our endowment fund. I don't like the argument where a parent raises his hand up, he cannot do anything, and he has a child and he's asking other parents to pay the fees of his child. Why did you have the child in the first place? Well, is it by force?
Technically, the child belongs to the state on a lighter note. But let me
no. That's a mistake.
Let me quickly
the child belongs to the parents.
Yeah.
Belongs to the family.
I hear you, and I agree.
And the primary responsibility for the upbringing of that child lies with the parents.
Yeah. We get, but there are multiple perspectives.
There's no multiple perspective.
So let me also quickly add there that our universities and tertiary institutions too should work on, for example, patent solutions. Universities are solution centers. So when you provide, for example, solutions to Dangote Refinery, Unilever, Cadbury, they will bring in money on for R&D and collaborate. So when we talk about endowment, don't look at it as altruistic.
No,
Samsung brings money, then you come up with solutions that help with innovation.
Dr.
We take back to the government industry.
You attended one of the best universities in Nigeria. I'm not saying that endowment is not good. But I have a problem with you running away from asking parents to pay the right tuition. That's my problem with you. Pay the right tuition, get endowment, but you know what? Ensure efficiency in the way university administrations run their universities. Some of the greatest stories of corruption come out of these universities. Mismanagement, fraud come out of these universities. And the reason why it goes on is government money.
Sir, is the level of your exposure. Let me say this.
That's how subsidy was employed. It's government money.
Free education through Obafemi Awolowo will not have the mind to pay. They are a product of subsidy themselves.
No, hold on.
Historically.
See, hold on.
Yes.
I think the problem I have is the universities anywhere should not all charge the same fees.
True.
When
scholarship opportunities for indigent people.
When our son was admitted into Oxford University, in 10 minutes, I got 8 emails from Oxford University. I remember vividly. It's about 15 years now. I remember very vividly. One of those emails was a yellow colored sheet that was emailed to me and my wife. And he simply asked the question. We have checked and we have seen that your son is not an EU citizen. Can you ascertain with this form that you are able to pay his university fees? And myself and my wife said, if we have to sell things, we will sell. But we will pay. And we filled the form and sent it back immediately. And you are telling me that children are the responsibility of government?
All stakeholders.
Come on. It's part of the reason why Nigeria is where it is. Yeah. People are just failing to take their responsibility. Government fails, parents fail, families fail, societies fail, labor fail, everybody just fail, hoping that the next person will pick up the responsibility. It doesn't work that way. University education is expensive everywhere in the world. And there is no reason why there shouldn't be. Take Covenant University, for instance. It doesn't charge the same fees as University of Ibadan charges.
Or the Pan-Atlantic University.
And one day they will have an endowment fund. Given the way they are going. And nobody will be surprised. Anyway, we will never come to, when it comes to Nigeria, you never find a consensus. I just believe that education is not cheap. And if that is one deterrent or one thing to deter people who think they can have countless number of children, perhaps let it be. And I think on that note, we will bring our conversation today to a close. Once again, this is Business Week. We will see you on Monday. Thank you very much.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car, protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. There's a new name at the helm of Nigeria's electoral body and it's already sparking conversations across the country. Professor Joash Ojo Amupitan, a respected legal scholar and former Dean of Law at the University of Jos, has been appointed as the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. His arrival comes at a critical time for Nigeria's democracy when public trust in the electoral process is still being rebuilt after the 2023 general elections. Many are asking what kind of leadership he will bring to INEC. Can he deliver transparency, fairness, and reform in an institution often caught between politics and public expectation? This morning on the big story, we'll unpack what Professor Amupitan's appointment really means, who stands to gain or lose politically, and what Nigerians should expect from this new era at INEC. Joining me to discuss this is Barrister Jide Ologun, is a public affairs analyst and governance advocate. Welcome to the show, Barrister Jide.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much for joining us. Let's begin with your first impression. What do you make of Professor Amupitan's appointment as the INEC chairman?
Thank you very much. I think at this stage, he's still just a nominee because the president will need to forward his name to the Senate for confirmation. But having said that, yes, he has a very impressive pedigree. And I should say he's fit for that assignment. And as we wait for the Senate to confirm him, he has served diligently. He's sound, in terms of professional practice. And of course, he's familiar with the electoral terrain in Nigeria. And he has been nominated in line with the powers conferred on the President of Nigeria under the Constitution. And what the President has done is to present him first to the Council of State. And the Council of State is empowered by Section 153 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. So we now wait for the Senate intervention to approve or not to approve. And when he's approved, there are obvious assignments waiting for him in INEC, which has been on the front burner for those stakeholders that are seeking for elections that are transparent, that are fair and credible to hold in Nigeria, particularly when you talk about procedural gaps that have been experienced in recent elections in the country. So those challenges are waiting for him in office.
The message that you think that this, you said it's not an appointment, it's a nomination. So what's the message that this nomination sends about the government's commitment to electoral reforms?
See, his nomination has little to do with the electoral reforms needed in Nigeria if he does not step out there to do the needful. And let me take us back in history. If you go back to the First Republic, the electoral chief of Nigeria was one Mr. Eyo Ita Eso for the 1964-1965 election. And do you know what happened? This man, he resigned. In fact, he resigned in a very interesting manner. He wrote his resignation letter and kept it on the table and disappeared because of the, according to him, the mischief makers amongst the politicians. So it's not really about who comes to occupy that space, but the system that we run, the structure that we have in Nigeria. And I think going down the lane of history, the first time that we had an election that was globally acclaimed to be free, fair, and credible and transparent was in 1993, the MKO Abiola election. And you saw what eventually happened. The government of IBB annulled that election. So it's all about whether if he steps in there, the system, the structure will allow him to deploy righteousness. I mean, talking about these electoral reforms, the Electoral Act was amended to introduce electronic devices. We talk about the beavers, the IREF, but you and I know that during some previous elections, those facilities were not properly deployed by the superstructure. You see, I talk about infrastructure and superstructure. Infrastructures are those things you bring to support the efforts of the superstructure, and the superstructure is the man. So if those things are put in place and they don't function effectively, what do you do? And if those who are expected to handle the procedures compromise, what do you do? So I think we need to move to the point where there are consequences and we implement the laws of the land against electoral offenders. And that's another big question in Nigeria. Going through the elections we have had recently in the country, you can boldly say that majority of electoral offenses have been committed, but how many of those culprits have been brought to justice? So that's the issue. And you find Nigeria as an environment where the political warlords are so powerful and influential that they can ignore the law. For instance, before the previous INEC chairman left office, he was complaining about the breach of Section 94 of the Electoral Act, which stipulates that campaign should not start earlier than 150 days before the actual election. And then, according to him, some people have started campaigning, but who will be held responsible? And talking about reform, in that particular section of the Electoral Act I mentioned, there is no clear penalty for breaching that provision. It's only in subsection 2 that talks about stopping your campaign 24 hours before the actual election, that, prescribe 500,000 naira penalty, or maybe imprisonment to add to it. So you realize that we have not put an effective and sufficient bar against electoral malpractices in Nigeria. So recently in Kano State, during the election, the recent election, somebody was caught with about 26 million naira cash meant for vote buying, only for the person to say that it was meant for the welfare of party agents. And I know that in the criminal justice ecosystem, you have 3 strong pillars: thorough investigation, diligent prosecution, and a committed judiciary. But you see know that when these offenses are committed, sometimes it may be used to even lobby for defection and things like that. After all, at a time, a political party chairman spoke clearly that all you need to do is cross per party and your sins are forgiven. So we need to build a structure that is willing to allow the rule of law to start with. And whoever comes into that space will be managed by the system we have. But as it is right now, some are afraid that it may be the maxim of he who pays the piper dictates the tune.
Exactly what with my next question, because I was going to ask you, some Nigerians are raising concerns about the process and also the timing of this, you said nomination. So I'm hearing your interpretation, but if you could throw more light on that, because given his background in law and academia, would you say that he is prepared for the political pressures that could come with this role?
Yes, he should be prepared. I mean, I mentioned that given his pedigree. But let me give us instances in terms of the office and the person coming to occupy the office. In the first term of former President Muhammadu Buhari, one Dr. Ibe Kachuku was appointed as the Minister of State for Petroleum, if you recall. And everybody applauded it. Oh, fantastic pedigree and everything. In fact, he came out at that time to say NNPC will start producing electricity, and but what happened? The man was frustrated out of office. You see, so at the macro level, there are political warlords that can cage in the electoral institution. And that is why many question the independence of the INEC per se. you know. And of course, if you look at Nigeria critically, it appears that the checks and balances we read about when we studied civic in school, it doesn't have a strong arena on the governance platform. And that is why many will tell you at the end of the day, they say, go to court. And of course, when you get to court, people also have their concerns in that environment. And so it's for him to decide to do what is right. It's an opportunity if he gets there. But let me also, I think I've spoken about that.
Mm-hmm.
Professor Hopkins Wosu decided to do the right thing in 1993. He was shortchanged, but he was boxed into a corner. He went into oblivion for a long time before coming out to write a book. And eventually the man has died to join his elders. And thereafter, the head of state of Nigeria, then, Ibrahim Babangida, wrote a book confessing that Abiola actually won that election. And what has happened to IBB? IBB had immunity when he was head of state, or not out of office. So these are the issues in Nigeria. These are the issues. So you can imagine, even when that book was launched, it raised billions of naira from present and past politicians. So we appear to be in an environment where the institutions may be at the call and beg and mercy of some powerful stakeholders. And that is contrary to the doctrine of the rule of law. The principles of the rule of law say all individuals and institutions in a society are subject to the laws of the land. And so he may want to come and do what is right, but there are always pressure. And let me move us to the word of God. If you look at Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 4, Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 4 says is that the law is paralyzed because the righteous is surrounded by the wicked, and they prevent justice from proceeding. And when this justice is proceeding, it is already perverted. And that is the case. And that's why we are asking. Look at NNPC, for instance. Has Nigeria benefited from that institution that should manage our principal resource in Nigeria? The first refinery was commissioned in 1965 by Shell. And thereafter, we added another 3 at the national level. All of them moribund today. Is it because we have not had, doctors and highly professional individuals going to manage NNPC? The answer is no. You have different personalities, those with international academic qualifications, but the system, like some of us are asking, who are the oil thieves in Nigeria? Look at the insecurity in Nigeria. We have major generals, we have high-level security agents managing, occupying the space of the chief of army staff, chief of naval staff, chief of air staff, chief of defense staff, and all this, But have we been able to tame the monster of insecurity in this country? So it's all about a national decision to be patriotic and to do what is right. But the word of God says righteousness exalts a nation. So that is where we are right now. And permit me to bring a comparison. We struggle so much and we embark in a lot of drama in Nigeria in terms of our electoral processes. In Switzerland, there are 3 levels. When you talk of the democracy, you have the canton, you have the state, and you have the federal. And do you know, even on some major projects, for instance, construction of infrastructure, roads, and things like that, they all have to vote the 3 levels. And if the federal and state vote in support and the canton does not vote in support, that project won't fly. That is democracy. So nobody can lord it over anybody. And that's why you see prosperity in that environment. That's why you see political stability. But in a country where even post-elections, there are several court cases, tribunal and everywhere hitting the polity, and So you just can come to a conclusion that we still have a long way to go. So I do not envy this man. And like I said, if eventually he scales through the Senate screening, I wish him the best. But he should be
Right.
prepared to front the political warlords.
All right, Barrister Jide, we understand that the 2023 elections actually left behind questions about credibility, questions about transparency. What do you think could be done differently to rebuild public trust at this time?
You know, the scripture says, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The righteous can pray, that is one of it. But the basic thing is that the righteous should repair that foundation. And that has been the center of my discussion this morning, that we need to allow institutions operate in line with vision. I just told us now something peculiar with our country. When you talk of electoral crisis, it didn't start in the Fourth Republic, as far back as the First Republic. You know, so some of us read about the Operation Weighty and everything. And again, when we talk of government, is it a business environment? And of course, it has become a high yield environment. For instance, when you have a National Assembly where senators earn 21 million naira per month, in a country that the minimum wage is 70,000 naira, you must prepare for stampede in that environment. So let me compare the UK. Recently, we read the deputy prime minister resigned. For what offense? Of underpaying stamp duties on the property she purchased. That is a sound example. In fact, when elections take place in some countries, you don't read about them. You hardly hear about crisis. Germany, the chancellor in Germany has passed over the baton to another one. How many stories did we read about going to court, fighting and protesting and things like that? So we have our own peculiarities, and that is why many are concerned that, oh, how is this man going to cope? Because politicians are desperate. Look at what just happened in Rivers State. The declaration of the state of emergency there. The several, I think there were about 3 local government elections, Rivers State. At the end of the day, the last one that held under the sole administrator Ibas produced a preempted result, 20 local government areas to APC in a PDP controlled state, you can imagine, and 3 to PDP. And at the end of the day, when the constitutionally empowered members of the House of Assembly decided to query the accountability of the state of emergency 6-month tenure, the sole administrator responded that he wasn't accountable to them. He was even escorted reportedly to Aso Villa by EFCC and then I think DSS. And then the next thing we were reading about is that the secretariat in Rivers State went on fire. So you look at the shake-up in Rivers State just because 2 political gladiators, talking about Governor Fubara and the former governor Nyesom Wike, were battling for control of the political machinery in that state. So those are issues of concern. So like I said earlier, I do not envy Amokuto if he gets into that office. But you have 2 options to flow with the currents of the pressure from the gladiators, or to do the needful, fear God, do the right thing, and reposition INEC to earn the trust of the global community and the citizens in the country. Otherwise, if the pressures do not allow him to do that, then he resigns.
Right.
That's aside. After all, in the UK, when Liz Truss realized she could not cope with the mandate of office, she resigned. Not anybody forcing her to resign. So, and those are the issues before us. But basically, we need a national rebirth where we will choose to do the right thing at the right time and at all times.
All right, Barrister Jide, because we are pressed for time, just very quickly, if you were to mention some 3 reforms that you think that the INEC urgently needs, could you just highlight them very briefly? 3 reforms that you think INEC urgently needs. And also, if you're watching closely for its first 100 days, that's if Professor Amupita comes in, what are some of those indicators you'll be watching closely for? So just basically indicators you'll be watching closely for in its first 100 days, and 3 reforms that you think that the INEC urgently needs.
Thank you very much. Some are already there. The Electoral Act has been amended to pave way for IT intervention. Allow them further amend the Electoral Act to make it mandatory, to make the mandate. That is the essence of talking about mandate, and not discretionary. INEC still have some procedural discretion that may not make those provisions effective. Then how do you deal with these electoral offenders effectively in the country, so that there are consequences and you prevent repeat crime against the land? And of course, how do you ensure that the INEC team are above board rather than compromising and caving in the pressures from political gladiators in the country? And if all these are done and we allow the procedures to be clean and right, then we can earn our place of trust as a country that can offer free, fair, and credible elections. You can imagine that in the US, despite all the controversies around Donald Trump, the people expressed themselves through the ballots, and then nobody went to court or anything. And then it was accepted, and Donald Trump is there right now. That's what we are saying. The sovereignty in this country belongs to the people. So every reform needed to ensure that people come out to vote, because right now there's a strong apathy in the country. People are abandoning that. They don't believe in the electoral processes anymore. Many people have absconded and left it to the power brokers. So we need to restore that confidence in the electoral processes. And those are some of the assignments for him. And I pray that if he scales through, he will receive the grace and wisdom to manage his internal and external publics to restore that confidence.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Jide Ologun, for joining us this morning on The Big Story. Thank you very much for your insights today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria. Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Business Day Television.
Attention bees, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the social listening segment. This is where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, I'm joined by Valentine.
Present. Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine.
That's the present as if we're in class.
Present. You must have been a very obedient student.
I was a social prefect in school.
Oh, so social prefects are always fun.
That was after I was quite stubborn, to be honest. And they had to say, look, you know what, let us just play good cop, bad cop with this man instead of getting angry. This boy at that time, just give him some responsibility. So I became a social prefect out of default.
Oh, because you were stubborn.
I was
because usually in my own high school, it was always the fun, social, mostly those boys that could dance.
Yes, actually I could dance.
Yeah, so most times it was always all those, those boys that could dance, and somehow before you know, they just get this rite of passage to be social prefect.
Anyways.
All right, let's talk about schools. We're still actually even talking about schools this morning. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has declared a 2-week total and comprehensive warning strike across all public universities in Nigeria. The ASU National President, Professor Chris P. Wuna, made the announcement during a press briefing at the University of Abuja. He said the strike, which begins today, Monday, October 13th, follows the expiration of the 14-day notice earlier issued to the government. The union accuses the federal government of failing to fully implement agreement on welfare funding and the 2009 ASU FGN Pact. That's the news coming out of social media this morning. First, I know that there's no shock here. There's no what's that thing called? There's no surprise factor.
No surprise
there's
package. Just straight to the point.
It's just what it is. I don't know if there could be a lasting solution that could actually end this recurring university strikes in Nigeria. Because to be fair, talking about the story today, I was a little bit last night. I was considering if we should change the stories. After speaking the story, I'm like, is this story even worth talking about? Because I feel like it's been overflowed. But yeah, we still have to have the conversation, because I see it as something that, in fact, just as we said earlier during the headline, when Debbie said we could maybe add it to our curriculum. I feel like it's just something that's become too regular, too usual, it's to me, it's now boring, to be honest. I don't like students made to suffer every time ASU and the government clashes. It's just crazy. But on the flip side, like I said, when I was in university, I remember it was so regular that students used to even say that, oh, when is ASU strike? Like when they're feeling bored and tired.
Get a hall pass.
Yeah, so you could get a break. So, well, I have no ASU strike this time. So you could get a break. And you know, it used to be said that in your university years, you must go through an ASU strike at least once
to actually feel that you went to university.
It's so crazy that it has become so entrenched, so usual that in your whatever years, whether 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, depending on your situation, you will experience an ASU strike. It's crazy.
Honestly speaking, there's no other way to say it other than, like you said, it is crazy. But you see, I keep saying something, I'll say it again. And most international psychologists have said it over and over again. When you do something the same way and you keep getting the same result and you keep doing it, that is a recipe for insanity. Something is not correct. I think we have gotten to a point where we are no longer an emerging nation. We are now a grown, matured nation at 65, if I'm not wrong. And you see, it's even happening in a month that is this, there's supposed to be a patriotic month. What does it mean? What this means is simple, that we have gotten to a point where we need to begin to change and check our strategy. The strategy in which ASU has been using, and don't get it wrong, right? There's no way trying to speak for or against ASU or the government. Okay. Is we speaking generally, because when these two elephants fight, we already know who suffers. So I would say point blank and then, call a spade a spade. I think there's some hidden partnership going on. Okay. I think some people in the government
between ASU and the government.
Yes.
What kind of conspiracy? We are a conspiracy theorist.
I must tell you, because look at it now. This thing has been going back to back for more than 10, 15, 20 years.
So
I think right now,
what's the need for them?
Good question. So it's either the government has now seen that for what it's worth, we can distract people by allowing them to on their own come up with this idea of strike by starving them of their money, because they will have this money. I'm coming somewhere. Let's be honest. When something becomes so prevalent and so consistent, then you begin to ask yourself a question. Is this the matter of the more you see, the less you understand? Because if federal government, as we know, spends billions and trillions in other areas that are not even as priority or as important as this educational sector, which means something is not correct. I would not even want to qualify it by we saying that they are putting their round pegs in square holes. I would say the way it is, which is what I'm saying right now. I think there is a conspiracy theory going on, right? There seem to be some checkers that we're not seeing. So it is now time for us now to say, wait a minute, can we, the people, the parents of these children, can we, the people, those who are not even in university yet, can we, the people, those who are in other sectors who are relying on the educational sector to chunk out well-seasoned graduates to come and actually get into other parts of our society and part of the economy, to grow the economy, but yet they're still chunking out half-baked students because of continuous strikes back and forth and inadequacy in the university? Can we, the people of a different sector now say, let us look into this thing and now say, come ASU, federal government, are both of you in bed. What is this thing? Why am I saying so? I will tell you. It is a bitter pill, but we must swallow it. It will make us well. If, like I said, we keep doing something over and over and over again and getting the same result, what's the result we're getting here? Simple. Oh, you need your money? We'll give you small money. Call off the strike. Give some money, call off the strike. The question now is, what is in for ASU by saying, taking that small money? Because there's no way to call off the strike if they're not giving them something. Something must come out of it.
Okay,
that something is a corruption right there.
Okay, I'm still a little bit.
So I'm saying
a little bit confused.
Yes,
what they stand to gain if
yes.
they partner, you know, mind you, I know this is it's just you giving a conspiracy theory, but what's the gain for ASU? What's the gain for federal government?
So, it's important I say this. When federal government holds back some funds, if what we have a banking system, so that money or monies as the case may be, the longer it stays in the bank, banks don't want to collect all your money.
So it's yielding.
Yes. So you see, when we say, look, you know what, ASU, we will give your money that we're owing you in 6 months, but truth be told, we'll delay it a little bit for like 1 year.
So what's the gain for ASU?
Good and fine. Let's be honest. How else do you think ASU should be seen as working? How else do you think ASU, right, should be termed as efficient, if not by strike?
Okay, I get you. Let's see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. You know, it's very interesting to see a different side. I completely really see where you're coming from. Amechi says, ASU, if you embark on this strike, don't call it off until your demands are met. Enough of all this on and off academic program in our universities. More reactions to this story. Apostle Adelowo says ASU should be disabled. They've lived beyond their usefulness. They contribute to the success of private universities in Nigeria through their useless and meaningless strikes, always fighting for money.
There we go.
Yemi of Web3 says, at this point, I feel the government deliberately let this thing happen over and over again to reduce the number of students that graduate every year, or at most increase the number of years they should use normally. No, he's coming from a different angle though. Herbert Ovation says, tomorrow they will enter a negotiation, pay them tips and call it off. After 3 months, they'll be back with some tactics like market days. No one takes them serious. You know, it's very interesting to see Nigerians seeing it from this perspective. But you know, I actually, you gave me food for thought in what you said. You talked about how else will we see ASU as working? Because really, I'm thinking about it. If there's no strike, if there's no, what would be the work? But I think there can be more things. They were not created for strikes. So, it could be about making sure that the welfare of staff is met. You know, there's so many other administrative needs that could be met without even taking strikes. But we have to move away from this conversation. Let's move away and talk about crypto trading. Now, it's been reported that crypto traders have taken their lives after losing huge sums of money in the recent market crash. In Ukraine, popular crypto trader Konstantin Galich took his life after losing millions in the recent market crash. In India, Era Navin, Ramaling Swami and Naminka Singh and 20-year-old Ankit also died after suffering heavy crypto losses, and many others across different countries that faced the same fate. The global crypto market, once worth over $3 trillion, has crashed to almost half its value, with Bitcoin and other major coins dropping sharply. Rising interest rates, strict regulations, and failed exchanges triggered massive losses. Many traders who invested their savings or borrowed to trade were left in debt, and some, unable to cope with the losses, ended their lives. I think it's really sad. Crypto came at a time when young people, times have changed, generations have changed. We have a generation now that wants to make money quickly without doing like, the work of crypto is much, but it's different. Back in the days, the kind of work that people needed to do, you know, you need to be a doctor, be a whatever, teacher is out of it. Doctor, lawyer. I remember there was a game, the doctor, lawyer, farmer, agriculture, so doctor, lawyer, whatever. Those were the professions that seemed like it would give you the money, but it was lots of work to do. But crypto just seemed like a faster, because despite the fact that those jobs back then were very credible, you'd make money eventually if you were known well and you were good at it. But you can't equate the kind of money you make to a crypto kind of money. It's like fast money. It's like crazy. You know, I have, you know, family members, younger ones, my cousins and all that. That's what they do. And the kind of money they make, I can't even dream of making it within, you know, even a week or something. But crypto came at a time when young people are looking to make money, like, you know, quick. They don't want to do as much work to make money, because back in the day, you'd make that money, you know. You remember our parents, you take years to build houses, but now with the kind of money they make, if they cash out within 1-2 weeks, 1 month, they can build what our parents used an entire lifetime to do. In
build.
fact, even much more. But it also creates a problem because there's also the need to have some sort of structure to your life, because so many of them don't even understand the workplace, understand how things work, and then they just do these things. And the emotional investment is a lot, because that's why we are saying it's unfortunate to see the people that their lives have been, they've taken their lives, but the emotional investment is a lot.
I will tell you this. I'm glad that you ended that part by saying the emotional investment. First and foremost, look at the people who are involved in this thing. Some of them are in their 20s. There's something you also said, which I agree with you. That idea of workplace, being responsible for others, or allowing somebody else to be responsible for you, working as a team. What all that does in a regular conventional office is that it develops you, right? Creates that level of maturity so that you can be able to deal with issues, even though they don't go the way you want it. You're able to answer yes, ma, or yes, sir, or when someone answers to you, you're responsible for them. What that does is that it builds you psychologically, builds you mentally, prepares you in character and learning. That's what university does also. Now, in an event where there is a quick get cash scheme or plan or
nobody
platform,
teaches you about the volatility
that's
of
my
the
point.
trade.
That's my point. So now this is the thing. Now, even when they teach you, there's what they call, you see, you take shortcuts, you are caught short. This is the basic thing. And so in an event where this online business arrangement, where you see people making a lot of money, people are advertising that look, or be part of this, part of that, money trail moving, or part of this financial platform, you can make money. Yes, they're making money. At the end of the day, everybody wants to make money so you can help your family, friends, be able to financially be stable, which is a good thing. However, in the bid of getting there, the process itself, if you don't identify or you don't go through the rigorous training of building yourself, right, of developing yourself mentally, emotionally, and psychologically, when you are hit at the very top and you're not prepared and you're not matured for it, guess what? You begin to hear issues of suicide. You begin to hear issues of people jumping off because they can't deal with the pain of loss. That's where the gym even comes in. Why do people go to the gym? Prepare your body in an event when anything happens to you. Yes, anything happens to you, you can deal with it. So I'm not shocked that you see young people, who invested all their money and time, and then when it crashes, you see them committing suicide.
Listen, you talked about investing money. Do you do know that that you could actually go into this with zero fund? You know, right? I'm saying because I've seen people like with zero funds. So it's not even about, it's the fact that it's so I have a friend that runs a platform which educates people on trading, crypto, all of this things.
Forex and all that stuff.
No, just blockchain. Entirely. And I remember I wanted to, venture into at one time, and he told me, listen, if you want to do this thing, I have to be sure that you want to go into it because you want to trade, you want to understand this trade. From the educator, I need to be sure that you're not going to it because of a get-rich-quick scheme, because that's what most people were doing. Because it says in that way you understand the market, you understand, the coins, different things. You actually really understand that. So it says, and it's a lot of work. It says, so like minus all everything that we do on our platform, you need to, because he said to me, if it's for a get-rich-quick scheme, I don't advise you to do it. But many of these people are not going at it from that angle. They're just going at it from let me get you. Okay, I know that once I trade this, you can make this money. It's crazy because I've seen people that are close to me, younger people that run into depression when they lose.
Of course,
there are some weeks they're like, I'm like, what's going on? It says to me, oh, this is happening, and I'm like, this is crazy, and it's sad to see all of these things happening, especially now. It's looking like the crypto market is going through a very epileptic time. But my thoughts and prayers with them. That's all I can say. Let's see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on social media. Victor says, check up on your crypto friends. A lot has happened recently and many are on the verge of giving up their lives. If you're seeing this and you're affected, just know that no amount of money is worth your life. You can gain 100x of what you've lost, but only if you're alive. I agree. Money is not everything. Fungus says, whatever one does this life, never take your life. Whatever you lost today, you'll make it back as long as you're breathing. Let's see more reactions. Engineer Walma says, this is really disheartening. A loss is not the end of your world. There would be another opportunity, a bigger one for that matter. All you need to do is believe and have faith. Crypto Gold says, my heart goes out to everyone impacted by the recent market crash. It's a brutal reminder of how volatile this space can be. Exactly. High leverage, especially in moments like this, can wipe out even the best traders. It's a tool that often promises more than it delivers. Exactly what I was saying. It's a very volatile space, and no one really teaches you about that. It's like Ponzi schemes, where you know that
it can happen at any time.
It's get rich quick. It's you are riding on the money. Look, crypto, if you're not alert, you understand. I was talking about how our parents used to do, different kind of work. But this one, you need to be monitoring at every point in time. Any small slip, you could lose your money. And no one really tell you about that. And it's also sad that to see that most of the people that are also affected are like really young people and they probably don't even have any other thing doing. That's all they're doing.
It's like a marriage, right? If you're not matured enough, if you haven't gone through proper, counseling, and you don't have that idea of the stage of relationship, just jump from friendship to marriage, most likely if it crashes, both parties might not be able to deal with it. And so what happens afterwards is that, look, psychologically, most people just fall into depression and they never come back. And depression is one of the leading causes of suicide. That, again, our hearts go to those young people that died. But the question is that, look, this is also...
I'm sure they're old people too.
Well...
But I think they're majority of
even if it's someone who's in his 40s or 50s, you must allow yourself to experience that growth, understanding. You jump into any sector.
So are you against crypto?
So, good question.
Are you against trading?
So, I'm not against crypto. It's not illegal. I'm not against it. Just the way I'm not against, those who have other, quote unquote, not white collar kind of jobs, provided it is legal. Yeah. Every business, every industry has its own ups and downs. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
This is what we heard from this angle. In fact, let me even debunk what I even said, right? Let me be very honest.
Okay.
I've heard of some bank managers, these are matured bank managers who grew 25 years in the banking business, got to that level, something went wrong, they took their lives. You've heard of it before. There was one-time bank manager in Lagos State who, killed himself. What am I trying to say is that at the end of the day, the lesson learned here is simple. At every point in time, prepare yourself for the inevitable. With this way, when it happens, you're not broken and you are left down for the count.
All right.
That is my point.
All right. Okay. That's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment. And on the BDTV Breakfast Show, we started off by seeing what we have on the headlines of the papers, and of course to the newspaper review, and of course to Business Week, the big story, and now social listening. We hope you enjoyed the show. And until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on the Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as the markets. Where on the show this morning, we're starting off with a conversation around the capital gains tax that was recently announced by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. He announced that in October, and he announced that was 2 weeks ago, on October the 1st or 2nd, where he talked about the fact that if institutional investors were trying to, whatever gains that they made on selling off their stocks in the Nigerian exchange, there was going to be a 30% capital gains tax. For context, there used to be a 10% capital gains tax in the past, but however, this was seldom ever enforced. This was seldomly enforced, but now, from January the 1st, we'll probably be seeing an enforcement of an incredible 30%. And it's been generating quite a buzz in the market. It's been generating quite a buzz in the economy, because people are like, we basically have stabilized our currency off the backs of foreign portfolio investors that have come into the market. In the past 2 years, they've brought in tons of money into the market. The equities market has seen a surge in foreign participation, even though it still lags domestic participation. There's been at least significant surge compared to what we used to have in 2022, 2021. And to bring a little bit of perspective and context to all of this, we have Dr. Ayodeji Ebo, who is the managing director and the chief business officer of Optimus by AfriInvest. He's going to be helping us understand the entire context and understand and also bring his personal perspective into it. Good morning, Dr. Ayodeji.
Yeah, good morning. It's great to be here.
Yes. So first things first, I really want to get your take on it. How would you summarize the government rationale for imposing this 30% capital gains tax? Hello, can you hear me? Dr. Ayodeji, can you hear me? Okay, we'll go on a break, and when we're back, I'm sure we'll...
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first
problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Meet all financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
BusinessDay hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities.
Before the break, we were on the show with Dr. Ayodiji Ebo, who is the Managing Director of Optimus by AfroInvest, and our conversation was around the 30% capital gains tax for institutional investors. So I was asking a question. Doctor, the question is, how would you summarize the government's rationale to come up with this particular tax? What do you think is behind what do you think is the rationale? What do you think is the thought process behind this increment in the capital gains tax?
So I think the first thing is that is the drive for revenue that must have informed this. But secondly, let's not forget that the uh, government is also trying to make it progressive. So trying to tax the rich to fund the poor. So you would also observe that across beyond the CGT, which is the capital gain tax, it's mostly high income earners that it affects. There's a threshold that protects, in quotes, the masses. So that's what I feel is that drive for revenue. When you look at the budget, there continue to be significant gap because the rate at which the expenditure is increasing is significantly higher than the rate at which our revenue is improving. Uh, Thanks last year to the FX devaluation that increased the oil revenue in naira terms, but there's been bit of flattishness or stability in the exchange rate, which is positive. But to the government, to them, the jump in revenue is no longer there. So there's a drive to see how they want to increase revenue for them to be able to meet up with the target revenue from the budget, especially the non-oil service sector.
Okay, so I want to, in your view, don't you think that 30% is a bit too, is it excessive, or do you think within the Nigerian context it is okay?
No, I won't say it is okay. We're just recovering from a lot of the policy shocks, from FX depreciation, from high inflation rates, and you also look at high petroleum product prices, which has impacted on everything. So now with the new burden of having 30% on your profit is significant. I would have thought that it can be graduated because even at the 10%, it wasn't enforced. So a lot of investors were not even used to it. So it's almost like from zero, you have not been paying before. Now you have to pay 30%. If you make, based on the threshold, which I know we'll still get to, if you make above that, you imagine you made 10 million above that threshold, and you have to pay 3 million. This is 3 million that could have been used for other productive activities that you're also paying to the government. But meanwhile, most times there's still a trust deficit when we talk about tax collection in Nigeria. What are the things? Because when I speak with people that the little they are even collecting, what are the benefits that we are generating from that? So those are some of the thoughts that will be in the minds of Nigerians. What are the benefits? So now that I'll be paying this huge amount of tax, what should I expect? And what I think from my own perspective is that with this new additional tax, it can be tied to projects. Like we normally see the Sukuk bond that they are passing through a particular road. You see Sukuk 4, Sukuk 5 built by that particular fund. So if Nigerians begin to see this particular major road is built by additional revenue from tax, then people will now be encouraged to even submit themselves genuinely to the payment of tax. So that's what I think. It's really going to impact on disposable income, especially for the high-end income earners, because you see the way Nigeria has been structured, you may be earning more, but the dependence that you have as you grow higher is also very significant. So it's not like because you are there, you are just enjoying the money or the revenue or income, if I put it that way, that you're earning alone. There's always a lot of dependents that would come, requests that will come that you also need to fund. So this is reducing that disposable income, available income, for instance, may also impact on even the masses that a lot of the high income earners are supporting, given the reduction in expected revenue.
The one question I have is around the fact that, so when I look at the rate of, you look at the the division between retail investors, institutional investors, especially this year, we discovered that more of the inflows have come from institutional investors. In fact, they, at some point, I think they contribute their participation. They basically run the market in a way, and there's more inflow from their part than there was outflow. Meanwhile, on the side of the retail investors, there was more outflow than there was inflow. That means retail investors are basically capitalizing on the liquidity that institutional investors have placed in. The question I have is, do you think that the government or the tax reform committee put this particular context into view before they came up with this policy? Do you think that they really observed that, okay, these institutional investors are contributing more than they are probably taking out from the market before they went ahead with this particular tax?
No, I would say that this may not have been considered. But I always know that policies, when you choose policies at times, is also subject to improvement. Okay. Because, like you rightly said, the volume or the value of transactions carried out by institutional investor very significant, over 50 or 60%, if I'm not mixing up the numbers. That is going to now very discourage them on investment, because you need to factor in that if you think that you are making 20%, you have to discount that 20% by the 30% CGT that you will pay as a company, because it has increased from 10% now to 30%. So you need to factor that. So you can't just get excited that you are making money. It means that you also have to factor in the return. So the expected return for an investor, especially the institutional investor, will now be higher, because if I'm going to invest in her market and I would have to still pay 30%, does it make sense to just stay in fixed income or stay in other form of investment that I would, even if I generate 15%, and what I have to pay is just 10% withholding tax? Am I better off than going to make return of 20%, and I have to, by the time you discount that 20% by 30%, you would see that the return has reduced significantly.
Your returns will now be, so the question I have is around the enforcement now. Like you said earlier, the 10% wasn't really enforced. But do you think now, because a lot of things are kicking off January 1, when it comes to taxes, there's been a lot of buzz on the street. Do you think this is one of them that would be enforced starting January 1?
Yes, I think this would be enforced, because even to the government, there's incentive to enforce it. And to the tax consultants that also work with government, there's also an incentive. It's based on what they're able to recover that they are also paid. So we would see, what we would see is typically they would pally the CSCS, for instance, to get data. So the market operators to get the data on transactions. And on the back of that, they would write to investors. So what investors need to do is they need to always keep records now, especially for the high-end investors. Just to put it into perspective, before I start talking, the threshold. So when we talk about individuals that used to pay 10% have now been increased to 30%. But there's a threshold. The rate at which tax will be applied, the tax rate that will be applied rather, will be based on your income level. So we know that 800, for those that earn 800,000 naira and below, are exempt from tax. But by the time they look at your income and they had whatever other, your salary and other income together, if it's above 800%, depending on where you fall, it is the same tax rate that will be applied. So some people, if the normal tax you are paying as a personal income tax is 21%,
it is that same 21% that will be applied to your profit from the shares. But it's also good to note that the threshold before it is applicable is that you must have either crossed the 150 million threshold, or you are also made profit of 10 million. So if you make above 10 million, it means that you would pay 30% of that. That's 3 million to the government, and your profit, net profit, becomes 7 million. But if you don't hit that threshold, then you will not be liable to pay tax. But for company, company income tax is 30%. So what has been done is to harmonize it, that when you are calculating, before you calculate your company income tax, your gains too would have been added in your top line. And at the end of the day, by the time the 30% will be deducted, the 30% would be the same, would have also impacted on the gains you made from your sale of assets, sale of shares, and other related assets. So that's even the way it would work. So I believe that it's going to be a disincentive for investors. Investors will need to make more return at that level. Yes, investors also now need to be smart. They need to get consultants. There are ways that you can reduce what you pay. So if I'm looking at my portfolio, for instance, within a year, if I've already hit the 150 million threshold, and I'm supposed to pay tax, and I'm carrying some underperforming stocks, for instance, rather than continue to keep those stocks in my portfolio and pay money to the government, I may crystallize some losses to reduce what I'll pay as tax. Also, you are also allowed, the relief you get is you're also allowed to reinvest. The portion that is reinvested is also exempted from paying capital gain tax. So investors need to now be aware on what we call tax planning. You can't, as you are selling, you have to keep your records. You have to know when you have the gains that you are making. You have to see if you are about to hit the threshold. What do you want to do? Do you still want to just keep your stock, or do you want to sell more to stay below that threshold? So there's a lot that now thinking that a strategy that now has to go in, which is not going to be convenient for investors. We talk about when you get to the foreign investors, for instance, some of them would have to pay double tax.
Yes.
So what is the incentive for them to now invest? You make $1 million and you have to pay $3 million to the government. Then you get to your country, whatever tax is also applicable on those profits will also be paid. So by the time they look at what point will they break even? At what point will it make sense when you compare it? Then I was saying that even if you make 20% in the stock market and you multiply it by, discount it by the 30%, it means your net return will be around 14%. Does it make more sense to just invest in net fixed income investment at 15%? Those are some of the considerations that investors will have to look at.
Doctor, for the constraint of time, you've given us quite a lecture on this particular subject. It's the question I want to ask now. You are saying some things that would preempt my next question. Do you think that there will be a lot of sell-offs because now we are talking about the fact that companies will probably have to crystallize their holdings of underperforming stocks? So that means, in your opinion, do you think that we should be anticipating a sell-off by institutional investors in the coming weeks, say before the end of this year?
Yes, I think that would be done because investors' effective date is 1st of January 2026. So investors who want to enjoy whatever gains they've made this year will not be only 10% will be applied to it if it's going to be enforced, because that is already in existence. It is the new 30% that the government is trying to reinforce.
And will this not affect our ranking? Basically, our market is, if you look at the best performing markets in Africa for this year, I think we are, in terms of USD returns, we are number 5 in the number. Will policies like this not affect our ability to compete as a destination for portfolio investments especially among our peers in the emerging market and in the frontier markets? Don't you? It's
Definitely, it's going to affect the attractiveness, like I mentioned, of our market, because your expected return will now be higher. Because what concerns investor is the net return. What do you actually make at the end of the day if you invest in this country? So I feel that given a lot of the debate and review going on, we may see maybe an exemption or a reduction in this capital gain tax for foreign investors, because even when we look at the data, yes, most inflows are coming into fixed income investments, but there's also a need for us to get for FPIs in equities that is significant, and they would work together, I think, with the coordinating minister, discussing also with the tax authorities as well as even the CBN. There's a need to harmonize their objective such that we don't scare away or discourage foreign portfolio investors. So there's a lot that it's 20% increase is significant. And it's so if before you're investing for 10% yield because of dividend on a pessimistic case, you look at based on dividend yield of 10%. It means on a net basis, if you are you belong to the high net worth individual, you means that your net yield will be about 7%. So those are some of the considerations that you have to make when you're making any investment decision from 2026.
Okay, thank you so much for your time on the show, Dr. Ayodiji. It's been a very insightful session with you.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. After the break, we are going to be returning with business news making the rounds as well as updates from the market from last week. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. We're going on to business news making the rounds. We're starting off with news of Aliko Dangote gaining almost $500 million during the week as the bullish run in the NGX propelled the Dangote Cement and NASCON stocks. So Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, added $497 million to his net worth in the week ending October 10. This is following a strong performance by his listed companies on the Nigerian exchange. Data from the Bloomberg Billionaires Index showed that Dangote's wealth rose from $29.1 billion to $29.6 billion within the week, driven mainly by gains in Dangote Cement PLC, where he holds an 87.45% stake. Dangote Cement share price climbed 9.5% during the week, translating to around $497.3 million in added wealth to Aliko Dangote. However, the sugar refinery saw a 1.3% decline during the week, reducing its holdings by just around $4.776 million. This loss was offset by a $4.52 million gain from NASCON Allied Industries, which recorded an uptick during the week. The overall performance underscores how closely Dangote's wealth is tied to Nigeria's stock market, especially the cement sector. So far in 2025, Dangote's fortune has grown by $1.5 billion, reflecting the NGX's bullish run. The rally has been supported by improved investor confidence, stronger corporate earnings, and the central bank's effort to stabilize the naira. Bloomberg ranks Dangote as the world's 76th richest man with assets spanning cement, sugar, salt, fertilizer, and oil refining, highlighting his central role in Nigeria's industrial and market growth. Then we'll move on to the news of Nigeria's equities deal for the first 8 months of the year. The value of equities deal traded on the Nigerian exchange surged to 6.92 trillion in the first 8 months of 2025. This is the highest in 18 years. The figure more than doubles the 3.47 trillion recorded for the entire year of 2024, reflecting rising investor confidence in the local bourse. Foreign investors accounted for 1.45 trillion, or 21%, while domestic investors dominated with 5.46 trillion or 79%. Monthly data shows steady growth, with trading values peaking at 1.815 trillion in July. A financial analyst, Abiola Razak, said the recent surge in market activity reflects improved liquidity across Nigeria's capital market. He highlighted that retail investors accounted for a third of domestic trade, signaling a renewed appetite for equities. According to Razak, this strong interest from local investors may be fueled by the Nigeria's exchange 5 consecutive years of positive run, with the NGX All-Share Index outperforming fixed income investments despite persistently high interest rates. Razak added that technology-driven platform and improved customer service have boosted retail participation. As FX stability returns, speculative capital previously held in foreign assets is being redirected to equities, supporting fund inflows. Institutional investors, including pension managers, have also increased equity allocation. The NGX report shows foreign inflows of 407.87 billion and outflows of 748.23 billion, while domestic retail and institutional trade reached 2.332 trillion and 3.13 trillion respectively. Analysts expect a slightly bullish market ahead of Q3 earnings, with sentiment driven by results, dividend guidance, and macroeconomic signals. China is warning the United States of countermeasures as Trump's 100% tariff threat ignites new trade clash. China has warned that it will take countermeasures if the US President Donald Trump follows through on his threat to impose a 100% tariff on Chinese goods. He's accusing Washington of hypocrisy and double standards as trade tensions flare again. In a statement on Sunday, Beijing defended its decision to tighten export control on rare earth metals, calling US actions provocative and damaging. The Ministry of Commerce said the move was in response to new US measures introduced after trade talks in Madrid last month. Trump announced that the tariffs will take effect November 1, describing China's export restrictions as surprising and very hostile. Beijing fired back, saying the US had overstretched the concept of national security and adopted discriminatory practices against China. China's stance is consistent. We do not want a tariff war, but we are not afraid of one, the ministry said. Rare earth key minerals are used in smartphones, electric vehicles, and defense systems, and they have become central to the dispute. China's tighter controls rattled global markets, while Trump accused Beijing of trying to hold the world captive. Analysts warn that prolonged tensions could slow global growth. Despite the harsh rhetorics, both sides say they remain open to dialogue ahead of a possible Trump-Xi meeting later this month. After the break, we'll return with updates from the market from last week. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. We're moving on to market updates. The NGX closed last week on a positive note as the bullish sentiment continued to drive gains across key sectors. Let's look at what the market is saying. The All-Share Index advanced by 54 basis points, 0.54 percentage points, to hit a new all-time high, 146,988.04 points. Based on Friday's performance, it has brought we now have a year-to-date return of 42.81%. The market is riding slowly to a 50% return at the end of the year. Market activity was robust, quite robust. 386.57 million shares traded. In deals worth around 11.26 billion, while the market capitalization rose to 93.3 trillion naira. Dangote Cement led the gainers chart on Friday with a 6.48% gain to close at a share price of 575 naira per share. It was followed by NEM Insurance. NEM Insurance gained 5.23% to close at a share price of 29 naira 15 kobo. Jais Bank gained 4.65% to close at the share price of 4 naira 50 kobo. FTN Cocoa Processors gained 3.57% to close at the share price of 5 naira 80 kobo. Then CWG Group also was a significant gainer with 3.46%, close at the share price of 17 naira 95 kobo. And on the flip side, we see Union Home Real Estate Insurance Trust down 9.98% to close at the share price of 51 naira 85 kobo. Maya PLC, the paint maker, down by 9.85% to close at the share price of 15 naira 10 kobo. Sterling Holdco down by 9.58% to close at the share price of 7 naira 55 kobo. Cornerstone Insurance down 6.90% to close at a share price of 6 naira 21 kobo. Then eTransact International down 6.25% to hit a share price of 15 naira. And let's look at market activity for Friday. Fidelity Bank was the top traded stock of Friday, 47.342 million shares in deals worth about 959.3 million naira. They were followed by Champs, 38.451 million shares in deals worth around 169.8 million naira. Japal Gold, the mining company, the dredging company, mining company, basically 21.843 million shares in those worth around 56 million naira. Zenith Bank also 18.22 million shares traded in deals worth about 1.26 billion, 1.259 billion naira. FCMB Group 18.143 million shares in deals worth around 195.2 million naira. Let's look at the weekly market report. During the week, the all share index appreciated by 2.37% to hit a new all-time high. This is the best week performances we've seen since August. Top gainers for the week: Sovereign Trust Insurance up by 16.73% in 1 week to hit 3 naira 21 kobo. Umatech Ventures up by 12.3% to hit 1.37 naira. AXA Mansard up 11.81% to hit a share price of 16 naira 10 kobo. 16 naira 10 kobo. Champs 11.69% during the week. Then Unicel Interlinked made it to the top gainers for last week. It also made it to the top gainers for last week. It made it to the top gainers for 2 weeks ago. It also made it to the top gainers for last week. Our top losers for last week: Living Trust Mortgage Bank down by 14.6% to close at the share price of 520 kobo. Nimet International Pharmaceutical down by almost 11% to hit a share price of 6 naira and 1 kobo. Union Home Rights down by 9.98%. The gains, the losses were recorded all throughout Friday, then to hit a share price of 51 naira 85 kobo. Maya PLC down 9.85% during the week, just on Friday, to close at the share price of 15 naira 10 kobo. Then Julie PLC also down by 9.6% on Friday to hit a share price of 8 naira 95 kobo. In terms of sectoral performances, it was a mix, as we saw the banking index down by 41 basis points. However, the insurance index was up by 3.69%. Consumer goods up by 83 basis points. Oil and gas up by 2.9%, and the NGX Industrial Goods Index also up by 4.23%, especially driven by Dangote's Friday performance. In the global markets, there was a wipe off of almost $2 trillion in value on Friday, as we saw from Dow Jones to Nasdaq to S&P 500 all recorded significant losses. This is off the backs of renewed trade tensions between US and China. Dow Jones down by 1.9% on Friday. S&P index, also S&P 500, down by 2.71% on Friday, and the Nasdaq Composite also down by 3.56%. In Asia on Friday, we also saw significant the renewed trade tensions also had its way in Asia. We saw Nikkei 225 down by 1.01%, Kospi index down by 1.73%, and in Hong Kong also down by 1.73%. On Monday, the trend continued as we saw Hong Kong's Hang Seng index still drop 2.04% on Monday, while in mainland China the CSI 300 down slipped by 0.5%. This is while the market is going down, the currency is going up. The currency in China, the Chinese currency, is strengthening against the dollar. Now let's look at the European index. What happened in the US also snowballed into Europe. We saw the FTSE down by 86 basis points, the CAC 40 down by 1.53%, and the DAX index down by 1.50%. And on the currency side, the Naira strengthened against all the major currencies. Last week we saw a strengthening of the Naira. Against the USD is 1,462 Naira to the USD. Euros 1,699 Naira to the Euros, and the British pounds 1,953 Naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on economy and market for today. Thank you for staying with us. I'm your host, David Olujimi.
On the 8th of October 2025, ICES International Cake Exposition Society of Nigeria, in collaboration with Golden Penny, held its 10th exposition event at the All-Season Plaza with the theme Sensational Wedding Cakes, a peep into the future. The event brought together cake vendors, government officials, and partnering food brands to enjoy the warmth and beauty of the cake industry. The welcome address was given by Segun Alugba, Deputy Director, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, representing the Commissioner for Commerce, Trade and Investment.
My take is very simple. It's first and foremost, the welcome development, and I think it's a platform for MSMEs, particularly in Lagos, because I believe most of them are MSMEs. One of the visions of MCIC, the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative and Investment, is to say that businesses thrive in Lagos and consumer satisfaction. So I believe this program will give our MSMEs a platform to showcase what they are doing and what they can do. First and foremost, the 10th edition, I want to say congratulations to them. It's been a long way over the years for them to be able to sustain the program for the past 10 years. I want to say once again, congratulations to them. But most importantly, it shows resilience. It shows people who are committed. People want to bring their vision to fruition. It shows that they're doing something right for them to be able to sustain it for 10 good years. It has not been easy despite the challenges here and there. I want to say congratulations, and I want to say again, they've contributed to the economy of Nigeria and particularly Lagos State. And I want to tell them that the Lagos State government is ready, most ready to support them. They've contributed to the GDP of Nigeria and by extension Lagos State. And I believe they've created even job opportunities a lot in the state. The Lagos is already contributing a lot, first and foremost to the MSA. Like I said, most of them are MSMEs, small businesses, medium enterprises. Lagos State is doing a lot. It's just that some of them may not be aware. For instance, the LSCTF, Lagos Employment Trust Fund. This fund, Lagos State launched on the 9th of May 2025. It is called LASMECO. That's Lagos's access to finance through cooperatives. It's a 10 billion naira funds for small businesses, MSMEs. You can access it, and you can access as much as 10 million naira per person, which is good. It's just the beginning.
In starting the International Cake Exploration Society in Nigeria, We envisage an organization that will bring together bakers from all walks of life, who will be able to share knowledge, who will be able to network, who will be able to help each other grow in the industry. ICIS indeed has come a long way. We have been able to grow individual businesses and as a corporate body. And of course, in the next 5 years, we see us also growing in leaps and bounds, because now we're in the age of technology. So we're hoping to be able to harness technology in improving our businesses, in technology in helping the cake world and the cake industry with our creativity, with our ideas, and coming up with new dimensions.
The lead marketing manager, Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour Mill of Nigeria PLC, introduced the new all-purpose flour, perfect for bakers per request, and highlighted some of the key nutrients it provides.
It is good for you to know that your flour is also fortified with vitamin A. When you are producing your cake, baking your cake, and other pastries, you should also know that your customers, your consumers, they're not just getting ordinary flour. They're getting a flour that is fortified with vitamin A.
Okay, for one thing, it's a very organized group. And you also see that it's a national body and they have centers all across different states in Nigeria. So for us, that gives us a platform where you can meet the target audience, people that really need our flour in one place. So they are the right people, they are the one using the flour, and they are very organized. And the event they put together, you will see that the content is very good, and they are bringing themselves together to be better. They want to be better bakers, and we as Golden Penny will see that fit, because we also want them to be better bakers, and we partner with them, to give them the kind of baking solutions that they need. And that's why we launched the Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour. It's a perfect flour for cakes and for all their pastry recipes. So it's a perfect fit for us. Organized group who wants to be better bakers, and we are Golden Penny, and we want to partner with them to make them better bakers with the use of our flour.
ICIS is about cakes, about bakery, about baking stuff. So when we talk about a sensational wedding cakes, we want to showcase to the world what we can do. Beautiful, simple wedding cakes that you can put on your table, and it's beautiful. So it's a time when all of us gather together. But this is special because when you say wedding cakes, it's limitless. If you go to that table, you see a lot of ideas, people popping in and out with so many ideas.
The event continues with a state parade by the 16 states ICIS is present. National President Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, laid out steps to support entrepreneurs in Nigeria while encouraging more Nigerians towards the line of entrepreneurship.
I think ICIS has grown over the years. They've been very vibrant, and I can see that today's event is also an indication that they are actually waxing stronger. We can see a lot of exhibitors there. We can see virtually all the states in Nigeria being represented. We can see stakeholders in the different industry and the MSME ecosystem being represented here. We can also see government present. I can see a number of commissioners and ministries here being represented. And that shows that they have come to stay. And I must also say that this is what we need in Nigeria. We need to continue to look at how to support entrepreneurs, particularly those in the cake and confectionery. These are creative sectors that can also bring not just money to their pocket, but also create jobs for the country, and also give government more revenue. So I feel the best thing we can do as individuals is to continue to look at how we can engage ourselves. Many of these people here today started very small, but they are now big. So it shows that there are so many opportunities in Nigeria. We need not be shouting of no job. We need not be shouting that the condition is not perfect. Let's make the best of the condition we have at the moment. And let's see how we can also become like this or even bigger. And with what I'm also seeing here, it means we have a lot of products that we can also export to the outside world. Africa, Nigeria has a lot of potentials. I'm so happy to be here. I really appreciate the leadership of ICIS for organizing this, and I want to see that our association has pledged to continue to support ICIS in whatever they do going forward.
ICIS unites bakers from all over the world. I don't want to limit it tonight. That's why it's International Cake Exploration Society. Okay, we used to travel before outside once a year for a conference in the United States of America. In November, we're going for another, we call it Birmingham show in Birmingham. That's November. So it's a global thing. Now, talking about it adding to the economy, it creates employment, number one. It builds career for some people, okay? It gives people insight and it broadens people's scope of business. It puts people into business, if I should say that. And I see soon for Nigeria, it brings other company, our vendors, and it builds companies. You could see Golden Penny, see Valido, see different companies. And while they are here, and get something clear, ISIS is not only for bakers. It's supposed to be for cake exploration. But any other thing that has to do with cake, the milk company, the flour producing company, the spice producing company, all of them, we connect with them. We have a relationship with them. People that are into events, people that are into, into outfits, because we make our chef jackets, we make our outfits, we make our, you could see different colors, different states, and we're in about 16 states in Nigeria. So it's a world of economy building.
While the exposition was going on, the event continued with the sugar beavers being taught various baking techniques. The International Cake Exposition Society was an event that highlighted the world of baking, translating thoughts into cakes and showcasing creativity on all sides.
I'm very enthusiastic about the next 5 years. I am very optimistic about the next 5 years. I see expansion beyond Nigeria. I want to see us embrace Africa as a continent, held together by this love for sugar craft, sugar art, and how we can just build on that, create a bond, that crosses borders based on that craft.
Well, how does it aim to support? The Lagos State government is always in support of organizations who are people friendly, who are helping to groom more entrepreneurs, because Lagos State itself is at the forefront of grooming more entrepreneurs, more younger people. And I know that Lagos State government and the state itself has the largest population of entrepreneurs. Even if they move to other states of the federation, I'm sure they would have first started out and grown in Lagos. That's the truth, because the population of Lagos State itself is a unique selling proposition. Lagos State is a trailblazer when it comes to encouraging and supporting small and medium enterprises. And we have millions of such businesses who are also boosting the Lagos economy. So why not? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is one of the governors who are in the forefront of encouraging and grooming more younger people, more entrepreneurs.
I am Amanda Emasigbuwe for Business Day Television. On the 8th of October 2020,
watching Business Day Television.
And welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Dangote gains $497 million as NGX bull run lifts cement, salt stocks. Nigeria's 6.92 trillion naira equities deal highest in 18 years. Presidency says Edun is recovering, no plan to replace him. Trump says war is over in Gaza as he flies to Israel for release of hostages. NPFL shooting stars strongly condemn violence in Kano, demand justice. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, added $497 million to his net worth in the week ending October 10th, following strong performance by his listed companies on the Nigerian exchange. According to reports, Dangote's wealth increased from $29.1 billion to $29.6 billion within the week, most gains coming from his cement company, where he holds an 87.45% stake. The cement giant's share price reportedly rose by 9.5%, translating to about $497.3 million in added wealth, while the sugar refinery saw a 1.3% decline in share price, reducing the value of its holdings in the company by around $4.76 million. The loss was, however, offset by a $4.52 million gain from Nascon Allied Industries, which also recorded an uptick during the week. Moving on, the value of equities traded on the Nigerian exchange jumped to 6.92 trillion naira in the first 8 months of 2025, marking the highest in 18 years. According to reports, the figure more than doubles 3.47 trillion naira reported for the entire year of 2024, reflecting rising investor confidence in the local bourse. Out of the 6.92 trillion naira deal, foreign investors accounted for 1.45 trillion naira, representing a 21.01%, while domestic counterparts dominated with 5.46 trillion naira. Month-on-month report shows that the total value of traded equities in January stood at 607 billion naira, 509.47 billion naira in February, 1.115 trillion in March, and 482.04 billion in April. Analysts say it is imperative to note that the surge in primary market activity as well validating the broad improvement in liquidity across the capital markets. Still on, Presidency has dismissed reports indicating that Wale Edun, the coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, is seriously ill, adding that President Bola Tinubu is shopping for his replacement. According to reports, the minister was bedridden and therefore unable to continue in office, making it necessary for the president to commence a search for his replacement. The seasoned economist, banker, and former Lagos State Commissioner for Finance has been widely credited with steering Nigeria's fragile economy through some of its most challenging moments since Tinubu assumed office in May 2023. This report was further fueled by a presidency statement stating that the minister, who usually leads the federal government delegation to the annual World Bank and International Monetary Fund meeting in Washington, D.C., has been replaced by Oluyemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Also, Dangote Cement has officially launched its operations in Atingu, some 30 kilometers from Abidjan, Ivory Coast. According to a statement by the group on Sunday, the announcement was made on Wednesday by the managing director of Dangote Cement Ivory Coast, Serge Bogata, at the Novotel Abidjan Makori. Covering an area of 50 hectares, the plant reportedly has a production capacity of 3 million tons of cement per year, making it one of the group's largest facilities outside Nigeria. This strategic project, with an estimated investment of 100 billion CFA francs, reportedly embodies Aliko Dangote's vision of building a self-sufficient Africa that is less dependent on imports and capable of transforming its resources into world-class finished products. To end the local news, the brightest minds in finance, banking and innovation gathered for the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards organized by Business Day Media over the weekend, celebrating the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. Among the 9 standout winners were OPay, which walked away with 3 major honors: Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year, Business Solutions Provider of the Year, and FinTech Security and Innovation Award. Coronation also clinched Best Registrars Company of the Year, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor, Bank of the Year. Beyond the glamour, the evening reinforced a powerful message that leadership, innovation and resilience drives Nigeria's financial growth. Among other notable winners were Cardinal Stone Insurance, recognized as Best Insurance Company for Shareholders' Returns, DigitVant Microfinance Bank honored as Digital Payment Disruptor of the Year, and Sidros Trustees Limited celebrated as the fastest growing corporate trustee of the year.
And our one from Business Day is a very good one. This isn't the first time we've been here. We received awards from Business Day several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
It meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise where we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly.
And I want from Business Day.
We'll go on a quick break now and we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, US President Donald Trump has revealed that the war is over as he travels to Israel for the release of hostages from Gaza under the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Trump says the ceasefire would hold and a board of peace would quickly be set up for Gaza, praising the roles of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the mediator. According to reports, the war was triggered by the Hamas-led attacks on southern Israel on 7th October 2023, in which about 1,200 people were killed and 251 taken hostage. The ceasefire in Gaza took effect on Friday morning after Israel and Hamas agreed to the first phase of the 20-point peace plan brokered by Trump, with the next phases still to be negotiated. Also, Chinese government has revealed that Donald Trump's latest threat to impose an additional 100% tariff on Chinese goods is a typical example of U.S. double standards. According to the Commerce Ministry spokesperson, China could introduce its own unspecified countermeasures if the U.S. president carries out his threats, adding it was not afraid of a possible trade war. Trump hit back at Beijing's move to tighten its rule for rare earth exports on Friday, accusing it of becoming very hostile and trying to hold the world captive. The president's comment on Friday rattled financial markets, with the S&P 500 share index closing down at 2.7%, marking its steepest fall since April. Now to sports. Shooting Stars Sports Club has strongly condemned the violent conduct directed at its players and officials during the Nigerian Premier Football League Batch 8 fixture against Kano Pillars on Sunday, 12th October 2025 at the Sani Abacha Stadium, Kano. According to the club, the match, which saw the home side take an early lead in the 9th minute, descended into chaos after Shooting Stars equalized in the 94th minute. In the aftermath of the goal, fans allegedly breached security protocols, invaded the pitch and launched dangerous objects, including stones at 3 SC players and officials, while Shooting Stars confirmed that several of its players were beaten and stoned, resulting in physical injuries. The club's management unequivocally condemned the incident, describing it as appalling and unacceptable. To end the news, Ghana has sealed its place at the 2026 FIFA World Cup after beating Comoros 1-0 in its final qualifier on Sunday. Despite needing just a point to qualify, the Black Stars set their stall out to attack from the start, while Comoros put up a spirited performance and nearly scored in the 3rd minute. After a goalless first half, Tottenham Hotspur's midfielder Mohamed Kudus scored the game's only goal in the 47th minute to the delight of the almost. And that is where we wrap it up this afternoon on BDTV News. I am Amanda Emosigboe. Keep watching BDTV.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog.
He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMSI into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMSI, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, you know, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, you know, on this day. A famous person said, you know, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, you know, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and you know they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obuna.
BusinessDay founds Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT and now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that Business Day is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Give your undivided attention to the disease that comes without any symptoms. This is Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosibuwe. In 2018, the World Health Organization estimated that about 31% of Nigerian adults were living with hypertension. More recent studies suggest that over 1 in 3 adults today suffer from hypertension. Clearly, hypertension is a growing public health concern in Nigeria. Digging with me into this silent but deadly illness, looking at the preventive and managerial ways for hypertension, is a medical professional, Dr. Habib Moshood. Welcome, Dr. Habib.
Nice to have you here.
It's nice to have you here. So let's get into the heart of the matter now.
Okay.
Starting with the basics, in simple terms, what is hypertension?
So, simply put, is elevated blood pressure. However, you don't just check once and then you determine that, oh, this person is hypertensive, right? It's sustained elevated blood pressure that you check over a period of time. So you check at separate occasions, once or twice. So you don't just see a patient once or anybody once and you check their blood pressure and just tell them that, oh, you are hypertensive.
Okay, thank you. From your point of view, how common is hypertension and at what age is it really?
So, yeah, I mean, during your introduction, you rightly said that we are one of the hypertension capitals of the world. Fortunately, it's commoner in black race, right? And then secondly, you see it most often in people that are above the age of 40. However, there are cases of people that are below 40 years of age that are also coming down with hypertension. It's very good that we make that very known to the public. But it's commoner in people that are above the age of 40, and over 31% of the people in the country have hypertension.
So you said it's more common in the black race. Is there a particular reason why it's more common in black race?
So genetics is one of them,
Okay.
right? And there are many other factors actually, but majorly genetics will be one of them.
Okay. So it's everybody says hypertension is a silent killer, is it? But personally, I believe that there must be one or two signs.
Yeah, it's a silent killer because, I mean, from our own experience, you go to public outreaches that we do where we check people's blood pressure, and you see someone walking and you check their blood pressure, you're seeing 200, 180, right? It's not like malaria. If you have malaria, you definitely be having fever, you'll be tired, can be vomiting. So hypertension doesn't really present like that. But there are some signs that you would see. One of them is you get tired easily. You walk certain distances from here to the front door, and then you discover that you're finding it difficult to breathe, right? You're having chest pain. So those chest pains should not be overlooked. So these are some of the signs that you would see to know that there's something ongoing, you understand? And it's very good that we check our blood pressure regularly to pick this. So it's a silent killer because complications can come in before you actually even know that this person has been hypertensive for a very long time and we have not been able to pick it up. But if you have to look for silent things or signs that you will see, one of them most importantly is you walk the stairs and you're just panting, you're finding it difficult to breathe, your chest is paining you, your legs are swollen. So those are some of the things that you can see that you will know that something is definitely ongoing in the heart.
Okay, so you mentioned it's very easy for people to misdiagnose. Like I could be having chest pain and I'm like, it's fatigue.
Yeah.
I like so long. Maybe I've been standing for so long. So apart from like these things, is there really any significant thing that you can hold on to and be like, okay, this is?
Yes, so the most significant is to check your blood pressure, right? That's the most significant. But however, the others that I've mentioned are things that you would see. You wake up at night, suddenly find it difficult to breathe. You understand? Those are some of the things you would see, right? But the most significant is checking your blood pressure and noticing that it is above the upper limit.
So as a chronic disease, is there a cure?
So I mean, from the name, chronic disease.
Yes.
So there's no cure, right? It's something that we manage over time. Right, so there are lifestyle modifications that you need to adhere to. There are medications that we are going to give you too, right? Ensure that these medications are prescribed by healthcare professionals, and if you have to change them, right, you have to also consult your doctor. So the fact that one person is hypertensive does not mean the same drug we are giving the person can be given to the same drug we are giving to patient A might not be applicable to patient B. So you do not look at what other people are taking.
Well, why do the drugs differ?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So people have underlying conditions that they are dealing with. They have different category that they belong to. There is the kind of drug I will give a pregnant woman that has elevated blood pressure that I will not give someone that is not pregnant. So when we say people differ, that's what we mean.
So from my little knowledge of medicine, every disease has a genetic factor. That's every disease, right?
Yeah.
So apart from like the genetic factor of hypertension, what other factors?
So there are what we call modifiable and non-modifiable factors. So modifiable factors are basically factors that are within your control. Do you understand? So modifiable factors, I mean, if you are drinking alcohol, you smoke, that's modifiable. It's within your control. You can definitely stop it, right? So your diet is within your control. So it's something you can really work on. So those are example of modifiable factors. Non-modifiable, race is one of them. You're a black person. There's nothing you can do. Even if you bleach your skin, you're still black. It doesn't change anything. Family history. Unfortunately, they are first degree relative, father, mother, they have history of hypertension. So you really can't do anything about that. You understand? So those are examples of non-modifiable factors. So beyond genetics, I'm able to mention some other factors that we look at.
Diet, lifestyle change.
Yeah.
So is I don't know if it's just me, but growing up, people used to say salt. Check your salt. Let's talk about that salt thing. How true is it?
It's very important. You understand? So as part of the dietary restrictions is to look at your salt intake. So to give you an understanding of it, like where salt goes, water follows. And what happened in hypertension is that the heart is doing a lot of work to pump blood around the entire body. So that increases our blood pressure. So if there's a lot of salt intake in the body, right, there's a lot of fluids coming into the heart. So the heart is doing more work to pump blood around the entire body. So that's what happens. That's why we usually advise them to reduce salt intake as much as possible. Okay. It's not just salt anyway. There are other things you definitely reduce.
Like?
Okay, so to explain them, so the cardiovascular system or the heart among other systems that works to make up the cardiovascular system, compare it to a pumping machine.
Okay.
That's pumping water around the entire body. So there's the work the pumping machine has to do, but there's the work of the pipes. So sometimes if there's anything clogging the pipes, you notice that water will not be getting to places that water should get to, or the pressure in the pipes definitely go up, which is what you see in hypertension. So salt, you can liken the effect of salt to maybe the heart or whatever, right? Let's talk about the pipes too, the vessels that take blood out of our body. So that's why dietary restriction come in. If you eat fatty food a lot, you take a lot of junks, they can cause fat deposits, right, to block these vessels. And when they block these vessels, there's a lot of pressure that the heart and those vessels have to do to move blood around the entire body. So your blood pressure goes up again. We have seen people that they've been able to manage their hypertension very well following just dietary restrictions. You understand that they don't have to use a lot of medications at all. So it's very important that we take note of this.
Okay, so I've been speaking about hypertension. What is the normal blood pressure?
Exactly. So yeah. Also, it's a range. It's not a static figure. Okay. Right? If your blood pressure is between 100 to 120, I'd say normal. If it's 120 to 130, blood pressure there's a figure above, there's one below. So the one above, which is the systolic, right? We would like to have something between 100 to 120, that's fine. Okay. Then the one below, say 60 to 80, that's fine. You understand? Then if you have between 120 to 130, in this part of the world, we'll just say it is elevated if you're not having hypertension yet. But however, if you're having anything above 140, right, and we're having anything above 80 to 90, then you can start classifying into stage 1 hypertension and different other grades that we have for it. I wouldn't want to bore us with that. But most important is that when you check your blood pressure at any point in time and you're getting any figure above 130, you should be concerned.
Okay, these readings that you've given, though, is it gender-based?
Not exactly.
It's general.
You understand? So, not exactly.
So, for someone with a genetic factor where we are seeing hereditary,
so there's family history.
What is the possibility? Is it 100%? Like, is it 100% that
you must have it?
You must have it.
No. It's
and
not.
then, if it's not 100%, what are the steps that you can take to prevent or reduce?
Yeah, the same step every other person would take to prevent coming down with hypertension. You should also take it. However, you should just take note of the fact that there is a family history of it. So you probably do more work, right, than others. More work means check your blood pressure regularly. So it's like I said, the genetic factor does not 100% mean you would have it. Let's establish that. So what are the things you're supposed to do to prevent? I'll start with dietary restrictions again, right? Reduce your salt intake. Don't take alcohol, right? Do not smoke. Physical activity too. You notice some people don't drink alcohol, they don't smoke, but they still come down with hypertension. So these days, a lot of people are doing remote work. So they probably just stay sitting in front of their laptops and sit all day without, moving about. It is recommended that you have physical activity up to 150 minutes a week. Something, it doesn't necessarily have to be intense. You don't have to go to the gym and start lifting weights all the time. So even if you can just do brisk walk, which is usually recommended, do brisk walk 150 minutes a week. There are 7 days a week, just divide it. You can want to be doing 20 minutes per day or 30 minutes per day of brisk walking from one place to another. That's fine. Most people mistake brisk walking for jumping bus in the morning, like moving from one place. That is strenuous, right? Brisk walking is you're intentional about moving from one place to another.
jumping bus. You're intentional.
I mean, well, it's attached to your daily routine.
Yeah.
You understand? So your body has adjusted to it. So it's no longer exercise. It's just stressful. So it has to be something that, it's exercise like. So that's what we can count as exercise.
Earlier on, when I was reading statistics, it said that hypertension is a national issue.
Yeah.
So what should government do? What should health agencies do now?
Yeah, there are many things government can do. First one is, let's look at the preventive medicine aspect of this. So if people do not have access to healthcare services, there's no way they can pick that they are hypertensive, right? So our government should invest more in refurbishing or making primary healthcare services available to everyone. You understand? So I don't have to go to bigger hospitals whenever I feel anything wrong with my chest.
That's true.
So I should be able to go to an hospital that can just check my blood pressure and give me the reading and see a doctor almost immediately. Then they should also invest, we should do more mass education, right? We need people to, if we don't give people right information, they will definitely get the wrong ones. You understand? Then they are doing significant work in reducing tobacco consumption in this part of the world. So we can do better, right? Then alcohol intake. Then these days we should invest more in making our neighborhood safer for people to be able to walk there, jog. So if I'm concerned that if I have to do brisk walking by 6:30 a.m., what if somebody collects my phone or somebody, attacks me on the road? I would definitely not want to do that. So when we discourage people from doing that, it's at the end of the day, there's a public health crisis that can be likened to. Then our nutrition too, what we consume, very importantly. So government needs to have agencies that monitor them and ensure that we eat the right things that do not make us come down with diseases at the end of the day.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Habib. Before we take our last questions, we have spoken about hypertension. We have spoken about the risk factors involved. Let's take a quick break before our final question.
All right.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome back. This is still Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness, and we're talking about hypertension, the silent killer, with our guest, Dr. Habib Morshed. So our final questions is subgroups.
Okay.
But firstly, tell us one misconception about hypertension.
Yeah. So the one popular misconception is that people think taking certain herbal concoction or herbal medication would help
Preach
it.
on that.
So they stop using their drugs, and then they just said, you know what, I will just keep using my sister gave me this, my grandma gave me this, and all that. Well, I wouldn't say I'm 100% against it, right? What I would just advise people to do is what is tested and trusted over time is adhering to lifestyle modification and using your drugs, most importantly. Second misconception people have about hypertension is that, it's like a death sentence. Once you have it, you're going to die and all that. So, there are people that have lived with this disease 60, 40, 50 years, most important thing is that they are very regular with their clinic appointments. They adhere to the various lifestyle modifications, and they use their drugs as at when necessary. Then some other people start using their drugs. Then they check their blood pressure. Oh, my blood pressure is fine, so I stopped using the drug. You shouldn't stop using any medication unless you consult a doctor. Likewise, you shouldn't use any antihypertensive unless a doctor prescribes it. So that your blood pressure is fine today, tomorrow, it's the effect of the drug you are using that is making you get that value. So when you stop using that drug, you go back to
comes back.
Yeah. So it's very important that before you stop using your medication at all, if you have any side effect from it, consult your doctor. If you want to stop using your drugs, ensure you consult your doctor too.
So earlier you said something about agbo and herbal drinks, and do they like clash in this? I really want to know, like, do they clash in this system when you use, like, is there a confusion? Is your body confused?
No, our body is not confused actually. So people that take herbal concoction make a mistake to think that they are not chemicals, right? But there is a chemical in everything. You understand? There's a chemical in the drug we use, even the herbal concoctions too. So the drugs we use, they've gone through series of trials. You understand? They've checked, they've quantified all those chemicals and ensure that they're in right proportion. And researches are even ongoing on these drugs almost every day. So if there's any side effect, it is made known. But that level of intense research is not being done on most of the herbal concoctions that we take. So one person can mix their own herbal concoction with water, another person can mix with alcohol. So you're not, there's no quantification of what to use. So that's why we are against it. We're not against it because it is natural and we are dealing with man-made. Everything has chemical in it, but because the chemical in herbal concoctions are not quantified. Secondly, too, you can think that it is lowering your blood pressure, but it's causing more problems to your liver, to your kidneys. So, these are things that you would not take note of, and you keep using the herbal concoction. So it doesn't confuse our system, in all honesty.
Yes.
It just probably causes more harm than good. Yeah.
Okay, so finally, nice questions. What's one word for hypertensive patients?
Well, they are the strongest, right? It's not easy adhering to a particular regimen. Like, you have to use these drugs, you have to do this, you have to do that. I like to call them, when I see them in the clinic, like, you guys are really the strongest, you understand? So it's what I'll just make them know that, like I said earlier, it's not a death sentence. It's something that they can, live with and manage well. So provided they just ensure that what they are not supposed to do, they stay away from them, and what they are meant to do, they do it well.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Habib Moshe. This is such an amazing conversation. So just to add, yes, hypertension is often silent and deadly, but early detection saves life. It is not a death sentence. You can manage it. And if you've been diagnosed, remember, you are not alone. With the right care and lifestyle changes, hypertension is definitely not your death sentence. That's it on Health Matters today. I am Amanda Emosibwe saying, check that blood pressure today. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
In September, the Nigerian Economic Society held its annual conference in Abuja. All sessions took place at the NAF Conference Center in Kado. The theme was Rethinking Africa's Development, Pathway to Economic Transformation and Social Inclusion in a Changing Global Economic Landscape. The gathering focused on how Africa can grow stronger and ensure more people benefit from that growth. The president of the society reflected on his long journey. He reminded participants of the mission to advance growth, shape policy, and build the next generation of thinkers. He also opened the induction and fellowship ceremony, welcoming new members, honoring fellows, and celebrating award winners.
This is the 16th annual conference of the Nigerian Economic Society. and it's the biggest conference we ever had. We had over 3,000 participants, including 500 students, and the theme of the conference is rethinking African development. This is the time we start looking at, given the various global challenges we have, how should Africa reposition ourselves? There's climate change, there are debt crisis, shifting geopolitical wars, there are all kinds of things going on. So how should Africa reposition itself? That has been the theme of the conference. Yeah, again, just like the last panel, one of the speakers mentioned that. And they said, look, debt is not the problem. Most of the countries that develop today, they use debt to develop. And if you look at China, look at the debt GDP ratio of China and other countries, they use debt. So debt is always part of what every country needs to develop. So the important thing is, how do you use the debt? So it's not the problem of having debt, but how do you use the debt? How do you ensure that you use debt to finance development, to build infrastructure, and to develop one capital that will be of benefit to the future generations?
The chairman set the tone for the technical sessions. He emphasized collaboration among African nations, stronger institutions, and long-term planning to secure inclusive growth,
which suggests that economies need to understand and employ political and social dynamics in their own analysis. To our fellowship recipients and award winners, your recognition today comes with the expectation of continued leadership. You are the torchbearers of our profession, and the nation looks to you for solutions to its most pressing economic challenges. As we proceed with today's program, from the induction of new members to the recognition of lifetime achievements, let us remember that we are not merely conducting a ceremony. We are strengthening the foundations of economic thought and practice in Nigeria. The future of our nation depends in no small measure on the quality of economic analysis, the soundness of policy recommendations, and the integrity of economic practice that emanates from institutions like the Nigerian Economic Society. Let us today mark not just celebration, but the commitment to excellence, to service, and to the noble goal of building a prosperous, equitable Nigeria through sound economic principles.
From the African Development Bank, the message was clear. Governance, leadership, and financing for development are essential.
Take home from this discussion is that governance is very important. Leadership, visionary leadership is very important. Financing for development is very important. Capacity building in skills and knowledge and education is very important. Education for development. Education that is contextual and that addresses the reality of our needs.
Officials also stressed the role of skills, education, and partnership in moving Africa forward.
So I'm so glad to be part of this conference this year. It's quite different from what we have been having in the past, and the level of engagement with private sectors, with international partners, and with academics is wholesome, in the sense that we are able to bring everybody together and be able to look at the topical issues that are raging in Nigeria today, for instance, issue of tax, public debt, and again, general reforms by government. And now we are looking forward to a kind of a partnership that definitely will bring everybody on board to see how we can move Nigeria together, and not only rethinking development, but also pushing the development level to a level where it has not been before.
It's different from other conferences that have been held in the past, in the sense that we are now thinking of an homegrown innovations, technologies, and policy that are peculiar to Africa and Nigeria in particular.
We know that some countries are going ape, that's what the United States has done. But also, we call for African leaders to look inward, develop internal capacity, competencies, and rely less on external aid.
By the end of the 4-day program, the message was clear. Africa must rethink its path, take charge of its own development, and build policies rooted in its own realities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
Command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. On this episode, we have someone who took an idea and turned it into something huge. With me today, I have Affion Williams. Personally, I'm a big fan of hers, but to see what today brings, you just have to stay tuned and don't go anywhere. So, it's nice to have you. I've actually been looking forward to this, to meeting you and talking to you, because you're one person who has been like a source of inspiration to a lot of people and women too. I know a lot of people look up to you, and they aspire to achieve great things when they look at you and see how far you've come. I know you're still going far, but at least you've gone from point A to point B, and moved along quite a lot. And there are people who are just at the beginning and are looking for inspiration on, okay, how do I move forward? How do I make progress? And that's one of the main reasons why we are here in the first place. So we'll just go right into it. So my first question is, growing up in Nigeria, where fruit was abundant but perishable, how did those early experiences shape your perspective on business and problem solving?
So I grew up in a small town. It's not actually a small town. Calabar is not really a small town.
Not really small.
But I grew up, compared to Lagos, it's a very small town, and wasn't really exposed to anything to do with fruit or fruit perishability or anything. I mean, I grew up in the town of Calabar, which was quite developed. Even though my grandfather was he studied agriculture and taught agriculture, and he had a farm, so I used to go to his farm. But I remember, going and we'd like pluck soursop and things like that, but nothing that I thought would ever lead me to this. However, my childhood was a great childhood. I loved my childhood, and I was so exposed to, I was given a lot of independence as a child, and I think that's what relates to kind of my entrepreneurial journey down the line. I was allowed to do things on my own from a young age. I used to walk to my cousin's house, which is like a kilometer away, at like 5 years old. I was allowed to roam outside. My cousin and I used to go to a market. I remember very, very, very distinctly, we used to go to the market to buy toys and random things and sell in our neighborhood. We used to cook and sell food to, to my bigger cousins and things like that. So that, I think, was more of the formative stuff that I perhaps I can link to my entrepreneurial pursuits later on. But my childhood was very, very idyllic in a way. A lot of family, a lot of freedom, a lot of just being outside and experiencing the world, by myself from a young age. I used to travel alone. I used to be put on planes alone. So built that kind of independence in me. Yeah.
Okay, but in all of this, is what you're doing now, is there anything from your childhood that was like something that you drew from it to put in what you're doing now, or lessons or things that you thought about, or problems you're trying to solve?
Not directly, but just, I would say, my ability to take risk was fostered as a child. I was like I said, risk and independence. I was allowed to be independent. Then of course, you're made to start figuring things out for yourself. So as a young child, I would say my risk taking is something that kind of led me to being in business and to then finally take the step to do it. But yeah, that's kind of that's it from my childhood.
People know you as the CEO of Real Food, but what's a small, almost trivial habit or quirk that actually says a lot about how you think as a leader?
Yes, this is a very good question. I think you definitely have to be my restlessness. I'm a very restless person. I struggle to sit still. And I think, if there's one piece of feedback my team always give me, is that I feel sometimes you flip-flop a lot, you go back and forth. And that's true. And it's because I think very quickly about solving problems, taking decisions, and then sometimes I'm forced to walk back and say, oh no, I didn't think of that, so I go back, and it sometimes throws off my team. I'm sure it frustrates them a lot, but yeah, I'm restless. It's hard for me to sit in one place. It's hard, I think very quickly, and so that quirk definitely plays into my leadership.
Okay, after launching your new 800-ton processing facility, what crossroads do you feel you are standing at right now in terms of Real Food's future, local expansion versus global scale?
Well, that's a very, very good question. I'll answer that by going back in kind of history a little bit. So, trying to raise money for my expansion of my factory was always a contention with investors around building for a market that didn't exist, meaning that I had to I basically had to build a factory at scale, because if you want your cost to come down, you have to build at scale. Yes. So I had to build at a particular scale for a market I didn't currently have. And the gap was that I would get into the international market, right? Okay. And a lot of investors didn't believe that. The question was, well, where's your market? And I would be like, I can't get the market because I don't have the scale. So it was that back and forth. And of course, my investors, who are wonderful, kind of took that bet on me. And after the factory came up, the first challenge was, well, where is the market? You now have the factory, where is the market? So last year we were chasing market. We could not find, I was like, not that we couldn't find, but there was a lot to get the factory up to capacity. And I sent a LinkedIn message to one buyer in the Netherlands, and she responded. And she came to Nigeria, and that's how I got my first international buyer. And we got a second one, and these two buyers have now kind of taken up most of our capacity. So the crossroads I'm standing at is now I've proven that market, but then where's the raw material to produce? And we are learning those challenges around finding raw material, seasonality, price variations, all of that stuff. So that's the crossroads I'm at right now, that I had a market problem, I solved that market problem, and now I have a raw material problem. I have to solve that raw material problem. So that crossroads is, it's a better crossroads to be at, but it's also very sobering because, without raw material, I can't grow. I can only grow to the extent I have available and reliable raw material. So that's the crossroads I'm at right now. And it's kind of evolved over time. But it's great to know that, we don't have a challenge finding buyers and markets. What we have now a challenge is organizing the supply chain. Yeah.
So take us back to those early days in 2012 when you were importing dried fruit from Ghana. Was there a moment when it felt like the Nigerian market just wouldn't accept it? What kept you from quitting?
That's I don't know, I keep saying that's a very good question. All your questions are so good. But yeah, you know, I was just also reflecting on that this morning, that, you know, we had a very slow start in the beginning of this business, and of course I don't know whether that had to do with my product or whether that just has to do with what it takes to introduce a new product into the market. You know, it was obviously it was a premium product, so you had that bias that you could not just sell it anywhere. You had to do a lot of education, you had to change a lot of habits, and that took a while. Like, it took years. You know, I don't think till year 6 or 7 of my business I was convinced that we had built enough of a local market that people had actually loved the product, so I could keep investing in growing it. There was a lot of start and stops, a lot of come and pick your product is not selling, a lot of, you know, feedback from the market. It was not quick at all. I don't have one of those stories where you just launch a product and everyone's rushing for it. No, they were not rushing for my product.
Okay, so what kept you going despite all of this?
What kept me going, I would say, is probably a mix of a more youthful exuberance and naivety. You know, when I was young, I was much more energetic and defiant and rebellious. I had this thing that Nigeria will not get me, you know, like all the problems I faced, I would defeat, like Nigeria will not happen to me kind of thing. And that was a lot of my bravado. Of course, I did have support, and we were growing. It wasn't like we were not growing, but, you know, we were not growing at a pace where I felt confident that, you know, we had a business here. But there was just a lot of youthful energy that was like, I'm going to beat the odds, you know. That was kind of my stance, and I just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and then you get one little win here and it kind of gets, you know, it keeps you going, and you get another lead here. And I also knew that my product was global, so, you know, I had of course I had to launch it locally to kind of build a business locally, but from day one, I always knew that I wanted to export it. So we just had to keep also building because we wanted to take the product global. So that was at the back of my mind. But obviously, you know, when you don't even have capacity for a local market, are you really dreaming of exports? But that was a far-fetched dream, but still a dream. But it was more that I just was like, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to just put this product everywhere. And you know, it worked, fortunately.
Okay. So still relating to that, you once had to convince people why they should eat dried mango when fresh ones were everywhere. What old belief, either yours or the market, did you have to unlearn to build real fruit?
What old belief did I have to unlearn
to build
real fruit? The main one that comes to mind is that, you know, you need 100 naira product. That was when I moved back to Nigeria. You know, after I was like, okay, I'm doing this business. Everywhere you heard, what if the product was 100 naira? If it was 100 naira, and at some point I even tried it. I actually developed 100 naira product and opened a shop in the market. We actually had a shop. I just remember that in the market, you know, trying to be close to the distributors, blah, blah, blah. And it didn't work. You know, customers rejected it. Distributors complained bitterly. The product it wasn't a great product for that, you know, category. And when I pulled back, I just kind of had to accept that we are not a mass market product and we are going to have to scale a premium product. And so the myth was that you can scale a non-100 naira product at the time. And we just leaned into our customer, leaned into the fact that it's premium, leaned into the pricing that it had to be, and didn't look back. You know, even places where, you know, before, places where we felt we didn't have our customers based there, we would just not sell there. There was no more, you know, myth about trying to be affordable, trying to do pricing for one place, pricing for the other place. It was just like, we're premium, that's what we are, you know, accept it and build that way. Yeah.
Okay. Was there a point, maybe during fundraising or scaling, when you genuinely considered walking away from real fruit? What made you stay the course?
Yes, so it's funny enough, the point was that it wasn't like something like, dramatic happened, but I think it was kind of in my 8th year of running the business, and the years are blurring now because it's been 13 years, so I don't really know when when we're talking about here. But there was just a pivotal point where I felt that I was tired of running a small business, and at that point I didn't feel like the failure of this business was as a result of me. I didn't have that need to be defiant or to break the odds anymore. I just felt, I really felt secure that I was a great entrepreneur, but I was just not in the right market, and if this thing doesn't move the way I want it to move, I have no interest in running a small business. I want to run a big business. I want a business that raises capital, and I was ready to walk away, not with at peace that I'm done my bit. This business is not big enough for me. And then my investment discussions kind of ramped up then, and then we're close. So just in the nick of time, it became serious that I was going to raise, because obviously when you're raising money, there are a lot of false starts. There are a lot of like, oh, we're coming, I've had a situation where I signed a term sheet and my investor ghosted me, and thank God, actually, in hindsight, because this investor came out that this investment firm had a terrible reputation, and it was probably going to it was probably not going to end well for my business. So there were, you'd gone through a lot of those discussions where you have promising leads and then they fall through. So at this point I was ready to walk away and just be at peace that, look, I tried it. I'm a good entrepreneur, just not the market for my product. And then my current investors kind of were decisive about wanting to put in money, and things move from there. So that's kind of what turned the tables around.
Okay. Nigeria's $10 billion fruit market is still heavily import dependent. How did you adapt your strategy to compete against foreign products and still carve a niche for real fruit?
So I started off obviously focusing my business on distribution, on being where customers are, and that was primarily in formal retail shops, So that's how we started to basically work on being in places where people could first of all see your product, right? And our first packaging was very loud. I was very intentional about it being this like kind of bad orange and loud yellow, and the idea was that we wanted to stand out on the shelf. So those two things helped. In the beginning, people thought we were an imported product. I mean, we're coming from Ghana, but they didn't think it was Nigerian, locally Nigerian building it. And so we kind of started like that. And then, of course, expanded the range, added new products. So that helps you kind of create a niche. And of course, doing the dried fruit, towing that line in the beginning, no one knew what it was. But then when people started knowing it, we were the ones that kind of were the market leaders by virtue of being the market creators. So that helped deepen the niche and just give us that space, as our own, that we built the market. And then we just try to get our product everywhere my customers were. We did Arik like 6 years, I think 10, maybe 8 years ago, when we were very small. We were serving on Arik Airlines. I remember what it took for me because Arik was ordering like 40,000 packs of snacks a week, and I can't tell you what it took to deliver that weekly, but it gave us this impression that we're really building our snacks on international airlines, private airlines. We just put our products in schools, sometimes hospitals, hotels, we're in hotel rooms, so just places where we got like visibility and our products could be seen. So that really helped us, distribution really helped us. Putting our products in strategic places really helped us build this niche. And as the category grew, fortunately, our brand equity grew, and we were seen as like the leaders of the category. So that helped us like now carve out this niche. And actually what's funny is that now even though people say, oh, you do the snacks, and I'm like, the snacks is actually now a tiny minority of our business.
Yes.
Our business is way more than snacks, but we are known for that, and we take it, but we're known for that, and that, you know, that still is kind of what we're seen for as like the leaders in that space. And so that's kind of how we built it, and that's, you know, worked in our favor.
Okay. There is a funny tweet where you teased your husband about still not unpacking his suitcase 2 weeks after a trip. In entrepreneurship, there are also those suitcases, the tough tasks or decisions we sometimes delay. What's one business suitcase you left unpacked for too long, and what finally gave you the motivation to open it up?
This is a very easy one. Definitely pricing. Entrepreneurs and pricing. We are very bad at adjusting our pricing. Which is funny because, you know, all your vendors will change price immediately. The Naira tanks, or immediately one thing happens. But you'll be like, oh, you know, I can't do it. What about, you know, the customer? No one will buy anymore. And at some point, it was just like, if we don't, you know, address our pricing and our margins, we're just not building something to last. And, you know, we took a strategic decision that we're going to attack pricing, and if we see XYZ marker in the business change, we change our pricing. It's tough, it's painful, but it's something you have to do. I can't tell you, you know, I speak from experience. But when I talk to other entrepreneurs, when you look at their numbers, I'm like, I don't even need to dig to know you're underpricing. You're underpricing, but it's so hard. It's just something you know, you say, oh, I'll work harder, I'll go and save cost here, I'll do this, I'll do that. Yeah, pricing have entrepreneurs in a chokehold. But once you get unemotional about it, that, you know what, we are not immune. We're not somehow living in like some magic protection from the market. In fact, we're one of the we get hit with increased pricing. You know, I mean, it's first, you know, and so we have to address it easily and just be unemotional about it. And when you change your pricing, you usually find out that people eventually adjust. So yeah, that's definitely an unpacked suitcase that that used to stumble. I used to stumble with for a long period of time. Yeah.
When your projection looks shaky, whether in breaking into US shelves or building the Abeokuta factory, how did you keep the balance between optimism and hard financial realism? Yeah,
that's a very good question. I mean, there's no easy answer to this because, you know, as much as people say, you know, react immediately financially, you know, even when you do things like, let's say if you're unfortunately you have to cut jobs or you have to do this, it's not putting you in the best position because, you know, to build back up takes time. Or if the market turns and you're not ready, you know, or you don't have the right team and things like that, you do pay a price for it. So on the one hand, you want to, you know, I think we take a very pragmatic approach, which is that, okay, you cut all the things you have to, you know, that are nice to have, and you suspend those. And then everybody kind of puts their effort and their time into what will create value, right? And what can create value. So we tend to look at it as, you know, the tough financial decisions are just, you know, pausing everything. You know, sometimes it's expansion, sometimes it's plans to do this. You just put everything on hold. Sometimes it's big marketing campaigns. You just stop it and say, okay, let's have a bias towards what can we plow money into or resources into that would lead into some, you know, return, or will actually get us closer to getting our customer. So we always assess where we are putting in resources, and it's not something that I like to pretend I was good at from the beginning. Certainly something, especially as we've grown in, you know, and I have a board who kind of coached us on how to really take decisions on how you are spending, because even if things are bad, you have to spend money somewhere. And it's like, where do you put the money, or where do you take the decisions? And usually it's on what will grow. So I give a practical example. I'm not the only one who's going to complain about, you know, the shrinking of retail this year. Retail has been brutal. It has been bloody. At the same time, we've spent let me use a better word. We spent a hefty sum of money in getting certification. That is, we spent a lot of money, done a lot of factory adaptations to meet international certification. And the reason why we did that even though we were not really growing on the retail side, was because those were necessary for export sales. So if you don't have that certification, you don't sell. So it became just, a clear decision, even though it took so much funds from the company that we had to plow funds into that avenue to open up more sales and growth. So things like that is how we approach just uncertainty in the market, and when our best laid plans don't go as planned.
Okay. If fear wasn't a factor, what bold move will you make next for real fruit or for Nigerian agribusiness in general?
I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of anything when it comes to my sector, because I've encountered all the fear. I think I've left my fear behind like 2 years ago. So I would say the question would be more around if I had a blank check. Because
if you had a blank check,
exactly,
and you could do anything.
If I had a blank check, I would plant coconut and mango trees all across. No, I wouldn't say all across Nigeria, in strategic states in Nigeria. I would invest in huge commercial tree crops, farms across Nigeria, because, well, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for my business. It's a no-brainer for the industry. Tree crops are very profitable. Tree crops are investments that give you returns for 50 to 70 years. The tree crops that we're harvesting from now were planted in the 70s, 60s, 80s, and they're what are supporting my business today, what are the lifeline of my business today. So if I think into the future, that's what I would do. I would plant a ton of tree crops that would basically create even excess raw material in the market, so that we could invite more industry, invite more processing, so that companies that are currently importing their inputs like fruit concentrate, and making juice, can use local fruit and things like that, and it would create a lot of wealth. Tree crops are incredibly profitable. Tree crops don't require you to be taking care of them like you need to do vegetables and maize and all that. You leave them and you take care of them in the beginning, but they are very reliant, self-reliant, and they give you a harvest no matter what. And so, that's what I would do.
Okay, but is this something that you're really looking at doing?
We're starting off actually our first orchard soon, our first coconut plantation soon. We already have a demo farm in our factory that we've been doing some research and development on different species of fruit. But it's a plan of our company, primarily to secure our own raw material needs. Right now, most of the coconut we consume in Lagos comes from outside of Lagos and outside of Nigeria. I mean, people think it comes from Badagry, but so that creates some not just cost and availability, but availability. The demand is growing, so we see those things as problems that we need to solve going forward. But I would do that. I think tree crops could create a lot of wealth for Nigeria. I'm biased because it's my industry, but the numbers don't lie.
And I'm actually happy that you've already started working on that, because for me, that was one thing I wanted to say. I said, why not, start build those raw materials? Why not find a way of also, if you can also get investors to say, okay, see how this thing is going, but we need this. So if we can do this, and like you said, in fact, already sounds like a pitch, it goes a long way to help the industry and everything. So it's
not easy, and it's not easy to get investment in Nigeria. It's not easy to get investment in agribusiness in Nigeria. It's not easy to get investment in primary agriculture, because it is very risky. And obviously, I won't even mention the government, because the government, with limited resources, will you invest in trees or will you invest in cassava? Like staple crops over tree crops, I get it. I'm not a priority. So it's a very small window of a very, very small window of people or organizations or stakeholders who will actually put money in this idea, because it's long term, because who's going to loan you money for like 5 years before they get a return. So we understand all of that. That's the constraint. But our goal is to build a pilot, because if we do a successful pilot, then we can make the business case for people to say, well, we've done it, it's less risky, so you now take it on. And especially for individuals who have who have land, who have capital that they may be willing to plow and don't want to plow it in something as not to say agriculture is not risky, but farming tree crops is less risky than others. So things like that, looking at those kind of ways to propagate growing. But I think we need a model first. I think we need to put our money where our mouth is and do something that works, and then say, okay, this is how we can scale it. So that's what we're doing.
Okay. So if the next 5 years of your life and business were written as a book chapter, what would its title be, and what would the story be about?
Oh wow, that's a good question. The next 5 years would be,
if it was a book, what would the chapter
would be,
and what would the story be about?
The chapter would be probably the chapter would be something about like galloping, like the galloping the galloping years, or the years of or Afi in gallop or something like that, real fruit in galloping in gallop, because it's been a long start and we are seeing quite dramatic growth, and so these next 5 years are about consolidating and expanding that growth, and it would be all about that. It would be about global territory, local territory. It would be about expansion, because that's our current place, and it's not, we didn't just arrive here. It's been 13 years in the making, and it's that time to gallop, to move quickly, to expand quickly. I mean, this year alone, the kind of things we've done in my factory, things I could only dream of. Getting international certification. One of our new customers we just got is a European global grocery chain that we are supplying to, and that just happened in less than a year. And the future just continues to, have those types of opportunities, I believe, waiting for us. And of course, we have to raise the capital, expand, but because we have that track record, I believe it's going to move a lot quicker than the first 13 years. I believe we're going to probably achieve more than double what we've achieved in the first 13 years in the next 5 years.
So on the lighter note, before we escape from this interview, I wish we keep talking on that one, because I'm actually, like I said, every interview is like a class, it's like a lesson, you're learning something. So on the lighter note, what do you do? Like, what's one hidden talent that you have that people don't really know about, And then what do you do when you're not, being Afi and running real foods? What do you do outside of that?
I don't really have any hidden talents. My only hidden talent, which is very obvious, is that I like to do hard things, and I can stomach a lot of difficult things. So my hobbies are not things people tend to feel are easy. I'm a marathon runner. I just ran my first ultra marathon in June, which was 90 kilometers in 11 hours and 46 minutes. So I was on my feet for half the day. And that's fun. I mean, it wasn't fun when I was doing it, but these are the things that I do for me to enjoy myself. I play sport. I play, up till recently play flag football, which is non-contact American football, and I'm going for a little tournament for some new sport I've picked up, and so the things I like, so the things I like are difficult and stuff like that. I don't have a hidden talent. I can't sing. I'm not really a great dancer. I'm not really, so just my hobbies are things to do with my personality and similar in the vein of my work, right? And outside of my work, of course, I'm a wife and I'm a mom. So I have my children and my husband at home, and my children are young, so they kind of keep you on your toes, as it were.
I get.
Yes, and always demanding something. I'm a friend, and I'm a daughter. My mom and I talk a lot. So just regular things. I teach Sunday school, so I like trying to be, I teach my son's class in Sunday school, so I try to be, more well-rounded and give back, and I involve myself in being of service to others in as much as I can. And that's it. Nothing else, very, very regular, very, very just normal things. Yes.
Okay. So on a final note, and this is my last question.
Sure, you can ask more. I'm fine.
Looking back, what's one truth about entrepreneurship you wish somebody had whispered to you before you started in 2012?
One truth someone had whispered.
You wish that somebody had whispered to you.
It's like that is going to take long. Like it's going to take a long time. And even though I would have never been able to appreciate or internalize what long meant, because, I believe if you've not done something, it's very hard for you to appreciate what it actually means to endure that thing. So even if someone told me that, I would have been like, oh, it won't take me long, but that it's going to take longer than you think. Anything you think of, any timeline you think of, you can even more than double that, and it wouldn't be. And somebody, I don't know who quoted this, that people, I don't know, is it Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates? So, said something about like people overestimate what they can do in a year and underestimate what they can do in 10 years. And I think that's just the reality of entrepreneurship, that is a compounding thing. In 1 year it might look like not much has happened and you're impatient in the days, but if you look over a longer period of time, the consistency compounds something much bigger. So if somebody had whispered that to me, I would have probably still not believed it. Nobody really can, but here I am 13 years down the line, and I'm hopefully building something to last. So I've kind of made peace with the fact that if I'm to sit on this journey, I have to get comfortable with what time it's going to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
I'm so happy we've had this conversation and we've done this interview, because to be honest, personally, I've learned so much from listening to you, and I'm sure when people listen to it or watch it, they will gain a lot of confidence in what they are doing, and they will learn that the journey might be long, but it's worth the wait.
Yeah.
So on that note, I would like to say thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for staying tuned for this episode of Triumph Against Odds. I still remain your host, Obidiko Tafo, and like we always say here, stay resilient and never give up.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight here on bdtv, where bold founders and brilliant ideas takes the center stage. On this show, we shine the light on game changers and entrepreneurs shaping the future of business and innovation in Nigeria and beyond. Imagine living in a community where the nearest doctor is hours away and a simple health concern can quickly turn into a life-threatening emergency. For millions across Nigeria and beyond, this isn't just a story, it's their daily reality. But what if I told you that a bold idea is changing that narrative? An innovative startup has stepped in with a mission to bring quality, affordable primary health care right to the doorsteps of communities that have long been left behind. Today on Startup Spotlight, we'll be discussing innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities. My name is Glory Brown, and joining me today is Dr. Folake Kofo Idowu. She is a double board certified physician in internal medicine and infectious diseases. She is the founder and CEO of Iyewo, a Lagos-based startup delivering insurance-backed community focused on primary care to the informal sector. Dr. Folake, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you joining us.
It's a pleasure to be
By the
here.
way, you look very, very amazing.
Thank you.
So let me start by asking you the meaning of Iyewo and what really inspired you. You're a medical doctor and you have a career in medical and research, and then you were in the US and then you came all over to Nigeria to start up Iyewo. What really inspired you and what's the meaning behind the name?
Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So the name Iyewo means to check, to interrogate, to ask questions, to inquire. But it actually didn't even start from wanting to ask. For me, when I had the vision of what I wanted to do and what I wanted it to be, I wanted it to, in my head, it represented like a triumph, like a tree that was growing against all odds. And what came to me was a big tree, and you know, a tree grows and then it has the branches. I saw a World Cup trophy that in a way, even though it wasn't branching out, but there was a bigger head. And also I thought about the woman's uterus, right? It kind of has that shape. It's nurturing, it's protecting, it's providing. And it took me to mother, Iya, in Yoruba. And in some dialect of Yoruba, they call it Iye, right? But also Iye means to survive, means to thrive, means to triumph. So the name kind of started around Iye, and as I just mulled over it, I came up with Iyewo. So in terms of, you know, just what inspired me, for me personally, it was two things. I needed a change of scenery for so many reasons. And as many physicians in the US will tell you something similar, maybe not necessarily, but they needed a change. They need a change. I needed a change of scenery. And luckily, I had kind of started this passion project from a nonprofit angle, and I was tweaking it to be more sustainable and founded a social enterprise. I was going back and forth a lot, and I realized the business really needed me. It's like a baby, you know, you need to sit with it, you need to nurture. There's only so many meetings, so many things you can see when you are building a good foundation. And I knew that I needed to find a way to spend time with it. And I think once I found the avenue, I took that opportunity.
From what you said now, it all shows that you started this out of passion you had for primary care. And I want to know, you have an experience in infectious disease and also in other areas. What really shaped your vision in the regards of primary care to undeserved communities? I believe there is something that triggered you, you understand?
Yes.
There's something that pushed you toward that vision.
So first of all, primary care is like the baseline health care that everybody should have. Whether you are healthy or not, whether you have a diagnosis or not, everybody should have a primary care doctor, right? Because many times when disease or illness is showing up, a lot of things have gone wrong. There are a lot of conditions that are not acute. Malaria is acute. Malaria will bite, the mosquito will bite you. In 5 days, you're seeing symptoms and you take care of it. But sometimes there are lingering effects. And if you don't have a primary care doctor that follows you, then it becomes a problem. And so things like hypertension, it doesn't show until it's a problem. So some people are getting diagnosed when they are having strokes and hypertension, or they get confused, what we call encephalopathy, right? You don't want that, because it means a lot has gone wrong and your body is not in good shape anymore. So for me, we're looking at the world generally, globally, we do not have enough resources other than money, and the money is not well distributed, right? But every other thing you need for global healthcare wellness, we actually do not have enough. Manpower, especially human resources. So you have to look at what is the best way to distribute the little we have, and how can we keep more people healthy. Research has shown in countries that it's been done well, where you have a strong, solid primary care system, it takes care of 90% of the country's health issues, because you're able to prevent a lot of things, you're able to catch and manage early, for cheaper also, for the individual, for the community, for the government, right? Because I tell my clients, when you fall sick, you're losing money twice. You're losing money the day you are supposed to be at work and you are not at work. You're not making money, right? 2 is that you are now losing from your savings to pay for healthcare at a high cost, and a lot of Nigerians are paying out of pocket. So these are the issues, because we have to also look at it from an economic point of view. The informal sector in Nigeria holds over 70% of our workforce, and these people are largely uncovered, and these are the people who drive our revenue, right? The bustling economy we keep talking about. It's these people. Nigeria has millions of micro, small, and medium enterprise. Who is taking care of their healthcare? And these people, again, economically, when they are not working, they are not earning. And that means a family's feeding is at stake, a child's education is at stake, right? If the breadwinner drops and has a stroke, you are losing that person's time. If they become disabled, it means that there's a loss of manpower. That means for the rest of that person's life, they cannot generate revenue. There's caregiver man-hour loss also. Somebody's taking care of them. The hours they should be working and generating or living or whatever, they're spending and taking. So there's a lot of even economic components to it at the end of the day. So it's a healthy country and a healthy environment that generates and that builds wealth. And that's why primary care is very, very important. It's cheaper for us to take care of everybody at the primary care level, so that the people who, it's not everything that, it's just like saying you spray you spray insecticide, you use mosquito net. 1 or 2 people will still catch malaria, but at least not a lot of people. So it reduces the pressure at the top, and then you still have enough money to take care of all those people.
Oh, thank you so much. So how, Iyewo has been there for some years now, despite the fact that it's still in its startup stage. Mm-hmm. How do you see startup playing a role as important as this, like a long-standing role? With time, we definitely have to move from the primary sector to the serious. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
To the serious part where, people have to come with different illness now looking beyond the primary care you initially started giving. So how do you bring in profit for startups? You started this thing with the passion you have. You wanted to do something that was inside of you. But now for startups looking forward to going to something like this, how can they start the funding part, and also how can they keep it long-standing in the social issues like healthcare?
So in the startup world, people know that social enterprise, that's what we are. And it's basically a business whose core or primary goal is social impact, right? It's an enterprise because it's supposed to generate revenue. Depending on how you structure it, maybe you're making very minimal profit or just enough, but it's not like great margins. Now, of course, do we want to be profitable? Yes, has to be profitable. And that's why I moved from the nonprofit angle into a business, right? Is that it needs to be self-sustaining, and the people you're serving also need to have skin in the game. Everything cannot be free, because people cannot just take things and waste your resources. I would rather be serving people who really want to be served, right? But again, you still have to serve people, even when, because their health matters. So moving into just a growth stage, it's about focusing on sustainability with our strategy. And we're really trying that in terms of, as much as, again, social enterprise, we're serving the lower tier of the economy, right? And these people are daily earners, they're small earners. We on our end have figured out a self-financing mechanism where we have a health wallet and they can micro save into that. So going to Mama X or Baba Y to say, give me 5,000 naira today might be hard, because you don't know which day he's going to have a lot of sales or which day they ask his child to bring money in school, right? But if you ask him for 500 naira, he probably will give that to you. And he can save that either, you know, every week or every 3 days into his wallet, and that money is growing for his healthcare. So he has a fallback. And so for them also, that's a way we're building sustainability into it. For us as a business, we're doing our best to price reasonably. And also when we're staffing, because these are some of the things, is we're trying to staff locally. So it reduces, you know, again, we want to pay people, we're paying people fair wages. But if somebody's coming from Ajangbadi and you want them to come and work in Marina or in, I don't know, Shongutedo, you have to pay them fairly to cover transportation. But if they are in Shongutedo and, you know, you're hiring them to work in that area, at least the cost of that is less. So those are some of the strategies we are putting in place to figure out, you know, how we can minimize our costs, because these are some of the issues that make people just run out. Funding, we're hoping to get funding. I guess we're working on our readiness, because, you know, funding comes with its own requirements, and you're answerable to other people's money. Right, so we're working on our readiness, but also we have to make sure that we are finding the right investors, because again, we're a social enterprise, and somebody who wants a 10x right now and exit in 3 years might not be the right investor for us. So again, those are the things that we're looking at. Now, in terms of moving from primary care and to taking care of big things or bigger things, personally, for me, Iyewo is part of a bigger dream and a bigger vision. It has its own space and its own role, and by God's grace there will be other pieces of the puzzle that we will build out. But one important thing to note is that the other levels of care, secondary and tertiary. So secondary is like your general hospitals, tertiary is like the teaching hospitals where they do research, where they do academics also, and then there's quaternary, which is like really higher and it's more niche. A lot of these things are capital intensive. We don't necessarily have to do that. We can collaborate. That's another thing. We can collaborate with hospitals. There are a lot of hospitals in the city, in the country, that are not even fully utilized. So we can really focus on grabbing the primary care, which means we have the numbers, which means that if somebody needs something, higher level of care, we can easily refer, because that's the goal of everything. One person doesn't have to do everything. We can collaborate, secondary level, tertiary level, and as people need stuff, as long as there's a warm handshake each way, we can do a proper documentation, send the information, and everybody's working, you know, back and forth together.
Let's quickly go on the break. When we come back, it's still the Startup Spotlight. Stay with us. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we've been discussing the topic, innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities, with Dr. Folake Kofu-Do. Dr. Folake, let's look at the challenges. From your perspective, what do you think are the biggest challenges when it comes to accessing healthcare for those in undeserved communities in Nigeria today?
The challenges that I found, but also has been documented. There's generally, you know, we'll call it like geographic access in terms of how close or how far is a health provider or a health facility from people. And some of these things make a difference. Someone did a study, or a group did a study one time or recently about looking at the time for pregnant women, right, from when there's an issue to getting to a health facility where they can get help. And it showed varying numbers that were not favorable to their health. So geographic, distance is one of the challenges, but also human resource, human capacity. Do we have enough? And what that translates to, people get to facilities and they have to wait long queues. Now, there's also a long-standing general mistrust, unfortunately, that is not untrue or is not unfounded, that people have to orthodox medicine and medical practitioners. And we have a lot of work to do on our end. Yes, people exaggerate, but there's some fire to that smoke. And so that. Now, part of what I have also found is there is a psychological barrier, all of these little things that now puts, so it's not like, at least the people I'm serving are like ready, boom, to go to the doctor, right? They are still not that willing because, and that's been one of our own work that we've had to do, is get over that psychological barrier that they have where they don't trust you, you guys are too stressful, and you guys keep making them spend money, but I think what they've appreciated, and they feel like people don't care about them, right? So the challenges are, the people are now uninterested in patronizing you, or aka the medical community, orthodox medicine, uninterested in patronizing you unless it is catastrophic. They are dying, they have collapsed, they can't breathe. And they know that the chemists cannot solve breathing problems when you are gasping for air. So they come to you when it is too late. And again, that feeds into the cycle, because now they come to you when it's too late and they're like, we took her to the hospital and she still died there. But you took her to the hospital when she was dying, right? So it's a vicious cycle, and we have to break that cycle. And primary care is a good way, because can we get there, build trust? They don't trust the medical community. Can we build trust, and can we prevent all these catastrophic illnesses where people can see value? And what we have found being on ground is, we were at Oyinbo Market signing up people. I was there on Monday, and one woman was saying, she's like, she was saying it in Yoruba, me and people not going to go to the hospital. So it's even good that she said it. And a lot of them did not say it. Like, they were like, thank God you came, because I'm not ready to leave my market. I don't have time. Kiniko. And you check her blood pressure is 188 over 130. You check the blood sugar is 400, right? And you're treating them there, and they're seeing the changes. There's someone we took care of. Blood pressure was 200, 120 something. And they gave her medication in the market. And the next day she came, she was walking differently. She said before she couldn't walk without pausing, going to her bathroom, walking through the market. She had to keep sitting down. So she would do as if she's greeting people, but she's actually resting. And she was like, she could walk to the end of the street now. Her headache was gone. So it's like that shift, that transformation, but also them knowing that somebody cares. Because again, they go like, we go to the hospital, the nurses are shouting at us, the doctor is cold. Yes, because they're overworked, they are stressed. So it's like you're coming with gas and they give you both, and everybody doesn't like each other. So we're trying to just, how can we calm the tension down? So yeah. But aside all of that, there's a gross infrastructural deficit, right? There's human capacity. In Nigeria right now, just general health workers, going from doctors, specialists to healthcare assistants combined, we have less than 2 to 1,000 people. It's not enough at all.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television news studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira hits 10-month high on strong FX inflows. World Bank remains Nigeria's top creditors as debt hits 152.4 trillion naira DMO. Easing inflation, stable Naira to boost FMCG third quarter result. And crude road deepens as refiners reject 11 million barrel local supply. Thank you for joining us on the news update. I am Deborah Eze. The Naira strengthened at the official market last week, gaining 0.72% to 10.5 Naira to close at 1,455.17 per dollar, its strongest level since December 2024, according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The foreign exchange markets also traded mixed during the week, initially facing pressure from foreign portfolio investor exits before recovering midweek due to renewed inflows. Nigeria's external reserve rose to $42.57 billion, driven by higher earnings from oil sales, remittances, and portfolio investment, giving the CBN more capacity to manage short-term pressures. Analysts at Meristem Securities said the inclusion of Nigeria to FTSE Russell watchlist could attract significant foreign portfolio inflows over the next year. And moving on, data from the Debt Management Office says that Nigeria's total public debt has climbed to 152.40 trillion naira. The figure marks a 3.01 trillion naira increase from 149.39 trillion naira recorded at the end of March, reflecting the government's growing reliance on borrowing to bridge fiscal gaps. The DMO reports show that the country's external debt rose to $46.98 billion from $45.98 billion in March, with the World Bank accounting for about 38% of total external obligations. Multilateral lenders held 49.4% of the portfolio, while commercial borrowing stood at $17.32 billion, making up 36.9%. And on the domestic front, Nigeria's debt increased to 80.55 trillion naira in June from 78.76 trillion naira in March. The DMO said the federal government accounted for 141.08 trillion naira, while states and the FCT owed 11.32 trillion naira, maintaining the Nigeria's debt within sustainable limits. And also, the Nigerian fast-moving consumer goods sector is projected to record stronger third quarter earnings as easing inflation and a more stable Naira boost margins, according to a report by Cardinal Stone. The report predicts broad-based improvements in sales and profitability across food, beverage, and household products, driven by rising consumer demand and lower input costs. While brewers like Nigerian breweries and Guinness are expected to experience seasonal slowdowns, food producers are forecast to post robust volume-led growth. However, the firm cautioned that high borrowing costs and leverage remain key risks for some players, even as moderating interest rates may provide relief in the months ahead. And up ahead, crude road deepens as refiners reject 11 million barrel local supply. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car Extra protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At ST, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates, and still on the Nigerian scene, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has revealed that 11 crude oil cargoes offered to local refiners in 1 month were left unclaimed, despite ongoing complaints about feedstock shortages. The Commission's Chief Executive Benga Kumolafe, represented by Boma Atiegoba, disclosed this at the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria, Koran, says that the unclaimed cargoes were largely due to pricing disputes and crude grade specifications. Koran Vice Chair Dolapo Ukulaja said despite the hindrance from inadequate infrastructure, refiners faced limited supply despite provisions in the Petroleum Industry Act. Industry experts called for better coordination between regulators and operators to strengthen Nigeria's drive for domestic crude refinery. And the Sea Empowerment and Research Center, CIREC, says a fully operational national single window could boost or would boost revenue for the Nigeria Customs Service by between 10 and 20% annually. That's an increase of about 600 billion naira to 1.2 trillion naira. CIREC explains that the digital trade platform could also cut cargo dwell time by up to 45% and significantly reduce trade transaction costs across the logistics chain. The group, however, cautioned that previous attempts to establish a unified trade system have failed and urged that the National Single Window Project be treated as a major national economic reform. Meanwhile, the Registrar of the Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria, Kingsley Igwe, says full adoption of the platform could reduce logistics costs by as much as 30%, describing it as a potential game changer for trade efficiency in Nigeria. And away from that story, the federal government's debt to electricity generation companies has climbed to 1.05 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, according to the latest reports by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. Next, second quarter 2025 reports revealed that the government incurred 514.35 billion naira in subsidies in second quarter and 536.40 billion naira in fourth quarter as a result of the continued absence of cost-reflective tariffs. Despite a slight 4.11% drop in the subsidy due to reduced energy offtake by discos, the government still covered 59.6% of the total GENCO invoice. However, GENCOs say they have not been fully briefed on how the funds will be disbursed to settle individual claims. And African West Africa Limited has disconnected from Nigeria's national grid, switching fully to gas-powered electricity in a move aimed at cutting production costs and boosting efficiency at its rice processing plant. The company says the transition supports Nigeria's food security goals by ensuring a steady and reliable power supply for its operations. Plant manager Emmanuel Njin explained that the switch to compressed natural gas and installation of a 1.5 megawatt Dembaja gas power plant have transformed production, cutting fuel costs by up to 65% while providing consistent power for processing. Industry observers say Agricon's shift highlights how cleaner energy alternatives are helping Nigerian manufacturers overcome power supply challenges and drive industrial growth. And still to come, EU pledges 11.5 billion euros of investment in South Africa. This and more after this commercial break.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
You're welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa, where the European Union has announced plans to invest $13.3 billion in clean energy infrastructure and pharmaceutical projects in South Africa. A significant portion of the investments will go towards accelerating South Africa's transition to renewable energy, funding new power generation capacity, grid upgrades, energy storage, and green hydrogen projects. Among the key initiatives is the Kohega Green Ammonia project, designed to meet rising demand for green ammonia in agriculture, chemicals, and mining. The investments will also support the production of vaccines and pharmaceuticals in South Africa for the wider African continent. The announcement follows European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen's pledge of 4.7 billion euros in March, though it remains unclear whether the new commitment includes or adds to that earlier figure. Meanwhile, South Africa's export outlook is dimmed after the US imposed a 30% tariff on its goods in August and allowed a key African trade initiative to expire at the end of last month. Officials in Pretoria are now seeking to persuade the Trump administration to ease those tariffs. At the current exchange rate, $1 equals 0.8643 euros. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo has announced it will revoke cobalt export quotas from companies that fail to meet export targets or breach environmental, tax, or trading rules. According to the country's Strategic Mineral Substances Market Regulation and Control Authority, the new measures, described as a strict use it or lose it system, will take effect on October 16th. The move follows a month-long export ban aimed at curbing oversupply and stabilizing global prices. Analysts say it's Congo's strongest efforts yet to tighten control over the vital battery metal, which is key to electric vehicle production. Under the new quota allocation, China's CMOC Group, the world's largest cobalt producer, secured 6,500 tons for the final quota of 2025, with Glencore received 3,925 tons. Congo also warned it will revoke quotas from firms processing third-party or artisanal cobalt, except for state-backed companies EGC and STL. And on the foreign scene, Israeli authorities have today confirmed the release of all 20 living hostages from Gaza under the Donald Trump brokered ceasefire deal. According to Israel Defense Forces, there are no more living Israeli hostages in Hamas captivity. In a post on its official X handle, the IDF disclosed that 13 of the returning hostages were being escorted by IDF and ISA forces back to Israel. Earlier, Hamas released 7 captives into the custody of the Red Cross in Gaza. Upon arrival, the freed hostages will undergo initial medical assessment to evaluate their condition after months in captivity. The IDF said its commanders and soldiers were saluting and embracing the returning hostages as they made their way home to the state of Israel. The military has launched Operation Returning Home to ensure the safe return of any remaining hostages and secure their reintegration. Meanwhile, the IDF spokesperson appealed to the public to act responsibly and with sensitivity, respecting the privacy of the returning hostages and relying solely on official information. And also, China exports rose 8.3% in September, the fastest pace since March, a stronger than expected rebound that's helping keep growth on track towards Beijing 5% GDP target. While renewed trade tensions with the US are clouding the outlook, President Donald Trump has threatened to reimpose triple-digit tariff on Chinese goods after Beijing announced new rare earth export controls last week. Analysts warn such a move could deliver a deflationary shock to China's economy, threatening factory jobs and smaller exporters. China's rare earth restrictions also risk disrupting global supply chain in key industries from automobiles to green energy and aviation. Despite the tensions, there's still hope for de-escalation ahead of a possible meeting between Trump and President Xi Jinping at the APEC summit later this month in South Korea. And up next is sport news after this break.
After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news update. We now head to sports, where Scotland manager Steve Clarke says he's really disappointed despite the side 2-1 World Cup qualifying win over Belarus at Hampden Park. It was a record-breaking night for Clarke, managing Scotland for the 72nd time, but his team's flat performance left him frustrated. Che Adams opened the scoring after 15 minutes before Scots McTominay made it a 2-0 late on. But a stoppage time goal from Belarus substitute helped Kuchko spark nerves and even drew a few boos from the home fan. Still, back-to-back home wins over Greece and Belarus leave Scotland level on 10% with Denmark and guaranteed a top 2 finish. 2 more wins would book their spot at the World Cup. And so when the news, Rangers remain in talks with several candidates as they continue their search for a new head coach. It comes after Steven Gerrard, a fan favourite and former Ibrox boss, withdrew from the process despite what sources described as positive discussions about a potential return to the club. Danny Roy is still seen as a strong option after impressing Rangers officials, though is one of several names under consideration. The former Sheffield Wednesday boss was also approached in the summer before Russell Martin was appointed. Other links with the role include Ipswich Town manager Kieran McKenna and former Southampton boss Ralph Hasenhuttl, though it's unclear if either have made the final shortlist. Rangers also sounded out former West Ham manager Graham Potter and ex-Wolves boss Gary O'Neill, but it's understood both are no longer in frame for the job. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the arts, the others, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
All right, to give us the welcome address today is the publisher of Business Day, well represented by the deputy editor of Business Day, Mr. Ololade Akimurele. Please welcome him as he comes up stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my task here is very simple. It's to welcome you all and then, just essentially get out of the way so that we can have the thought-provoking conversations that we have outlined for you guys today. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Business Day Sustainable Building Conference 2025, a gathering inspired by a shared urgency to rethink how we build, finance, and sustain our cities. Globally, the construction sector accounts for nearly 40% of annual carbon emissions, and in Nigeria, it's not much different. The construction sector is also at the crossroads in Nigeria because I get the sense that most times when we speak about sustainability, people just think only about the impact of climate change, but it transcends even beyond that to energy efficiency, cost efficiency, and the like. Our nation faces a dual challenge: the need to deliver affordable, structurally sound buildings, and the imperative to do so in ways that preserve our environment and protect future generations. At Business Day, we believe in convening platforms that provoke bold ideas, foster collaboration, and enable practical solutions. And today is no different. From issues of building collapse to green financing and smart technologies, this conference is about reshaping an industry that quite literally holds up our lives and livelihoods. Let today's conversations be catalytic. Let them challenge the status quo and open pathways to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable construction sector. Thank you for joining us. And before I go, I would also like to just recognize our sponsors. They are the reasons why we're here today. We have MKH Properties, Vava Projects, Global's Bank, and Periwinkle Properties. We also have some industry partners from Redan, Green Building Council of Nigeria, and SGE Initiative. So allow me to say once more that you're all welcome to this conference, and please, I hope that you enjoy it as much as I will. I already had some conversations with Dr. Oyelake. Is he here right now? There he is. But I'm sure you would have so much. I guarantee that you would learn so much from his panel session as well as the other panel sessions that we have lined up for you today. So thank you, and do enjoy the sessions.
A round of applause for him. If your hands are not too busy, a round of applause again for that welcome address. So quick one, before we continue, let me use this opportunity to recognize one of the foremost professors of architecture and the only professor of architecture in the world. Nomadic architecture. Well, I'm just following my script here. Professor Samuel Daramola, good to have you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. It's not easy to be an architect, though. Then to now be a professor of architecture, that's nomadic architecture. That's serious. I would like to know nomadic architecture, but, as the event progresses. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. And then I have here the representative of Professor Samson Duna, is the DG Nigerian Road and Building Research Institute, in person of Dr. Suleiman Morain. Thank you so much, sir. And I love your color, sir. Thank you. The color of your outfit. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are very happy to have you all here with us today. Just a quick warm up, just to get us ready for the next session. We're going to do something very brief. We're going to pick 4 persons randomly, one. You introduce yourself, your name, what you do, where you work, and you tell us one eco-friendly practice you carry out. So I'll go first so that you understand. My name is Faith Nwuzo. I am a quantity surveyor. I work with VACC Technical Limited. I try my best to avoid printing so that we can save papers and then save the ecosystem. So you go.
All right, then. My name is Fortune Omoshola, but you can call me the General. I don't have stars on my shoulders yet, but in the media world, I'm a news manager, a voice actor, I'm a poet as well. So I try as much as possible to avoid styrofoams. Hope you get that. Styrofoams. Yes, so I try as much as possible to avoid styrofoam. So I would like to hear from members of the audience here. What do you do? What's that eco-friendly practice? You know, just one person. Okay, you'd like to start first. All right. A round of applause for her, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dolakwa from Jang Properties and I sell real estate. So what we try to do is if there's a property that we're selling, for example, I have a listing commercial office in Ikoyi with a building on it. So I try my best to let the person preserve that building. So renovate it rather than demolish. So that way you save energy.
That's a good one. Please, a round of applause for her. Anybody else wants to try? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Omishore. I'm a transport planner, and I write to preserve the environment.
Interesting. Round of applause,
Thank you,
please.
Sir.
Interesting.
Okay. So nobody from this angle? Okay.
Oh, good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johnson Olamiposi. I'm a tourism journalist and enthusiast. I am a tourism writer. I write good destination about Nigeria. I don't give any impression of how Nigeria looks like. So I beautify Nigeria when my write-up page.
Your write-up. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, then, without wasting any more time, we'll just do this little engagement so that we can, break the ice when necessary. So the environment is so serious. I'm like, what's going on? It's not that deep. All right, then. For the keynote address, we have the president of Redan, who would be having a keynote address right about now, is Mr. Kintoi Felix, but is ably represented by the vice president of Redan Southwest Zone, Dr. Kunle Adeyemi. If our hands are not too busy, please let's welcome him to the podium. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. All protocol duly observed. I'm standing in for Mr. President of Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria, who is unavoidably absent this morning. I'm glad we have virtually every sector represented in this room. So I'm looking forward to a very fantastic conversation around what affects not only our today, but most importantly our tomorrow. All right, so I'm glad that we're having this conversation. And my job is very simple. It's just to set the stage and set the ball rolling. Then we're going to be having an interesting conversation where we have our panel to have conversation around different things. But this is very important. Please, media, if you have my slide, I would like to have that up. All right, one of our greatest opportunity lies on how we respond to the demand of growth. You agree with me that growth is inevitable. Growth is, we can't do without it. But how we respond to the demand of growth is our responsibility. Right. Now, our country is expanding rapidly. As a matter of fact, it's purported that in the next few years, Nigeria is going to be the third largest population in the whole world, right? So, by the virtue of this growth and expansion, if we do not build right today, if we not start doing embracing the right thing today, particularly as related to construction, the industry I stand to represent, or real estate rather, if we not build right today, we may spend years correcting the damage, the avoidable damage or mistakes of tomorrow. So it's important that we look at sustainability as something that will not only influence, like I said, our today, most especially our tomorrow. And it speaks to so many things around our life. This is why the theme for this conference, Sustainable Practice and Financing Solution for Nigerian Construction, is not just relevant, but it is very urgent and exigent. So having this conversation is not just relevant. We've got to have this conversation real quick to preserve our tomorrow. All right, next slide, please. Why sustainability? Why do we need to prioritize it? It's not just a slogan. It's about preserving resources, protecting our environment, and ensuring that development meets the needs of today without compromising tomorrow. So we're talking about sustainability, which has to do with preserving our resources. I mean, under the land use, there are places designed to preserve our forestry, just to ensure that we have an ecosystem that is complete, that influences a whole lot of things. I'm a strong advocate of environment because I believe environment influences a lot of things, particularly our thought pattern. It influences a whole lot of things. So we've got to, it's very important. This is why it's a priority for us. Now, in construction, sustainability, now taking it down to real estate, what does it mean? It means using the material that are eco-friendly. There are some setbacks, particularly using Lagos as a yardstick. There are setbacks. If you have a power line, you have to observe certain setbacks. If there are roads, you have to observe certain setbacks. But these setbacks are already occupied by some informal sector. And the exercises carried out in these setbacks affect our climate. This is why we have the vulcanizers. The last statistic revealed that we have over 65,000 vulcanizers in Lagos. So imagine each time you go to pump your tire, imagine the emission that pollutes the air, and there are people living close to this environment. It affects their health. As a matter of fact, when you go to an hospital like Igbobi, and you have about 10 people having problem with chronic back pain, about 4 of them are usually vulcanizers. So it even affects, it impacts on their health directly. And there are other technology that could be embraced that is almost zero carbon emitted technology to pump our tires. Within the same sector where we have the setbacks, there are so many other industries. We have kiosks built by wood from our forest. And to maintain these kiosks, about 40% of wood also have to be acquired to maintain the kiosk on an annual basis. Those kiosks also can be substituted for sustainable materials that are locally, we can find it locally. So now let's move. We are very passionate about sustainability at Radiant, and I will tell you why. All right, so now using materials that are eco-friendly and locally sourced. Now, I want to digress a little bit while we have houses being priced. As a matter of fact, there's a school of thought that housing in Nigeria is overpriced. Because about 60 to 70% of construction materials are imported. And you agree with me that the import rate, the duty, the custom duty, all of that have a direct impact on the cost of a building until we embrace local materials, particularly the ones that are eco-friendly. It can bring down the cost of building, and it can also help us to achieve our aim of sustainability. Now, this is very important. Why sustainability and the meaning of sustainability to us in construction? Designing buildings that consume less energy and managing waste responsibly. You'll be shocked when we get to some part of this conversation where we talk about the statistics of waste. I mean, let's get there first. Now, managing this waste responsibly and preparing for the reality of climate change, like flood, heat waves, environment, and etc. So Radan is proud. I like to say this. Radan is proud. We are very, very proud to launch our our ESG, and we have a criteria for our guide. As a matter of fact, some few days ago, right there at Oriental, we had a program on ESG as related to construction and real estate, a 2-day program, and we were able to come up with a report from that program, which is going to be guiding the real estate construction, particularly for Radar member. And I will unveil that in a short time. Now, putting ESG into action, just as the name implies. Please, you can move. Yeah, leave it. Just as the name implies, the E in that ESG stands for environment. And this means using energy-sufficient building designs. I mean, there is no better time to consider our building code review than now. We've got to, our building code review, we must integrate sustainability into our building code review. And also embrace a different or a modified construction methodology that promotes sustainability. Now, so for us at Radan, now, E, which stands for environment, using energy sufficient, I said that already, installing solar system or green roof instead of the conventional that we are used to. Now, recycling construction's waste, it was reported that the waste generated from construction site contribute largely to the challenge we have with our ecosystem. I mean, largely. And I'm glad I have a brother here from Lafarge who also will be, he shared something very fantastic when we had a conversation about a company that already have built in Nigeria. Maybe almost 100% eco-friendly house. About 3-bedroom model was, we can't wait to go check that house. And we are not also, for those who are in real estate here, we are not aware that there are so many benefits. He mentioned to me, and I'm going to be building on that, about one of such benefits. When your company or you embrace an eco-friendly building construction or a construction methodology that embraces sustainability, you also gain. You mentioned a particular loan. Sorry, I didn't get that, sir. You mentioned a particular assets they have as an incentive for those guys that build ecosystem. A credit, like a loan, carbon credit. We're going to touch on a number of, okay, now let's go. Now, part of the reason why environment is so crucial to us is because we live within that same space. And we must protect it. In fact, I'm looking forward to a time where in this conversation, we also have people from health sector to probably enlighten us on the implication of sustainability on our health if it's not embraced. I'm sure he has a lot of that. Now, the S of this, because of our time, I want to get out of here so we can have this beautiful conversation. The S stands for, before the S, we have, the S, it stands for social impact. Now, this means engage community early. Let's have a conversation with them. It will interest you that Lagos alone, right, generate on daily basis, estimated, about 15,000 metric tons of waste on daily basis. As long as I can't drink water from my tap, I will have to rely on plastic bottle or sachet water. And this have impact on the waste. So you can imagine Lagos alone as a city generate almost 15,000 metric tons of waste daily, of which 60% of them are organic and 40% are inorganic. So our proposal is that until we embrace an incentive-driven circular economy, we may not be able to resolve the issue of sustainability or achieve our sustainability goals. 60% is a whole lot organic waste generated on daily basis, and 40%. And Lagos spent over 30 billion naira on waste management on monthly basis. So you can imagine we can save our planet, save a whole lot when every one of us in construction embrace building houses that are sustainable. Now, still talking about the HES, which suggests social impact, ensure safe working conditions and support inclusion, fair labor, and local jobs. Let's make development accessible and affordable. Now, this leads me to the next one, which is G, the governance. We've got to be transparent. We need to be transparent with all stakeholders. Yesterday, I was in a meeting where we talked about data in real estate. Most of our data in Nigeria are estimated. So that it makes it a lot difficult to make informed decisions. And this is rooted in transparency. We should have a data, an accurate data of what is expected. So our governance should be transparent. That's what we're seeing in a nutshell. And of course, we cannot overemphasize the need to embrace ethical business practice, standard practice. There's a need for us to embrace that. In this age and time, we have a paper by Radan that all our members going forward, and we are driving that for the first 5 years as a template. When you are building, your construction will have minimum 30% sustainability integrated into your construction. So that we can, because construction or real estate is said to have contributed largely to the present menace we have. And we want to be part of that solution in Radan. All right, as I make an attempt to conclude this morning, I'd like to also talk about the role. So we have set up an ESG oversight for structure in Radan. Now, we need to talk about the role of finance. You can't talk about sustainability without talking about finance. It's non-negotiable. Sustainability building often costs. It costs more upfront, but it delivers on savings, durability, and social value. And I'm glad, because it's one of the major goals. So I'm glad that there are incentives. I was also in a room sometime last week with some Lagos State government officials, because Lagos is trying to review, or rather domesticate, the building code in Lagos as peculiar to Lagos, right? And so we had a policy-making decision, and we were invited, and I was part of that meeting. And I'm aware that Lagos also is trying to put up an incentive for anyone building embracing sustainability. Anyone who is building embracing an eco-friendly kind of structure. They are considering a whole lot of incentives. Like I said, until we embrace an incentive-driven circular economy, we may not be able to achieve our sustainability goal. Until people know that when you are doing this, in some advanced country, when you build a house, the government will give you certain incentive, probably even from your design stage. Your permission, you want to get permit for your building stuff. In fact, there's a proposal that was made to Lagos State government that you can even be given an extra floor. A whole lot of proposal is on the table. And I'm glad Lagos State government is considering all of this. So finance is very, very important. Unfortunately, long-term financing for construction in Nigeria is hard. And to assess it is very difficult because of the high interest rate. Underdeveloped mortgage is one of our challenges too. Our mortgage system in Nigeria is drastically, and this also speaks to data. There is no way we can have an active mortgage system which speaks to the supply, the entire value chain, particularly to the consumer. And mind you, if you look at the socioeconomic strata, where we have the apex, the high income earner, the middle income earner, which exists, and the low income earner, the majority is the base of the pyramid. And that's where we have the majority. It constitutes almost 60 or over 60% of our total population. And it's growing every day. So there will be a need to finance this. Both the public and the private sector, we need to embrace this and to finance it. Now, encourage the use of green. Why we must do better, if I must ask. We must encourage the use of green bond and climate finance to support sustainable housing development. Very essential. Support affordable mortgage financing through a single-digit interest. I mean, cost of money in Nigeria is expensive. A single-digit interest, which as a matter of fact is practiced in most developed countries. A single-digit simple interest with reducing balance. That's the only way we can achieve this. Now, we've got to also recapitalize Federal Mortgage Bank. They are doing a bit because it has to enhance this bank capacity to give out National Housing Fund. Having a home is not reserved for exclusive, it's not an exclusive right of few. It's a right. It's a right for everyone to have a home. But that can only be driven when we have stuff like National Housing Fund. So we've got to recapitalize, as it were, so that we can enhance their capacity to do more, to deliver more. I'm talking about the Federal Mortgage Bank. And of course, we have to promote the rent-to-own housing scheme. I love what Lagos State is doing about the review of tenancy. We've got to review, we've got to promote, rather, the rent-to-own housing scheme as an accessible pathway to home ownership. And we have to collaborate with commercial banks to develop housing-friendly loan structure that are inclusive, accessible, and a long-term. Our responsibility as developer, I'm winding up in a few minutes. We are not just builders of houses. We are builders of futures. I'm glad we have some developers also in the room. And you agree with me that we are not just building houses. We are building futures. So because at Redan, we are committed to training our members on green building practices. I just mentioned we just concluded a training like about a few days ago. And we have others coming in pretty soon because we want to keep empowering our members to embrace best practice as related to green building. Advocating for policy that support ESG and promoting responsible development nationwide. We must take the lead in shaping the sector, and that is profitable but only sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. My closing thought. In closing, let me say this. We have a duty to get it right. If we build carelessly, we will suffer. But if we build with intention, with vision, and with future in mind, we will win together. So let us rise to this occasion. Let this conference be more than just a talk. Let it be the beginning of lasting action. Let us build Nigeria where every structure is safe, every development is inclusive, and every home is a promise fulfilled. Thank you for your audience. Have a beautiful day.
A round of applause again. That was a thought-provoking keynote address by Dr. Kunle Adeyemi, of course, who is the VP, Redan, representing the interest of Akintoye Felix Adeoye. I mean, let's give him his flowers once again. A round of applause for him. Faith, I'm sure you learned some things from what he said.
My notes is actually full. So this is my industry, and I'm not just here to be your host. I'm also a participant. Please join us up. I'll be mentioning some organizations like sponsors and others. Vava Projects, Mr. Abubakar Sheriff. Please join us upstage. We want to have a... Yes, sir, please. We want to have a very brief photo session. MKH Properties Limited. Dr. Muibi Kende Ahmed, please up here. Periwinkle Properties Limited, Dr. Chinedu Nweke. Globus Bank, Deputy Editor, BD Lolade. Architect Bolahon Oyelake. Dr. Kunle Adeyemi, the Vice President. Redan Southwest Zone. Please, if you're here, okay.
Very well. So let's make it really snappy. I mean, the photo session. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Thank you. So while the VP of Redan representing the president of Redan was here, I think we took notes of a few things that he said. One thing struck me, and that is, I'm sure you all know this guy on Instagram that goes about talking about overpriced properties in Lagos, and is usually very vehement about it. Like, why should I get a house for 1 billion naira when it is situated in Bethsaida? If you know what I mean. I mean, more or less a pool. So what he's saying there is really captivating. I like that, that eco-friendly materials so that we can drive down, overpriced properties. And then data. I think we have a problem with data in Nigeria, and that's so profound that he was able to raise that. We should have data-driven information and nothing more than to help us plan properly. So we are not just, talking about numbers, but we can't do anything about those numbers. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for that. I know you have some things written in your note as well.
Let's assume they ask us now to tear out a sheet of paper and do a summary. We'll just take a very brief test of what we learned just now. How many of us are sure we can make up to 50%? Oh my God.
Just a quick summary from 1 or 2. What was your take home from that keynote address? Can anyone, just one person? It won't take any time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Hamid. My take home from what the VP read and said, he mentioned that if we don't start now to start looking forward to sustainable policies, the effects that we are all going to experience, it will take us longer resources, longer time in correcting it. So which means that if we don't do the necessary things now, it's going to take us more resources and more time in correcting those defects.
Thank you very much, sir. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. If we fail to plan, then we are planning to fail. That's the summary of that. Anyways, we would engage, just like we said, so that we are sure that we are all listening intently, rapidly to whatever is being said. All right, let's get to the next part of the engagement. Just like the president of Redan has, been represented by the VP has done, evenly set the tone for the conversation here. We have the next person up for his presentation is the Nigerian Managing Director, Vava Projects Limited, Abubakar Sheriff, B, ENG MNSE Koren. Please can we welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. We want to present our company to you, Vava Project Limited, because in recent times, a lot of people have raised a concern to us and said, what is Vava Project? All we know is Vava Furniture. Vava Furniture is a known brand in Nigeria furniture industry today. And it's one of the biggest furniture companies in Nigeria. It has created a name because it provides the most affordable and the most quality furniture. So some years back, about 4 years ago, we decided to go into real estate. And because of the name we've established in the furniture industry, we knew that if we are going into real estate, we have to do it in a proper manner. That means we have to do it big.
We look at the Lagos State, specifically Lagos State real estate industry, and we realize that the industry is growing very well. A lot of participants are in the industry, and we feel that, look, it will not be a bad idea if we join that growing industry. It is not worth to tell you that we started our operation in 2021, and by providence, before the end of 2022, we are able to complete a project on the 10th floor that has 16 three-bedroom apartments and 2 maisonette apartments on Admiralty Way in Lekki Phase 1. The project is there for everybody to see. That's the tallest building on Admiralty today. So we look at what are the things that are very essential in real estate. And most of the things we observed was that timely completion of project, timely movement to site, and also quality of what we are selling to our clients. Today, we have grown from a very moderate company to a company that has over 150 direct and indirect staff. We have increased our spheres of operation, and we have notable projects in Lekki Phase 1, Victoria Island, and Ikoyi. We have a policy in Viva Project, and our policy is most of our projects are done in-house. So the way we establish the real estate, we equally establish a construction arm that services our real estate. And it has worked for us because it allows us to determine our price. Our prices are very competitive and moderate. And I can tell you, even in Victoria Island today, our prices are very, very competitive and low compared to most of our competitors. We have been able to establish a very good customer and client relationship. And most of the clients that always buy into our projects, when we launch new projects, are always our existing clients. And it's because of the satisfaction we've given them in most of our previous projects. It's because of the price competitiveness we've offered for them, and because of the confidence they've established in us over a long time. Majority of our clients are either existing clients or referrals. We don't do much of advertisements at the initial stage of our projects. We've looked at a lot of other things to enhance our operation as a real estate and construction company. And today, Viva Projects has mechanized its operation to almost 90%. We have a bashing plant of 35 cubic meters per hour, and we have 4 truck mixers, which has a combined capacity of 40 cubic meters for the delivery of our projects of concrete to all our sites. So we are not relying on third party for the production of our concrete. We are doing them in-house. And we have a quality assurance and quality control department recently established that takes care of the quality of the concrete. They do all the necessary engineering tests on daily basis and make sure whatever we are supplying to our sites are not only good, but they meet international standard. Today, we have about 5 ongoing projects. We have the Crystal Bay project on Water Corporation Road in Oniru, which has about 50 units of 1-bedroom apartment and 40 units of 2-bedroom apartments and 6 pent maisonettes. In Lekki Phase 1, we have the Jacinda Court, which is about 30 units of 2-bedroom apartments with a basement. In Victoria Island, we have Esikaya Towers, which is a combination of 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments on 20 floors. On Banana Island Road, we have PC Courts, a highly luxury apartments with a highly luxury apartments of 18 units with 12 semi-detached and 6 penthouse. We are equally working on other projects that are townhouses, and we've started with a very small project at a beach resorts in Lekki, because we are looking at those markets as well. So we are using that as a testing ground to see whether we can go into terraces and duplexes, so that it will not just be high-rises we are embarking on. So in introducing this our company to you, Vava Projects, we are willing to work with a lot of clients. We are willing to work with a lot of partners, and already we are working with a lot of consultants, high caliber consultants in the in Nigerian construction industry, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, and quantity surveying companies, firms. Our aim is to be one of the best practitioners in real estate in Nigeria. If in our first 4 years of operation, we've been able to achieve what we currently achieve, we believe in the next 10 years, Fafa Projects will have established a brand name in the real estate and construction industry. And we should be able to compete favorably in terms of quality of deliveries and also in terms of price competitiveness. Our projects, the combination of our project turnover today is in the region of about 25 billion naira. And we are working to sustain our financing, our operations, and our constructions to meet the expectations of not just our clients alone, but every practitioners in the real estate industry. I've listened to the remarks of the chairman of Redan, and in as much as we are trying our best to incorporate
the ecosystem sustainability into our design, we are going to do more because of a lot of things I've learned here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're introducing our company, Vava Projects, which is a sister company to Vava Furniture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abubakar. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time there. I don't know. Engineer Abubakar, I don't know. Something is saying you should sew one of this your housing unit to one person here. I don't know. Testing microphone, 1 billion, 2 billion. All right, it's just an enlightenment. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him again.
So truly, Hi. Yes, truly, he should sew to me, actually. We are truly familiar with Vava Furniture. When I came in, I was like, Vava Projects, that's new. Never seen it anywhere. So it's good that they have actually added inclusion by building and constructing one-bedroom apartments for single people. So we'll move down.
All right then. I hope we've taken something from what the engineer has mentioned. I guess it's all tuned to sustainability as well. What they are doing is different, trying to ensure that whatever they are doing sets that model for others in the industry. So, and just like he has said, is ready to work with as many people. You know, we have bright minds here, and I'm sure that it's a catchment area for Vava. So we'll move to a very strategic part of the conversation today, and that's the panel session. And I'm sure that a lot of us who have been waiting for this, it's a critical moment, and it's going to deepen our knowledge about what we intend to do here. So we have some panelists who are going to be introducing. They will be joined by a moderator. We have 4 of them, and it will be moderated by one person. So we'll just do the introductions quickly and get right to it. The first person I'm calling on the panel is the Chairman, CEO, MKH Properties, Dr. Muibi Kehinde Ahmed. A round of applause for him, please. And then the second person I'll be calling up on the panel is the managing consultant, head of projects, Wilmeb Nigeria Limited, architect Rita Bolusimei, MNIA. I hope I got that correctly, Madam Bolusimei.
We recently celebrated Women in Engineering. I think that was on Tuesday. So please let's give her a round of applause again.
Very well then. The next is the Managing Director, Casting Crown Company, architect Dr. Bolan Bell Oyelaki. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much, sir. Are we safe, architect? This is your outfit. I'm scared though. All right then. We have the fourth but not the last person here. The Head of Innovation and Product Development, Lafarge Africa PLC, Emmanuel Ilaboya. Thank you, sir. Wow, stunning. There was a time this was not permitted, though. Nigeria. There was a time if you are on native or, stuff like this, you wear a shoe or something. Now we are wearing, sneakers and all that. Innovation, okay. We are in for innovation. All right then, I get faith you will introduce the moderator for today. That would be the moderator for this panel.
Our moderator for today is the Director of Communications, Bay Projects, Olabi Charles. Is our moderator missing in action? Okay, he's here. Please,
Mr. Olabi,
a round of applause for our moderator.
So while we await Mr. Olabi, let me just give a run through of some of the panelists, and then it will take charge. Dr. Muibi Kehinde Ahmed is the CEO of MKH Properties, is a visionary real estate development firm transforming Nigeria's urban landscape. He's a man of many colors. A round of applause for him, please. And of course, the second person, architect Mrs. Rita Moron KG. She's a seasoned architect and a green building advocate with over a decade experience in sustainable design and project delivery. Round of applause for her, please. And the third person is also a seasoned architect. That's architect Dr. Bolan. He's a sustainability expert with nearly 2 decades of experience in green building design, environmental stewardship, and infrastructure development. A round of applause for him, please. And the fourth but not the last is Emmanuel Laboya. He's the head of innovation and product development at Lafarge Africa PLC, with a proven track record in product strategy, sustainability, and market growth. A round of applause for him. And our moderator in the building is a trained architect. This is a guardian of architects. I'm worried. It's all right. We'll see who the best will be at the end of the day. But I'm sure all of them, they are definitely the best. The moderator is a trained architect and a strategic thinker. So I'll just leave it to him to take us through. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please.
Good day, everybody. It's an opportunity to be here. And the topic itself happens to be something that drives me as a person. And I'm happy to be one of the moderators, and happy to also find a lot of architects here. It shows we are doing wonders in the built environment. Please give us a round of applause, please. So I will start with the topic itself: innovative sustainable practice to curb building collapse. Innovative sustainable practices to curb building collapse. So I will start with Architect Rita. Please, I would like to know, what do you understand, or what can you teach us about sustainable practices in building first?
Okay, in talking about sustainable practice in Nigeria is still a developing country, unlike other countries that we know that have already embraced net zero by either design or by material. Because UN stated that by 2050, nothing is done to reduce greenhouse gas in Nigeria. It means in the world, it means that the ozone layer would have depleted further. So when we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about materials that are being used, materials that are found in our environment, materials like compressed earth block, materials like bamboo, stone that we have in our environment. If you go to Ajaokuta, you'll find a lot of that. You will find also in Ondo, we can actually make do of this, or we'll use laterite also. Is very, very important. And using interlock block instead of the Sanskrit blocks that we are using. We're talking about materials that reduce greenhouse gas in our environment, materials that doesn't deplete our environment, that doesn't take because we're talking about the environmental air quality of our building. Because when you use materials like cement, I'm not saying cement is not good, it can be used as a binding agent. But when we use materials that, sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
So it's still, cement is actually still needed, but as a binding agent, because we are talking about our health, mental health, because, when you use materials that contains less chemical, it increases environmental air quality in the building. And guess what? That means that people don't fall sick easily. We actually have green buildings, sustainable buildings in Nigeria that can be located on the island. Buildings like Heritage Building, Wings Building. We have some that are residential buildings that have incorporated this in construction. And when we look at it again, the last one, if you look at it, at the first instance, you will say it's expensive, but at the long run, it's cheaper. That's the truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. That's a good one from our architect. When she mentioned something relating to alternative to cement, Trust me, I happen to be someone who actually did a project during my days in school. And it's one of the things they will tell you when you talk about smart construction and alternative materials. You will crack your head. So the next question will be to my architect by my side. I will take my architect first. So the question will be, as both an architect and a business leader, how do you balance commercial objectives with long-term structural sustainability?
Okay, thank you. I think I will just take a few seconds from my time. I'm not going to exceed my time to just add a few lines to what she said, because you asked a question that focused majorly on building collapse, how to prevent, and I happens to be someone that practices within that field in Nigeria, working with BCPG. You know, I do tell people that if you want to avoid or prevent building collapse, the best method or the best policy to adopt has to do with sustainability. And not just only the kind of sustainability that people are oriented towards today, is a building that is certified as a sustainable building. Because what that means is you've gone through all the necessary process of certifying that building and ensuring that the quality of the building is affirmed. So just to put that on note for us. Coming to the question you asked, as an architect, I was saying to a few people while we were just waiting to to commence the event that, let me say, I'm very fortunate, you know, to understand sustainable practices pretty much earlier, because we still have some of our colleagues in the industry. As you can see, if really people really understand what we're discussing today, this place shouldn't contain us. Because in Nigeria, we have over 6,000 registered licensed architects. And we should be always at the vanguard of promoting and advocating, you know, the concept of sustainability. Is one of the key courses you're going to take in your master's degree as an architect. You know, so, but I mean, here we are still discussing about how to promote this. So what I've done over the years is to commit myself to learning. I'm still learning, by the way. I mean, I've done quite a lot of certification programs in this regard. So I didn't just dive into the practice. I started with learning, because what I obtained as understanding about sustainability at my master's level wasn't sufficient. I have my very good friend and colleague here who was also instrumental in connecting me with some of this learning process, the person of architect Emmanuel. So you're going to see him in the second session also talk about this. That's the first thing that is very, very important. So over here, you need to have, as a matter of you intentionally resolving to commit yourself to learning. And by the way, how many of us have any certification program? We've taken any certification program in any of the certification system, rating system in Nigeria? Anybody? Hedge, Brim, Leeds, Well, anybody? So this is where to start with. You see that we still have a very low number of people who are certified as experts, you know, to certify building green. So that's the first place to start with, and that's where I started my own practice. Then the second is for us to begin to practice, because what the focus of this event is about promoting the practice. So we shouldn't just be talking without practicing, right? So when you learn what you know you want to put into practice, as simple as if you are doing even a bedroom apartment, you want to ensure that it's certified green, right? And it's like someone that keeps repeating that I know A, B, C, D, but had never gone through an exam hall before. It's when you put yourself under an exam situation that you can really validate your knowledge about a concept or a policy. So the same thing when we're talking about you becoming an expert in any of the rating system. And it's very interesting that GBCN, I think, one of the representatives here, one of the directors is going to talk more about that. They have, you know, education system around that. So we don't necessarily have to go too far for us to be able to acquaint ourselves with all the necessary education process that will help us to learn more about this certification system. And finally, for my organization, what we do, I told myself last year that I've got to a point where there is nothing else I want to do in this industry other than to build green. So what we do basically is about green building. All our clientele base is about green building. We stopped doing conventional building construction last year. So I'm happy to tell us that one of the first actually mixed use green building certified in Nigeria happens to be one of our projects, and that's Popumo Lekki. Anytime you're going through that skyline, you can drop by and check. We have other projects on the line. So these are our own commitments. And I think this is where each and every one of us can start with our own resolution. And guess what? If all of us here seated in this conference can pick a project and commit to it and ensure that this is going to be our own pilot project and ensure that they're certified, I think by next year when we're having another conference, we'll have increased the database of how many green buildings we have in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a good one. And hopefully we have more architects rooting for green building. So I'll move to the next question, which is for my Dr. Muibi, MKH. And I'm into real estate. I'm also a developer, just like my brother. I remember when we started the project, because as an architect, I also have a partner who's in civil engineering and who did structures in the second degree. We'll prioritize what we call the sustainable and longevity of every building we work on in Bay projects. However, we notice there's a wide gap between what we are delivering and what our clients want. They don't care if your building has the thickest reinforcements. They just tell you the building next to you is 20 million. Why is your own 55 million? And at the end of the day, there's no way you want to explain because you've already screeded the whole building. So you can't talk about the integrity of the structures you have there. So my question to my doctor is, as a developer with larger scale projects, how do you integrate sustainability without compromising on costs and delivery times?
Thank you very much. This is actually a very wonderful question anyway. And I'll be speaking from the angle of a businessman and a developer. Like you said, a lot of developers and the architects and the engineers used to have a long argument when it comes to this. Because, to be sincere, architects usually try their best. And no architect will design for you and encourage you compromise. No architect and no a reasonable engineer will actually abide by that. But the problem used to start from the developers. And I'm also a developer, and I will tell you the reason why. Developer is already calculating how much you want to make as profit at early stage of the business. They have not even started the project. Developer is already looking at this project will give me $1 billion as profit. And I will not blame him as well. My brother said cost of money in Nigeria is very, very extremely expensive. Me and architect Emmanuel were talking about it. If you know the MD and you are getting maybe above $5 million today, probably they can give you 33% or 34%. You can 38, 36. And then by the time you put all the figures together, you realize that that project must go back, the fund must go back with 50%. And then you have not even factored your profit out of it. And I'm going to use my project as an example. First thing and first answer to this question is adequate planning. Now, what do I mean by adequate planning? For every project, you must have your own equity contribution. You have to think as if that money is coming from a financial institution. And you must have your 30% on grant. So before you embark on any project as a developer, I'm talking about my own company culture. You used to have a 30% fund on grant. That's number one. Two, we'll now create an alternative project like site and service to generate more money in order to fund that building project, making two. Three, we are looking up to our off-taker that is going to pay 10 to 20% down payment. That's three options. Now, by the time you put all these resources together, you realize that you are going to build beyond inflation and you're going to be beyond what you are selling. But if you don't have minimum of three options to finance a project, it's either you get to a point whereby the little resources you have cannot accommodate that project, and that is when you start thinking of alternative. And that is the beginnings of building collapse. Because by the time you start reasoning that, I need to deliver this project, what I have cannot accommodate it. Then you start inviting your engineers. Bro, what do you think we could do? How can we manage this 100 million? And you yourself, you know, this 100 cannot finish this project. So that is the beginning of building collapse. And also another thing is culture. If your contractor is the kind of people or your staff are the kind of, you have the staff that used to collect a return from your contractor. That's another thing that is going to lead to building collapse. You don't have any contractor that will not pay at least minimum of 10% to either your project manager, your finance, the accountant that transfer the money to be looking up to contractor to pay something. Before you know it, contractor will be thinking about to make his money back in double. So you have to front to that kind of attitude in your company. Even if a contractor have to give it something, in our company you have to declare it. And we find out that you did not declare it, you are going home immediately. You are not coming back. Because those are the things that contribute to building collapse. And finally, inflation as well. Although it's not like a genuine excuse, but at the same time, I do advise our co-developer, it is not a must you have 5 projects like Vava project that have a big brand. If you have 1 project and you can deliver that 1 project, it's better for you to have 5 projects. And this is actually common to people that get them involved in JV a lot. There's a company that one investor wanted to buy last year. I was invited to verify some of their things they're doing, and I realized they have 9 projects, and all these 9 projects are joint development, which means none of those projects belong to them officially. They just play the role of contractor and sales on that project. So if anything happens, the developer can pull out and you just find out you cannot find the developer again. So the problem will now be between the landowner and investor that are keen to that project. So when you have this kind of arrangement too much, you realize that you are expecting the fund from the off-taker, which is not realistic, because the off-takers is not realistic market. You can't predict that the project you are building, people will subscribe. It's unrealistic fund. So if you are planning on unrealistic fund, you end up compromising, or the project can get to a stage whereby you won't be able to complete it. So number 1 thing as a developer, have your own equity contribution, minimum of 30%. And also have another alternative funding for that project. Or if at all anything happens, you should be able to sustain and also engage a competent hand. It's not every engineer, it's not every big company that know what they're doing. If you dive into a lot of big companies, you realize that they don't even have structure. The MD is the one giving a final say on the procurement, on this and that. I've visited a lot of consulting companies and I realize that they only have big name out there. But if you dive into their system, no single structure to sustain what they are building. And they have a big profile. So you have to be very careful as a businessman, thinking, oh, this is a very big name, then you hand over your project to them. At the end of the day, it's just one person that is giving the idea of everything from A to Z. That's another big issue that you need to look at. I believe I'll be able to answer my question.
All right, thank you. That's a good one. So I'll be moving to the next person, in the person of Mr. Emmanuel. I remember that we have a particular topic at my office at the time about research on different approach to sustainable building. And by the time I had the opportunity of checking through what Lafarge is doing now, I think it's a very good one in that direction. So I'll ask about EcoPlanet. That will be where my question will come from. EcoPlanet, which you have helped launch, has been positioned as a pioneering green cement solution aimed at decarbonizing construction. How does its formulation and application help address structural integrity in addition to climate concern, particularly in contexts like Nigeria, where building collapse is a recurring issue?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So before I start, let me first say congratulations to Redan for the good job you're doing, for your presentation. And also congratulations to Vava for the amazing thing you've achieved in 4 years. That's amazing. Well done. I also like to say, so I'm not an architect. I am not a developer as well. So I'll be speaking as not as somebody that is trying to prefer innovative ways of how we can do buildings in Nigeria, particularly Nigeria. The interesting thing you talked about EcoPlanet. So EcoPlanet was launched in 2020, right in the middle of COVID. It is a global brand for. If I was launched in Switzerland, that was the first place we launched EcoPlanet. And that was actually my first green project. So I started all of this green and sustainable discussion from a practitioner point. So practicing it. So when I started, I didn't have any certification like architect because I was starting as a practitioner. So hands-on, right inside, looking at what does green mean. So we keep talking about green housing, sustainable. Truly and truly, what does it mean? If you say, I want to build a sustainable house. Today in Nigeria, do we all have a common understanding of what that means? I believe if you ask 10 people today that what does sustainable building mean, I'm sure you will get 20 different answers because people are looking at it from their area of exposure or from their understanding of what it means. So today, there is no universally acceptable definition of what sustainable building means. And for me, there needs to be a discussion around that. It's very important. So this is number one. I'm saying this because I had the same issues 5 years ago in Switzerland when we were having the discussion. We wanted to launch the first low-carbon cement in the world. By the way, you actually made a good point. And it's a fact today that cement is one of the highest CO2 emitter in the world. It's a fact. It's not, it's nothing to be ashamed of. But the good thing is that what a company like Lafarge or OSIM, who is the parent company of Lafarge, has done is that we have said that we want to be part of the solution. We need to do something about how cement is produced. Because after water, concrete, which is done with cement, is the second most used product in the world after water. So we are stuck with it, whether we like it or not, at least for the next 50 years. Maybe when something that can work at scale. There are other alternatives, but there's nothing today that can work at scale all over the world. We still have not found it. So we are still stuck with concrete or stuck with cement. But what we have been doing to now say, how do we now produce it in a way that will be low carbon, that will be less intensive? And this was why 5 years ago, EcoPlanet was launched. Actually, it was my first project. So we deliver, EcoPlanet is a cement that delivers a minimum of 30% CO2 reduction versus your standard cement. And this is important. So because if I say delivers minimum of 30%, the question now arises, how do you measure it? So I hear people talk about sustainability a lot. It is not as simple as many people think. And I don't think we have actually sat down to start looking at all of the nuances. I'll give an example. So the first thing is measurement. How do you accurate? Somebody talk about data. I think it was the Red Amp that talked about data. It is extremely important. How do you measure? If I make this building today the way I build, and I said this one is sustainable, how do I accurately measure to show, to demonstrate that this one truly, this building that is sustainable, apart from all of the other important points that you've mentioned, it's actually delivering 30%, 40%, 50%. How do I measure that? And that is important because it also fits into the finance discussion. And I'll tell you why. So a practical example from my experiences outside, and I think something we can do in Nigeria. In a space like this, you need what I call catalytic funding. You need somebody to bring the money to say, okay, we are moving to sustainable, we want to move to a sustainable way of building. There needs to be something to start that process. Now, let's assume I was at the West Africa Economic Summit that was done in Abuja last week. And I was discussing with the president of the BOI, who was there. And I said, let's assume BOI has 10 billion naira. It's more. Let's just, for hypothetical reason, to say we want to support green construction. Because BOI is a government institution, they have the credibility. They can access green funding outside the country at a very good rate, say 4% for dollar rate, as an example. And this is fact, because I've done this before. But BOI needs to go to those international funders to say, all of the buildings that we have built that are green, these are the CO2 emissions. These are the green credentials of all of those beings, to assess those kind of funding. Now, The issue is, so BOI can access funding for 4%. I'm just trying to be practical because there's been a lot of discussion. I'm trying to bring it home to see how this thing can work in reality. So BOI can access maybe funding at 4%, which means they can give to developers, maybe at 8%, 9%, with a single digit rate, which is much better than what we have now. Of course, because BOI also will make money into so. But as part of the criteria to qualify for those kind of funding, they need to come with, to say that those buildings have green credentials. Now, how do you prove that the building I've done has green credentials? Again, it comes now back to accurate measurement of those green, sourcing those material locally. How do you put all of this together? And this is why, for me, I think one of the tools that is needed urgently in Nigeria is we need a carbon calculator that can accurately measure all of our building for scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, because this is the criteria to assess those funding. So you need that. It's very important. What that will do for us, honestly, if we get that right, it's a game changer. Sir, you mentioned that you have a lot of consultants, structural. I think you need a green or sustainable consultant as well, because the type of projects you do, you can have access to much, much cheaper funding that can allow you to scale. But because the people providing this type of funding are international body, they have some criteria that you have to meet to assess. And there's a lot of money. Honestly, every year you do the last COP, they do COP 20, the COP 30 now. Climate finance is looking for projects to put money into, but it has to be in a particular format. So this, for me, is the opportunity I see that Nigeria developers, Nigeria architects, Nigeria stakeholders in the space. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of things that have been done there. So we can organize ourselves and start doing those so that those low carbon materials that we have can be accurately measured, can be accurately integrated into our processes, and we can assess this finance cheaply and cut this problem of, number one, high cost, then number one, trying to cut corners and all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Manuel. So to the next question, that will be to our architect lady. So that's architect Rita. As a consultant deeply embedded in the field, where do you see the most critical gaps in design phase safety that leads to collapse risk?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would say there are 4 critical gaps that I will look at. And the first one, which I would deem that is very important, is the inadequate collaboration between built environment professionals. And when I mean built environment professionals, I mean the architects, the engineers, structural, mechanical, electrical, and also the land surveyor. That is if the building is a public building and if the building is steep or slope. So what I mean by that is most often times, architectural drawings are pushed forward without the input of the engineering drawing. And that is not supposed to be so. They are supposed to collaborate together and come up, by collaborating together, they will find out that there are some issues that need to be dealt with. That is during the design stage and also the construction stage. So to solve engineering problem as it arises. And also the contractor and the artisans are supposed to be prepped, because when we're talking about sustainability, it's different from any conventional building that you can, it's different from constructing conventional building. It's actually very technical. So they need to be prepped and to be brought on board. Then number 2, I will talk about the improper specification of materials. Improper specification of materials in the sense that most often times when you look at maybe the engineering drawing or maybe the quantity surveying bill, you only see maybe it's 124. I mean the the concrete that is supposed to be used, but you don't see the grade of the concrete. Maybe like C25 or C30 is often omitted. And I will talk about live load, dead load, point load, and also environmental load, in the sense that when you're talking about the live load, oftentimes they tend to not think about when we are talking about public building, you calculate the amount of people that are supposed to be in that building at a particular time, if it's a public building. Then you talk about the furnitures that would be in that building, or probably the instruments or machines that are supposed to be used in that building is often neglected. We talk about the dead load. Oftentimes, engineers also, most oftentimes, they feel that they know about the weight of reinforcement, forgetting that we have different manufacturers for this reinforcement. Then I talk about environmental load. When you talk about, I'm talking about the flood, I'm talking about rain and also wind impact on that particular building. Then I'll also talk about the point load, which is the machine, the generators. Because we will notice that even in residential building, you find some people putting their generator even at their balcony. So the vibration of that generator also impacts that building. Then we'll also talk about the water tank. If the water tank is supposed to be placed on that building, and maybe the engineer designed for about 5,000 liters, and at the end of the day, the client or maybe the residents feel that water tank is not serving them enough, and they go ahead and put 15,000 liters on that building. That also can cause building collapse because it was not actually accounted for. Then talking about when consultants, they don't think about the site orientation. And what I mean by that is site design. The contractors and the artisans that are going to work on that project, when you design when you have complex design, like maybe geometrical shape, maybe like circular, trapezium, and you have not put into account, does the contractor have the tools or the technical know-how how to construct that building? So it can cause building collapse also, because when they are using their own initiative, when they don't have the right tool to go about the construction. Then you talk about also materials also. When you quote materials that cannot be found easily in our environment and maybe probably cannot be imported too, so it becomes a problem too for the contractor or the artisans too. So they just, go ahead and use their own initiative to bring or import another material and use for the project. And most often time, you might not even know about it. Maybe the material that have been quoted for, there was a reason why that material was specified by either the engineer or the architect to be used in that building. But because that material cannot easily be imported or found, or maybe because of cost, it becomes a problem. So they just go ahead and import another material that is not supposed to be in the building. So I'll also talk about how contractors and artisans can be brought on board, because we're talking about certification. Now, the engineers and architects can have the technical know-how about they are the one that designed this. They know the technique, they have the orientation about how this building is supposed to, or this project is supposed to be. But what about the contractors and the artisans? So while we are looking at how we can improve our environment by building buildings that are environmentally accountable to the environment, we should also look at how to bring the artisans and the contractors on board to reduce building collapse, because why you have designed this, and the engineers also have put in some factors in place, or some instruments in place to make sure that this building is up to date. But what about the contractors and the artisans? So those are the areas that I have seen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, our architects. The next question also goes to the next architect by my side. I think I like this gadget. All right, my next question is this. what collaborative models between architects, engineers, and developers has proven most effective in achieving safety goals?
Okay. I'm happy that I'm going to talk about collaboration because I was going to um, add a word to what Emmanuel said regarding data gathering because that's very important to achieving certification in green building system. I'm happy to inform us that GBCN, we have a director here, which I believe might talk more about that during his own session. Started a project a few years ago on developing a carbon database management system. So I believe that's an key area where collaboration is very important because data is very key to anything we want to do on sustainability. Currently, Nigeria don't have any database around environmental product declaration, EPDs. So most of the EPDs we use in some of the rating systems are to be adopted from other continents. So that's very, very key. I believe in the next few years, with the effort of GBCN and collaborations within the industry, we'll be able to develop something that is local. Also, in terms of certifying buildings, is also a key area where we can collaborate. Yes, architects imagine designs, we create innovative design solutions for sustainability, and the engineers go to site to build. There is always a gap. While she was talking, I quickly recollected the project I did a few years ago, and I was recalled back. My team was recalled back a few months ago for us to come and do some remedial works. And what actually happened, we designed very innovative, very nice. It's here in Lagos. I'm not going to mention for record purpose. We had some critical vertices in the design, some funny truncations, and we advised the client and the project managers that they needed to onboard a team as prime consultant. But of course, the way developers do things, because they want to cut costs on consultancy, blah, 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 and all of that. So they picked that design, gave it over to the developer. Unfortunately, the developer did not understand how to work with curves and angles because of the truncation. We have 90 degrees, we have 97 degrees, we had 46 point something degrees. So eventually, they didn't get the envelope correctly. So a few years ago, during rainy season, they had to deal with a whole lot of issues. So we're back there to correct and all of that. So that is one of the things that necessitate collaboration. I mean, it's just reasonable and logical practice that right consultant had to be onboarded throughout the life cycle of the project, and not just only during pre-construction, during construction, also post-construction, because there's need for such scale of project, there's need to always evaluate the building, especially because of the kind of materials that you're going to use, because of LCA needs and all of that. So these are part of ways by which we need to ensure that we necessitate proper practice. Then also, I will speak to the angle of our national building code, because like I think it was a doctor that mentioned that there is probably this kind of conference need to throw out such advocacy out. We are working with an outdated Bible in the industry. It's not just enough for us to continue to talk about sustainability without having a governing policy around it that can, kind of like holistically take everybody to account. How many of the professionals in the industry even understand how to integrate the policy that is outdated, not to talk of understanding the necessity to update the policy? So these are areas where we can collaborate. This kind of events, all of us can come together, expand it to a larger stakeholder management for us to be able to see the need to review the current National Building Code and integrate it with the Building Energy Efficiency Code, which had been signed into law, because we have that also in law, but nobody is using it to practice, and it's not been domesticated in any of the states. So I think these are areas where we can really adopt some level of collaboration for us to be able to have something that can hold everybody, all practitioners, all professionals, and developers within the industry account, so that we don't have to work in silos. Like Redan has their criteria, they have their policies. We architects and other professionals certifying buildings, we align with some other foreign rating systems. The developer is also looking for something that's going to hedge and promote their cost management system. So we need something that will bring everybody together and integrate us, and that is what MPC does. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks so much. Not to waste much of our time, I'll be moving to MKH, like we all call him. So, what steps are you taking in 3 minutes? What step are you taking to align MKH properties with international green building standards, such as excellence in design for greater efficiency, leadership in energy, and environmental design?
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to pick one of his points and architect. I think planning is one of the most efficient things to do to avoid that, because from the beginning, both architect and engineer and the consultants and the contractors have to be on site to have a meeting. They need to be on the same page. Why the project is ongoing, they must also be on the same page. Even after the project has been delivered, they must also be on the same page. We have one bad habit in Nigeria. Most time, architect and engineer, they always go in a separate way, and usually caused by the either developers or the owner of the project when they're trying to cut cost. And architect don't like, this is what I designed. 50% of our building in Nigeria is different from what architect design and what is on ground. 50%, we're 80%. We need to be realistic. Yes. Like I said 50, someone said 80, and I'm sure that's architect Emmanuel, is that you know what he's saying. So imagine what architect design is totally different from what is being built on site. We have it a lot. If you go on inspection like this, you'll be seeing a lot of things, and then when you check their record, their book, their drawing, why are you building this? Say, that is what the developer wants. So we have to move from what the developer wants to what actually architect design and what is being approved. And also, when she was talking about the materials, before architect, I would also like to add all this, encourage our architects that are here. I know you guys have different skills. You would like to design some kind of structure that is fantastic. But think about our locality. Do we have access to that materials? On one particular project, I can reject like 3 or 4 designs from an architect. I will be asking, where do you want me to get the design? There's particular design we want to materials want to import to Nigeria. We realize how much you're going to spend just for cleaning and custom DT. It's going to cost like £50,000. So we have to change the entire design because of that. The government is charging us 20%, and then we have to pay another 15% in Nigeria. That's 35%. That's a whole lot. How much are we going to sell that product? So we have to neglect that design and go for another design. So we need to be realistic from the beginning. All of us have to be on the same page. Collaboration is very key, like you said. We need, and also there's going to be a more awareness to regulate all these issues. No, but I don't think anybody is holding responsible to what we deliver on site in Nigeria. Nobody. There's one incident that happened in London, in Greenwich. A project had been delivered, almost 24-story building, and the government want to demolish it. Just because where there's supposed to be gym, they have converted to showroom. Where supposed to be car park, they have converted that place to green area. Just little thing. And the window size different from what they approve. Those are the little things that in Nigeria we don't even consider. And they have to go to court because government want to demolish the house in Woolies in UK there. Over 24-story building. And they want to check the value of that project. It's only less than 50 to 60,000 pounds. It's £1 million. A whole lot. And when I saw the documentary, I went there myself to see. And they give room to anybody to come and check. Like little things. And they are not even giving them an opportunity to change it or to amend anything. Government want to take it down. Do we have that kind of practice in Nigeria? We don't. Until we have that kind of enforcement, we will not get it right. And I think I would like to encourage our government to step in to correct all these mistakes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, sir. So the final question before we round it up, before we call it a day, is to Mr. Emmanuel. Yeah, from your strategic position leading innovation in Lafarge Africa, how is the company leveraging data, AI, and other digital tools to predict, prevent, or respond to risks associated with construction failures in real time? Please, let's make it brief.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of the things that we do very well is to also look at the trends to see how things are going. The good thing is that because of the fact that we have a lot of expertise and access to what is happening elsewhere, you can really imagine or predict where Nigeria will be in the next 5-10 years. You know, you look at the trend as well, because if there's a global trend and you see that this is kind of standard way things should be done, you know that it's a matter of time. I mean, as the country begin to mature, we also aspire to be at that level. So we have come up with many solutions and many technology to try and also stay ahead of those trends. And one of the simple solutions is even using sensors in buildings, you know. It's so funny, you know, there was a time, the last time, that a bridge was closed, you know, because we heard that they wanted to do some repair works. You know, for somebody like me, when I hear something like that, it's a bit, it annoys me to my core, because at this age and time, technology has gone past you shorting a bit to make repairs. There's a lot of ways that could have been done to ease the life of both the people using the road and the government. So I think the point here is that there are a lot of tools that we need to incorporate into the way we build and even how we build. Today, people talk about housing deficits in Nigeria. The housing deficit, and this is a very important point, is so huge that even if Nigeria as a country has all of the money today, let's say we have all of the money to close the deficit gap, the way we build today, it will take us more than 30 to 50 years. Assuming the money is on ground. So we need to look for other ways to build faster, you know, to build faster. And there are so many technologies. For example, we did a project with the government of Malawi to do a 3D printing of a school. It was done in 7 days, from start to finish. 7 days to 3D print a school. There are many projects in Lagos now, at least that I'm aware of, that they are using prefabrication. You know, you just come, you do the prefabrication off-site, then you bring it to site and start clicking it like Lego, not like Lego, you understand? So those are, yes, those are still not, but those are the kind of ways we need to start looking to see, okay, how do we bring innovation into the way we build, and how we, and this will come also to address some of the issues we're talking about, cost. Because one of the reasons why some of those buildings also cost so much is because I've gone to the bank to take a loan of 25% per annum, or 32 now, per annum. And I'm building a project and I don't finish that project in 1 year. That has cost implications. It has cost implications. So if I took a loan from a bank for 30% or 35%, depending on the bank you are using, and I'm able to turn those, and I'm able to build more projects in 1 year, again, without compromising the performance, quality, but I'm able to build more, I'll be able to generate more revenue to offset my costs. But like I said, I think the first thing is to even look for ways through all of these green and sustainable means to even reduce your cost of capital in the first place, and build more, bring innovation to do more in the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This will be bringing us to the end of our session. And I'm sure as much as we would like to blame the third parties as far as all these challenges are concerned, it's also something we all need to be self-aware of, that we have a role to play. Thank you, everybody, for your time. We'll be calling it today.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yaraba Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is BC Shotunde.